How do we know that Pakistan is up to these tricks of not closing their airspace, viewers? Because we were told this today in that briefing. Listen.
Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights which were flying near IB between India and Pakistan.
But if the Pakistan establishment, viewers, if the Pakistan establishment thinks it can hide its incompetence behind its own citizens, it is mistaken. MPs in the Pakistan parliament are frothing at the mouth, breaking down and cursing their own government. Watch these pictures.
दुनिया में जहां भी देखें शायद हमारी कमी है, हम मजबूर हैं, हम गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन रब्बे काबा हम तेरे हबीब की उम्मती है, खुदा का वास्ता हमसे रहम का मौला फरमा। आप चले जाएं, उधर फिलिस्तीन में चले जाएं, कश्मीर में चले जाएं, जहां भी जाएंगे मुसलमानों के साथ वो ऐसे रो रहा है जो हम सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं।
इनका पता नहीं कौन सा कायद, वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं, अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते।
There you go, viewers. The complete meltdown in Pakistan. One is tearing up, praying to God, saying, save us from India's wrath. The other one abusing the Prime Minister, saying that you're a geether. You're a coward, basically. You can't even look Modi in the eye. The lack of faith is totally understandable. India seems to strike at will. It's taken out its second Pakistani air defense system in 2 days. The time is right to strike, and strike to break Pakistan and enforce deterrence. Because even now, viewers, Pakistan is doing, and it's back to its dirty tricks. I'm going to show you fresh visuals from today, from the last half an hour. Again, viewers, like yesterday, it has begun to harry us in Jammu, Samba, Pathankot, sending these, and this is from Samba, viewers, and these are deferred visuals. So this is some time ago. But sending these cheap Chinese and Turkish drones, viewers. It's just playing silly mind games, and they're being struck down with ease. This is from Uri, again today, deferred visuals, viewers. That's another swarm being hit by our air defense system. So all of this is happening. But the point is, viewers, is full spectrum retaliation the only language Pakistan will understand? And let's open this up, because we need to ask these questions tonight. Are we going to let them run away because we want to occupy some moral high ground? Viewers, no. We've got to pay them back in their own coin. And I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to begin with some of our guests, our panelists this evening. And I'm going to try and go across also to some reporters to just get a quick update. But that's a little later in the show, viewers, if things escalate. But let me first begin with Harimohan Iyer, General Iyer, as well as Tilak Devasher. And also, of course, viewers, Wing Commander Sudhakaran. So, Wing Commander, what do you make of India's response thus far? And are we dithering on employing or deploying the full spectrum retaliation? Because I get the sense, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that that's the only language Pakistan understands.
If you ask me, I would take this back right from 2014. Modi has steadily gone up the ladder step by step. Today we have reached a stage wherein we are looking at Operation Sindoor in isolation, but I want to look at in tandem with the IWT treaty that has been held in abeyance. Even if Operation Sindoor stands paused for a week, 2 or 3, or a month, 2 or 3, the water will bring these dogs back to the battlefield, because they are, the tap on, tap off, the kind of philosophy that Modi has been adopting. It is beyond the ability for these people to think. That is one point that I want to make. Operation Sindoor to me was not merely a military action, it was a new doctrine of strategic messaging, precise, restrained, and purposefully very clear. So far, the execution has been just about textbook. I'm an AD guy, I've been trained in Akash, in Pichoras, and a couple of Russian systems and radars. The way that we handled the Pakistan attack yesterday was, commendable. It's actually a dream. It was actually, we could never imagine such a level of handling 5-10 years back. But I've seen these things growing, evolving, and yesterday these things were put to test for the first time, and boy, they didn't, they were just so perfect. In a world clouded by noise and confusion, India spoke not through words, but through calibrated action. Today we talk, when the world listens to our briefings, they find a lot of sense in what we are talking. We are not like the Pakistani defense minister who doesn't even know, what to do with the drones. In fact, for God's sake, he came to the parliament and he said that we deliberately didn't engage the drone. How hilarious! What kind of a mockery would he have made out of himself? And the Prime Minister, no less.
No, but look, hang on. I know, we know what is transpired, we know the defense that we've put up, etc. But I'm actually talking about the language of retaliation. Have we gone that far? Brahmachaleni, should we be actually now seizing the moment? Because there are many people who say seize the moment, there are others who say no, hang on, we can play the waiting game. What should we be doing? Because as of now, it appears that India hasn't chosen the full spectrum response till now. Some say that India cannot afford a conflict, it has more to lose. Some people say India shouldn't sacrifice its moral high ground by choosing escalation. Where do you stand on this?
I agree with you. There is hesitancy on India's part. For example, it is hesitant to employ its naval power to inflict costs on Pakistan. What we are seeing are rival aerial campaigns and artillery duels. There are no reports of movements of large number of troops or of heavy weaponry to the border. Contrast this with the situation during Operation Parakram in 2002 after the terrorist attack on Indian Parliament, when as many as 8 lakh troops were on either side of this India-Pakistan border. India's economy is 11 times larger than Pakistan's, and India's military spending is nearly 8 times bigger than Pakistan's. Yet, see how we're responding. According to our own language, we are saying that we are responding in equal measure to Pakistan's military provocations. India is responding in similar domain, in similar fashion, in a responsible manner. Today's briefing said by the MEA that Indian armed forces have responded, quote unquote, proportionately, adequately, and responsibly to Pakistan's aerial attacks. Now, this amounts to allowing Pakistan to control escalation dominance. We are responding to what Pakistan is doing. Why don't we up the ante? Shouldn't India bring its superior military power to bear on Pakistan in a way to impose high punitive costs?
Okay.
What is India's end objective in Operation Sindoor? The end objective should be to humiliate Pakistan's military so that they are left licking their wounds.
Yeah, but we don't seem to be doing that. We are going from one TV interview to the other saying, no, you see, we are not trying to target the military. We are trying to target the terrorists. Tilak Devasher, I'm getting that sense. I don't know, we are so stuck on trying to draw this distinction between the two when there isn't. And then we sort of contradict ourselves to say, no, but the state also stands with these terrorists. So if that is the case, and the Prime Minister has said, I'm not only going to come after those who have carried out, the perpetrators that is, carried out the dastardly act in Pahalgam, but also their backers. Now, are we doing that? Or should we already have been doing that? Or should we be reacting? And if we are reacting, why are we reacting? Why aren't we taking the initiative? Those are the questions that come. If you're saying let's respond proportionately, then sending 4 drones across is not a proportionate response. These chaps yesterday kept us awake all night till about 4 in the morning, harrying us from Leh to Sir Creek.
I agree with what you're saying. You see, Pakistan is a country that does not exercise restraint or responsibility or proportionate response. You know, they are the ones who commenced this round by killing our people in Pahalgam. So we have to react and react severely to make them suffer the consequences of what they have done and to ensure that they don't do it again. So if that is the objective, I think that has to be the objective. The objective can't be to just 4 drones as against 200 drones. So I agree with you that, you know, we need to hit them much harder than what we have so far. Because Pakistan is a different kettle of fish. It doesn't believe in any rules or any responsible behavior. It's hitting you hard as it can. And if you think, you know, as the saying goes कि वो कत्ल करते रहते हैं और हम शर्माई जा रहे हैं. You know, why are we feeling on the back foot? We should hit them far harder than what they are doing.
Okay, so let's 1 second, let's break this down here. Let me get in General Pandey and ask him, what is possibly, sir, holding us back from using the full spectrum option?
Okay, Rahul, firstly, let me tell you that we spent that late night with you, and thereafter I saw 4 anchors yesterday back to back. My back was literally broken, but I think spirit was not. And right now I'm in a colder environment watching all this which is happening 7 in Himachal. Why is it this in the entire conundrum of discussion, I being a military man, while I have retired, so you know, jingoism will come to very easily to me. Why am I the only guy trying to say that don't rush, right? So while we are talking that we have got our might, we are controlling escalatory, again, please understand, who's controlling the escalatory ladder? This is how you perceive. I think we are controlling the escalatory ladder. I'm not on the behalf of the government, I've not spoken to anybody. What I can make the sense of the entire thing, that there are 5 basic tools of your state tools, element of power, which are now being utilized. Military is being utilized in a graduated manner. Today we are not in the time of an Operative mindset that we need to, you remember the Cold Start doctrine. We deployed forward for a very quick walking environment. But the circumstances today have changed, right? We need to, I feel, like I want to just break down very simply, that if economic might is in our power, let's not rush into it headlong. Let it be calibrated, drawn one is in our interest, not in the interest of Pakistan. They will want a quick closure, right? Let's have a fight, let's have a number of casualties, let's kill enough number of people this side, that side, and let's thereafter drop our arms and say, now we are tired, where is everybody, let's come back. So while we may be still economically powerful, there is a whole back end thing which has to now gear up and ginger up and go up to support for a longer time. We may have a staying power for 20-25 years, maybe a year worth. Pakistan may have just about 4. But
General Saab, look, this afternoon I do a show called Take 3 with 2 other of my colleagues, and I was having this debate, and ironically I was the one who was saying we shouldn't rush in, that we should take a step back. Yes, we need to take decisive action which will lead to a certain degree of the reimposition of deterrence, but we can wait it out. My colleague was arguing that no, we should do a short, sharp, quick one because we're the bigger economy, we have much more to lose. What does Pakistan have to lose? So that's why I'm asking you.
Hold. Let me just quickly go back to Israel, Hamas, and Ukraine, Russia. Ukraine backed up with NATO, the power and everything, money. Whose economy is rising? The Russians, right? Look at Israel and Hamas. Whose economy is rising? Let's not jump into this thing in which this guy will still come out up in a stronger.
Okay.
We have got him strangulated. Look at the naval power now is getting deployed. When you start choking him on that side, when you're choking him from the Western Front, when the routes from the Chinese are not going to be limited, right now, who is going to invest in this radical rabbit guy? Let's draw him out, and trust me, Rahul, 2 years heading a very, very important assignment. I have worked strategic wargaming not once. I have done variety of tools. Before that, I have held appointments where lives have been lost on my orders and lives have been saved on my orders. I understand what I'm trying to say. We have got the capacity. I've worked on, not on the back of the envelope. I can sit across the table to your team or anybody who wants to argue to tell you, let this draw out, you'll see what I'm saying.
Okay.
So and the second part, we should look rational. We should have adequate, just a balance for going for a full-fledged war. Everybody's calling a war. I don't call it a war. I have been in the scenario of ceasefire violation, taking shells on my head. I've seen people blown on this side and killing on the other side for not one day. I've seen it for fire packages, what you call fire exchanges, fire duels going for days altogether. I've seen Kargil quite up close front. Please understand, wars don't go in jiffy.
Okay.
Right? The people who want to go into jiffy will be the losers. You may be a very, very powerful nation.
Okay.
You look at the Americans.
Okay. So
I will close on this. Let's look at the Americans, the most powerful country. How do they go into war? They go with preparation, right? When they have to go into attack, they spend time more than 3 to 4 years, 3 to 4 months, 6 months. I'm not saying we have to go for 3 to 4, 6 months. What I'm saying is, let's play it out. Let's control the thing. We will jump, you take a decision, you will not be able to come out.
So you're already saying that the pincers that we've applied are beginning to hurt Pakistan. Okay, let's just, 1 second, before I bring in the Air Marshal, I'll quickly go back to the gentleman who was saying let's get more decisive and let's get decisive quicker. So Tilak Devashir, your first response to what General Pandey is saying, then I'll get in Brahma Chileni, and then of course I'll get in the wing commander. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to just say this, that for the last 3 days, the people in Jammu, in Samba, Kathua, Jaisalmer are being traumatized because of blackouts, because of massive drone attack from Pakistan.
Ji.
Don't we owe them a responsibility? Are we allowing them to suffer the consequences of what Pakistan is doing by your 4 drones or 5 drones or something? Why cannot you be decisive enough to ensure that this kind of trauma that the people in these cities, after all, they're also Indians, are facing? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying go for a full-out war. We have not crossed the LC. They're not boots on the ground. It is just all air assets. And the Air Force hasn't even crossed over. It's just drones crossing over. Surely we can do much more with drone warfare just to put the fear of God into Pakistan.
Well, I'll get the Air Marshal on that in just a few seconds. One second. Let's just first go, because I have to bring the Air Marshal in, and this is an important conversation. Brahma Chileni, your response to General Pandey and to Tilak Devashir's response to him.
India currently is waging low-intensity military campaign. Low-intensity military campaign comes with costs for India. Look at the international media coverage. India is again being paired with Pakistan. This will have an impact on investor confidence. Investors will balk at investing in India. The economic costs that India will have to pay the longer this crisis drags on. Of course, India should take its own time to inflict punitive costs on Pakistan. But India is bearing costs. Even what Pakistan is doing today, as today's briefing pointed out, it admitted that India has suffered losses and damage. So we should not forget that this is some kind of game, which India is not bearing any costs. Second, this obsession that we have in India about taking out terrorist camps, about hitting the terrorist infrastructure. Let's be clear. For the Pak military generals, their terrorist proxies are expendable.
Yeah.
They essentially serve as cannon fodder for the military generals. Pakistan is the world's biggest terrorism factory. You kill 100, you kill 500, they'll turn out more jihadi terrorists. And yet we feel content that we kill about 100 terrorist proxies in the first wave of attacks. The real outcome will be determined
by our ability to inflict punitive costs on the puppeteers, not their puppets.
Okay, so that's an important one, viewers, because if you don't go to the source of it, yes, you might impose costs on the puppets, but the puppeteers, their mindset remains. And the whole idea, Wing Commander, is to get the puppeteer to put away his puppets, because he realizes that the game, the entertainment is not good enough anymore. It's going to cost, it's not being watched, and it's going to be earning that person rebuke. I think you're on mute, sir. Yeah, you're on mute. Yes, I can.
Yeah. Rahul, I see this playing out in a very, very different way. In fact, I get goosebumps when I see this, and this is something qualitatively very different. And I would like to state this. This is India's modern day Krishna doctrine. What I call it a strategic clarity with calculated duality. In geopolitics, perception is half the war. In strategy, restraint is not weakness, it is leverage. India's posture post-Operation Sindoor reflects a refined blend of public diplomacy and silent resolve. Reminiscent of the Krishna Sutra from the Mahabharata. It is a two-phase strategy. We are actually showing two-phase, the actual way of handling Pakistanis. If you actually are going to tell and do what you want to do and then warmonger and then lead them, that's not the way that modern warfare is led. That's not how America fights its war. It is a two-phase strategy with a two-layered wisdom. The world may ask, is India wearing two-phase? But yes, one that speaks of peace, responsibility and international norms, another that acts decisively, ruthlessly and silently, and what the national interest demands for the occasion and time. We call it as proportional response. The answer is not deception, but it is, what I call as the diplomatic dharma. Just as Krishna did not wield the weapon, but still led Arjuna to victory, modern India does not boast, but ensures its outcome. That's what I saw yesterday. When, so many drones, 500 of them, 24 cities, not a scratch for to boast for the Pakistanis. So where is this Krishna parallel that I'm talking about? Krishna didn't play by the enemy rules. So don't we. He played by the rules of purpose and not posturing. So let's not posture. Let's not allow the enemy to see our designs. Let us confuse him. Let us make him feel we are playing the old game again and again.
Okay, so big divide on this panel, viewers, tonight. Big divide. Some people say invest in strategy. Don't abandon the moral high ground. Others say, well, there is no time to do all of that window dressing. Let's go for it. We have an advantage. We can't live with the cost for too long. Yes, we're the bigger economy, but over a period of time, we will end up paying a price. Okay, now, I want to bring in the Air Marshal. Air Marshal, sir, sorry to have kept you waiting, but you've got a good sense now of this particular debate, and we've got roughly two people on either side, and you're the one who has to break the tie. So I have to ask you, which way are you leaning? Because, look, there are compelling arguments. If India sacrifices the moral high ground by choosing escalation, by being the more, straight-on power that is not reacting, but actually prospectively targeting, being preemptive, etc., people will say that, look, like Israel, you are the ones who are the bloodthirsty ones, you are the ones who want the war, the other ones are trying to find a diplomatic solution, etc. So, where do you come in on this?
The 14 days that went by after Pahalgam to starting of operations, I think so after the 5th or the 6th day, the same rhetoric began. Why are we delaying? Why? What is the hurry? They have killed our people. Why have we not reacted? We are a weak state. We are falling into the eyes of the global people that the fourth largest economy cannot take out a rogue country. All that thing went on. Now that the operations have begun, now we are in a hurry to take out, the sea lanes of communication. We want to take out their establishments and other things. My take on the whole issue is that we have taken certain steps which have never been taken in last 65 to 70 years. First, After the 65 wars, three wars after 1960, never ever the Indus Water Treaty was, held in abeyance. This we did on the first day itself, the first announcement which the Foreign Secretary made. Second observation, I mentioned it earlier, who's driving the narrative here? I told this after the last Balakot strike. Who did the briefing after the Balakot strike? It was not the army, it was not the Ministry of Defence, it was not the Defence Secretary, it was done by the Foreign Secretary. India's image of this government, I feel, is wanting to turn things through diplomatic channels. Who received PM Modi when he cut short from Saudi Arabia and came? Foreign Secretary. Who is briefing him now, or who briefed him that day in Parliament? Foreign Secretary. Who is conducting the briefing every day now is the Foreign Secretary. So India has engaged 180 countries out of 193 to put across our position after each action. So the strategy, in my opinion, and the people seated who are taking decisions are much more wiser than I feel that we are discussing here. So they are aware of the whole things, how it unfolds, how it takes. Now, certain key factors. Striking Punjab in Pakistan has never been done since 1971. Taking out targets right next to GHQ or the Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters with precision has never been done. So slowly, if you see the war waging, it is the new dimension that we have seen. It is closer to Israel-Hamas kind of a conflict.
Okay.
Because the Hamas people did come to POK a few months ago.
Yeah.
And the warfare which we are doing now, the loitering munitions, we are seeing the drone warfare in swarms. We are using the use of satellites. We are using, see, the last attacks.
But aren't they doing more of that, sir? Isn't the Pakistani side doing more of that? We've only sent 4 across. Let's just admit it.
They are picking it up from that side.
Okay.
So the warfare which is being done in West Asia is being replicated by some sort by Pakistan. So you're absolutely correct on that observation.
No, but it's quite clear, sir, that those strikes that you're talking about, and again, let me just bring in Brahma Chileni, those strikes that you're talking about before we go to the reporters, because I want to get quick updates. There's news coming out of the IMF. They're meeting because the IMF is wanting to, or at least the Pakistanis want the IMF to give it a bailout, and that will be catastrophic at this time because the money won't be used on the public welfare. They'll take it in the public's name, but they'll use it to pump up and buy more weapons and this, that, the other. Plenty of people who want to sell it to them, the Chinese, the Turkish people. So this is an important interdiction by India. And number 2, of course, we just want to get a quick status update. Loud bangs being heard around the LoC. So I just want to go to the reporter for that. But I want to bring you in, Mr. Chileni, before I do that. Look, fundamentally, those strikes that we conducted in the first round, yes, we took out terror camps. It's looking very bad for Pakistan. It's in Punjab, etc. But clearly it's not failed to deter them. They've come after our military installations. It was admitted today.
Well, yes, but look at this stance of taking the high moral ground. In my career, I've only come across in India this stance of taking the high moral ground. I've never seen it anywhere else in the world. It's not, you never see it in the international relations discourse.
It's an Nehruvian hangover. It's a Nehruvian hangover. It's a form of escapism from realism. There's no morality in international relations.
Okay. Let's be clear.
Okay, so you're saying we invest in this too much. Let's put our national interest first. Okay, just hold your thoughts, because I'm being told that there has been developments there. India has made a strong case to deny Pakistan the funds, and I want to go straight across to Pallavi Ghosh, who's joining me for more on this. Pallavi, what are you hearing? This is a big moment, really, isn't it? It could be a point of inflection. I saw the Pakistani stock exchange rise because they're anticipating some big monies today.
Well, it's a little disappointing, I would say, what happened at the IMF. India, of course, came out with a very strong statement. It gave evidence to show that how there's a lot of diversion of the money which the IMF gives to Pakistan into terror activities, and it's not being used for development. It also raised the point that it's been a defaulter, and also that there has been scams where the people of Pakistan have not benefited with these kind of bailouts. Yet what we get to hear is that IMF has considered yet another bailout. However, whenever the voting took place, India has abstained. It has made its point of view very, very clear to IMF, and has also made the point to the world that, you cannot hold us responsible. We warned you, we consistently warn you, but you in a sense are also funding the terror activities of Pakistan by giving them this kind of a bailout.
So are you saying that it's going Pakistan's way? Is that what you're saying? What is the outcome? Has the statement come out?
Yes, Rahul, in fact, there are many parameters, just to put the picture correctly, there are many parameters on which funds are given to countries who are on that list. So there are 25 countries with executive directors who are a part of that meeting, and that statement which has now been issued by the finance ministry also makes it very clear. And the last line I would say is very significant, that India put forward its point of view, which IMF understands. However, we decide to abstain, and that makes the picture very clear. It also did say that it's unfortunate in a sense that IMF has considered a further bailout to Pakistan because it's sure that this money is going to be used as far as terror funding is concerned.
And we are sitting on the moral high ground, viewers. The IMF is not sitting on a moral high ground. That's exactly the point that Mr. Chileni was making. And I want to bring in Tilak Devasher and Mr. Chileni. I'll just check back with you, Pallavi, just stay on there because let's read that statement and I want you to read it for me in just about 2 minutes. I just want to get quick reactions. Tilak Devasher, this is not good news. This is not good news. Let's be honest.
Exactly. So, that's what I said, you have to understand that Pakistan does not appreciate restraint and responsibility. I have no problem with what the Air Marshal said, that our strike initially on the first day was decisive, never been done before, put out 9 terror training camps. But the follow-up and the pushback that came from Pakistan, we over the last 2 days seem to have, sort of pulled our punches and adopted the moral high ground. I think we should be far more decisive. I'm not saying cross the border. I'm not saying go and do any action inside Pakistan. But certainly with drones, apart from being defensive and blocking the drones, I think we should be also hitting Lahore and Sialkot and Rawalpindi and Karachi as much as what 300, 400 drones are being, are sending on to India. We should be far more decisive in that.
Well, maybe this will now shake us up. Maybe this will shake us up. I don't know if Pallavi is still there. If Pallavi is still there, I just want her back. We're going to try and get her to read that statement. That's not great news. Brahma Chileni, not great news. I also feel very disappointed that the Americans haven't stood in our corner. They have a lot of influence on the IMF.
Well, today, what the IMF has done, or is about to do, is to put its stamp of approval on a staff agreement with Pakistan. We should have begun exerting pressure on the IMF much earlier with the help of a friendly administration in Washington. We didn't do that. When the Biden administration, it was the Biden administration that first provided the big bailout.
Yeah.
So now this is the second bailout. The second bailout of which today the IMF is going to release immediately a $1 billion payment to Pakistan and trigger a new $1.3 billion loan to Pakistan. But when Joe Biden initiated this bailout business for Pakistan, we didn't protest. We didn't say it should be contingent on Pakistan taking concrete counterterrorism action. Look what Biden did. He helped Pakistan gain that big bailout. Then immediately thereafter, Biden unveiled a $450 million deal to modernize and upgrade Pakistan's F-16 fleet against India.
Yeah.
He also helped Pakistan to escape from the FATF grey list.
Well, viewers, look, this is not going down too well. You can keep doing all your diplomacy and all that, but when it comes to putting deterrence back, you have to take immediate kinetic steps, and they have to happen in a reasonable period. I'm not saying let's rush in today, let's rush in tomorrow. Take your time for all you want, but make sure that when you hit, you're going to hit hard this time. None of this namby-pamby sending 4 drones this way, that way, sniffing around and coming back. That won't work now, viewers. That won't work. We need to act immediately before Pakistan uses all this money to bolster itself up. One second, I just want to bring in Pallavi here, and after also that I want to go across to Akash for the latest. We are hearing that the front is opening again. It's going all the way down to Rajasthan, that's what I'm hearing. But Pallavi, just read out that statement if you already have that with you. If you could, that would be great, because get a sense really of the factors at play there in that IMF decision.
Yeah, it's a very brief statement, but I'm just going to read out the very relevant portions, Rahul, considering that, we have other news to go to.
Yeah.
It talks about that the IMF has today reviewed the extended fund facility lending program, which is $1 billion, and also considered a fresh resilience and sustainability facility. It's called the RSF, which is a lending program of 1.3 billion for Pakistan, which means Pakistan has got that bailout. As an active and responsible member country, India has raised concerns over the efficacy of IMF programs in case of Pakistan giving its poor track record. It also ends it by saying that India flagged the Pakistan chapter of the IMF report. The IMF took note of India's self-statements and its abstention from the vote. So it went to vote, and India has abstained from that voting. Not very great news, but it also, I think, also exposes the double standards of organizations which talk about curbing terror, but they also, in a way, end up funding that kind of a terror. We all know very quickly, Rahul, where this extra bailout package will be used for.
Absolutely. Look, viewers, count on yourselves. You have to be Atmanirbhar. You have to fight your own battles. Can't be looking for others to bail you out. And diplomacy has its limitations. For 70 years, we tried that. We tried diplomacy. I just want to go straight across to Akash to get a few updates now. Akash, on the situation that we're seeing around the LoC, where is most of this concentrated? We're being told, and I don't know if we have that update, Rajasthan, 4 Pakistani drones sighted in Jaisalmer. This time, the intensity is not that great, but they are certainly still harrying our forces, isn't it?
It seems like, it is getting repeated, like what we saw yesterday. I won't comment on the intensity because, in fact, in Jammu, I'm in Jammu right now, Rahul, and, I have heard at least, 15 to 16 explosion sounds, in fact, in the last few minutes. As far as Jammu is concerned, so we have been told that air defense system thwarted the attempt. Once again, it was tried on, the FO station and also the airport. Both of these properties are close, in fact, very close. And other than Jammu, we have been, in fact, told that Nagrota is affected. Samba is affected, Rajouri is affected in sense that they have been targeted. But yes, air defense system is very much active. And then, yes, you rightly pointed out, in Rajasthan and in Punjab as well, we are seeing multiple places, on target. But then we have our agencies with the air defense system. And in fact, these attempts are thwarted. Now, we cannot see it on a daily basis, Rahul. This is one point that I wanted to make. We have seen the press conference today where, it was categorically mentioned that how several sites were targeted, in fact, yesterday. But as far as our operation or our reply is concerned, our retaliation is concerned, so nothing much was said in the press conference. And this is the reason why now, in fact, I was listening to you, in fact, and you have been saying that there should be a strong retaliation. It cannot be go like, daily, on a daily basis, drones are coming, we have got air sirens and, our AD system working, and then, we are destroying their radars and systems.
Yeah, because there's a toll, there's a price being paid. As Tilak Deveshwar said, that there's a price being paid, and you're there, you're in Jammu, and you know where the citizens are. They're sort of, some of them have moved out of their homes to safer areas. Along the LoC, a large number of people are in their bunkers. Some of them have been pulled back from the villages in the forward areas. So clearly there is dislocation. Some have died, some have been killed. So this can't go on. Frankly, this can't go on. But viewers, Akash, isn't that really what's also happening? The public there is also paying a bit of a price. Before I move on to the next segment of this show, which is a very important one, viewers, because we have another fifth column in this country that wants dialogue, if you please, in the middle of all this. So I'll come to that. But Akash, yes.
Yes, of course. Citizens are impacted even when they are not getting hit, or civilian properties are not getting hit because of the air defense. You have after 8 p.m. you have the blackout. People cannot go to the place where they want to go. They have been asked to in fact complete their work before 6 p.m. before 5 p.m. In fact, I was talking to shopkeepers nearby airport, and they were saying that they have been asked to close their shops, shut their shops by 5 p.m. So of course, our civilians and in fact citizens citizens are paying the price.
And the airspace is
in
shut.
fact, I want to highlight it.
Jammu airport, Srinagar airport, several airports, airspace is shut. So there's also that cost being added, viewers. This is a time for decisive action now, I feel at least. That's what we were saying and that's what we were discussing. But Akash, just stay on. I'll come back to you in just about a few minutes. But I just want to, viewers, focus on another aspect of this story. We have our panel with us. We also have General Iyer with us. And I'm going to bring him into this conversation. But India has begun to suffocate, at least that much we can see. Pakistan, it's feeling the heat militarily, diplomatically, and most importantly, economically. The sustained pressure applied by Prime Minister Modi has steadily given India the upper hand. There's no doubt about that. But just when India has got itself now in a position to inflict sustained punishment on Pakistan, provided, of course, we go forward with that intent. Just when we are coming to that point, there is a clamor here on our soil for de-escalation and dialogue. Yes, Mehbooba Mufti, the PDP chief, held a press conference today saying people are dying and getting displaced on both sides of the border. There's an argument, need for restraint. Heads of both nations should aim for de-escalation. Then there's the All India Muslim Personal Law Board that's come out and said both nations should resolve matters via dialogue. War is not a solution, especially with nuclear weapons. India and Pakistan cannot afford a war. Now, it all sounds very rational. No one wants a war. But we certainly want some cost to be inflicted upon Pakistan so it doesn't constantly harry us. And the AMPLB goes on to say that conflict could plunge millions into suffering. Then there's John Brittus, the CPIM MP, who says as a mature democracy, we should try to de-escalate the situation. Hapless civilians in Jammu and Kashmir should be protected. Biman Bose of the CPM says instead of escalating to war, it is now time for negotiation and diplomacy. Even Tagore was against war. He saw it as a symbol of destruction. He always advocated for peace over conflict. Now, the question is, would going in for de-escalation be considered by Pakistan as a sign of weakness? Remember, we want to tell them, don't mess with us again. Don't try this again. Now, if you go and suddenly say, no, let's have talks, let's open the back channel, let's sit up across from each other, book a conference room, let's do a, bilateralism as it's called, let's bury the hatchet, and let's work to a solution where both of us decide that we can be better neighbors, etc., etc. Pakistan will say, well, we tested them. They did a little bit. After that, they didn't have the appetite. Am I right, General Iyer, or am I wrong to presume this?
Well, Rahul, firstly, thank you for having me on your show, and good evening to my fellow panelists.
Yeah.
Firstly, Rahul, let's look at what happened on the 7th.
Yeah.
Right. The first statement which we put out, there is a line which you also have been using for the last 2 days, that we have achieved our aim and we don't want to escalate it any further. Right. Till yesterday, we were looking at a time when Pakistan is going to get itself off-ramp from the system, from this current status. Right? What has he done to us? He sent a set of drones, possibly launched some missiles into our area, which is possibly, he was trying to create a kind of a scenario where he can possibly exit at a higher note. We have not allowed him to do so. Secondly, the people you have mentioned who want dialogue, they don't even represent a percentage, even percentage is too high in terms of support in this country. They are irrelevant people. It is not something that we should be looking at. I am sure they were not even part of the all-party meet which was called by the Prime Minister and to discuss what India's action should be. Now for us to, and I totally support General Pandey's viewpoint when he was trying to put across a point, when you have put out a statement that we have done what we had to do, now we want to de-escalate, that was our first line. To escalate it further, there has to be a very, very substantial case. Unfortunately, I don't see it happening by a set of few drones coming into Jammu, or like I said in the beginning, in the morning also.
I think we've lost that.
Line of control cannot be, equated.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Me?
Yes.
Can you hear?
Yes.
So I said line of control cannot be equated to what is happening on the mainland. Line of control, the day he stepped out of the Simla agreement, it went hot. And it has just escalated one level when he started opening heavy equipment. We are responding in the same lines. So please keep that aside. And there is multiple amount of things you can do on the line of control to give him a bloody nose. So that I'm sure our army and our armed forces are doing in due course of time in that area. And General Pandey has been the corps commander and he knows how things are to be, escalated.
No, but this whole business of coming and saying that let's now call it off, let's have a conversation, let's have dialogue. Are you in favor of that?
No, I'm not.
No, you're not.
Who are these people?
Who are these people?
Who are these people?
They're a political.
Who are these people?
Well,
these people don't represent. Sorry, Rahul.
Yeah.
These people don't represent even 1% of India.
No,
They don't
actually,
have
I'll tell you,
something
this is just the political face of a large number of others in civil society who are in very powerful places. I haven't even listed the civilians who've been asking for this.
I look at the political face of
Yeah.
what represents the all-party meeting.
Okay.
where, United.
Okay, let me get in General Pandey and Air Marshal also. General Pandey, very quickly on this demand. Go for dialogue.
Yeah,
De-escalate.
Rahul,
Yeah.
Rahul, I just want to say that I've been in Kashmir enough to tell you one thing.
Yeah.
That even at this stage, Mehbooba Mufti doesn't even command respect from even the crevices of Kashmir, where she had some sort of say.
Actually, General
right?
Pandey, I have been politically correct here. There are several academics. There are, it's the ecosystem. Several academics, there are several journalists today, there are several influential thinkers, there are intellectuals, there's a whole, a whole ecosystem behind this. I've only taken the political faces because they are public figures.
Rahul,
in that sense, yes.
You're talking of the numbers. There are huge numbers who want, including Brahmachalani ji, who's sitting across, Tilak Deveshwar Saab, who's sitting across, very, very respectable people, thinkers, strategic thinkers, who are wanting to go ahead, right? These are the voices, and I'm listening to those voices. My timelines are being pushed across with these approaches also. So by no means, when you take the spectrum of population of 1.4 billion,
okay,
there will be not even a fraction to fraction of people who will be thinking on the lines. Even those people who are in Jammu taking the hits, right? They will be thinking that please stop this. Okay. I can assure you that they are the ones who will be coming up and say, please let's go and finish this thing once for all. I just want to diverse a little bit. Please don't understand that I'm saying that there should be no war or such like things. I have been very consistent in all formats, starting from last 1 year when I've been allowed to come onto the television, that we should not talk to these idiots. Second is, we need to decide that what will change the strategic orientation.
That's right.
Is it going to just go for a full-fledged war immediately?
No.
They have handed over a stick to us.
Yeah.
Let's take our time to go for this war.
I buy that point.
Entire time, right?
Yes.
And we will get it.
Prepare well, and once you get your strategy together, Air Marshal, then go for the kill. That's what you're saying basically, isn't it? You're also on that same page. Air Marshal. Yeah. Air Marshal. Yeah.
When the white people left the subcontinent, the 1948 war is an example which I'll just narrate. India and Pakistan fought, but the generals from the both sides are Britishers. It's the only war in the mankind when the two opposing armies had the generals from the same country.
Okay.
Now, what we have inherited is left by that. Ever since, the Americans have had a soft corner for the Pakistanis. Whatsoever you may say, after the last attack at Bailout, we gave example of Amran, F-16, everything. Nothing happened. The Americans didn't, Lincoln I did. So, this may be a trap in which India must be, taken to now. Why is this conflict started when the trade war has begun? Why did on 16th April Asim Munir made that statement of Hindu and true ideology? Why did 6 days after that we kill Hindus by this thing? So he wants to divide the community. Why did he allow only the Sikhs to go to Gurudwara when the close
I understand all of that.
Though it may be a larger plot, which our leadership must be reading well, and we are avoiding to walk into that trap.
Well, Brahmachalani, quick wrap out from you, 34, 35, maybe 1 minute at the maximum. Yes, please.
Unfortunately, there are some Indians who see options only at extreme ends. Continue a weak-kneed approach or face an all-out war. Between these two positions is plenty of other ground.
Yes.
There are more than 100 different options today between low intensity military campaign of the type that we are seeing and a full-fledged war. 100 different options lie between these two extremes.
Okay.
Yet there are some people in India who say that the only other option to turning the other cheek is war.
Okay, well viewers, I'm going to end this show by putting out those pictures of the Prime Minister meeting with the 3 defense chiefs, with the RM, with the NSA. Those are the pictures, viewers. This is one of those moments in this campaign for justice, viewers, that could prove decisive. There is clearly a lot of thinking going on in the Union capital. The outcome of that will reflect, I don't know, tomorrow, tonight, maybe. Who knows? We don't know. But I just hope it does in a decisive way. That's all I'm saying, a decisive way. I'm not baying for blood, I'm not wanting war. I'm just saying there should be a decisive outcome. We should make our impression that will lead to a change of mindsets in those that run Pakistan, so that they don't continue to, at any level or the other, gestate these notions that they can continuously cut us with this subcritical warfare that they have designed. I leave it at this, viewers. Lots more coming up. Don't go away.
Presented by
All right, I want to move on to another piece of breaking news that's just coming through. We're given to understand that a former Lashkar-e-Taiba operative and in aid of the Lashkar-e-Taiba founder Hafiz Saeed has exposed the outfit. He says that many youths motivated by Hafiz Saeed's speeches and then joined the Lashkar-e-Taiba subsequently traveled to Afghanistan as well as to Kashmir in India. Approximately 500 individuals from across the country traveled to Afghanistan to undergo training at a camp named Maskar Taiba that's located in Kunar province. He says Hafiz Saeed is also responsible for the deaths of thousands of Pakistanis by sending them in a war of ashes to achieve the state's political goals. This is something that Noor Dari, that's the name of the individual. He's a former Lashkar operative. Tejinder has more details on this. Tejinder, read the tea leaves for us. What does this necessarily mean?
See, Zaka, this Noor Dari right now is the executive director for ITCT, which is an international think tank that exposes Islamist terrorists. He says that his mother wanted him to become a doctor, but he like thousands of Pakistanis were motivated by the speeches given by the LET founder Hafiz Saeed. He says that he was appointed as the aide of Hafiz Saeed. He used to guard him in the Murtupay camp where he was deputed, and he says that Hafiz Saeed was traveling in a blue Toyota Wigo pickup Datsun. So Hafiz Saeed is responsible, as per Dahari, Hafiz Saeed is responsible for the death of thousands of Pakistani youth whom they motivate through his lectures. They join his terror outfit. They are sent to Afghanistan. They are sent to Kashmir, and they become a cannon fodder for the so-called war which Hafiz Saeed and other terrorists are fighting. He says that there are millions of Pakistanis and who have been motivated by the speech of Hafiz Saeed, and they have joined the terror cult of LET. He says that he took a decision finally because he saw that this will get him nothing, so he left LET, and he was made fun by the other LET members, saying that he was coward, that is why he was leaving it, but he realized that Hafiz Saeed would lead them to nowhere. So finally he right now in UK settled there, and is working with one of the international think tanks as an executive director. So this person has exposed Hafiz Saeed and how this terror factory is radicalizing the youth of Pakistan, the youth who could have taken a pen, who could have taken a stethoscope to become a doctor or an engineer, but Hafiz Saeed and his ilk is making these people the cannon fodder for their so-called jihad, training them in several terror training camps across Pakistan, in borders with Afghanistan, and then sending them to fight and get killed in Kashmir. He says that thousands of Pakistani youth who are trained by Hafiz Saeed are sent across into Jammu and Kashmir to fight this so-called war, and 90% of them never return. They get killed by the Indian armed forces. So clearly exposing Hafiz Saeed and his terror factory. Yes, Zaka.
Jinder, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. So that's a former operative of the Lashkar-e-Taiba exposing the founder and the chief architect of one of the most dreaded terror organizations, an organization that's wanted for numerous terror attacks here in India. His headquarters, of course, was bombed in Operation Sindoor a couple of days ago. Meanwhile, let's bring you up to speed with where things are as of right now. In the last 24 hours, Pakistan has made multiple attempts to breach India's air defense systems, but the good news is India's air defense has prevailed against Pakistani missiles and drones. The army has managed to neutralize the air defense system in Lahore after Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern as well as western India. When Pakistan made failed attempts to send a swarm of drones across at least half a dozen, if not a dozen places along the line of control and the international border, over 40 to 50 drones, and this is what the Indian Army statement said earlier today, over 40 to 50 drones were successfully neutralized in a 3-4 hour period from about 8:30 in the evening yesterday all the way up to about midnight. The engagement involved extensive use of the L-70 guns, the Zu-23 Shilkas, and of course other advanced counter-UAS equipment, including of course the S-400s and the indigenously built Akash surface-to-air missiles. It also showed the Army's capability to counter these aerial threats. So what are these weapon systems, these air defense systems which were activated yesterday and managed to avert what could have been a big sort of barrage of attacks by the enemy on Indian soil? The L-70, it's developed by Bofors, it's produced under the license here in India. It's a 40mm gun, modernized with radars, electro-optical sensors, and also auto-tracking systems. It can fire anywhere between 250 to 300 rounds per minute.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Day 3 of Operation Sindoor, the fighting is intensifying. Pakistan has fired 300 to 400 drones into India. Most of them have been neutralized, no damage reported. India fired back and has stepped up its war preparedness. But here's the million-dollar question. Are we at war with Pakistan? The answer officially is no, and we'll tell you why. Meanwhile, there's a third party in this conflict. Pakistan is using Chinese weapons to strike at India. A special report on India's stellar air defense. We tell you how the Indian forces blocked drones and downed missiles from Pakistan. On international airwaves, India is winning the narrative war. We'll tell you how. Also debunking fake news and Pakistani propaganda designed to create panic. Tracking the IMF meeting. Will they bail out Pakistan again? From 26/11 to Pahalgam, how Prime Minister Modi has set a new precedent to secure India. What this escalation means for you, we'll tell you 5 things that you must know. Also a report on how civilians are coming under Pakistani fire. All this and more coming up. The headlines first. The Board of Control for Cricket in India suspends the Indian Premier League or IPL for a week. The decision comes amid escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. On Thursday, the match in Dharamsala was called off over security concerns. The IPL was to wind up on the 25th of May in Kolkata. Russian President Vladimir Putin vows Moscow will be victorious in Ukraine, just as the Soviet Union was in World War II. He made the remark during Moscow's Victory Day parade, where Russia showcased attack drones for the first time. At the parade, Putin sat with China's Xi Jinping and greeted North Korean military officers. Iranian Foreign Minister will visit Saudi Arabia and Qatar tomorrow, just days before Donald Trump begins a regional tour. Trump is scheduled to visit Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the UAE from the 13th to the 16th of May. This will be his first major foreign trip since he returned to the White House in January. It comes amid US-Iran negotiations over Tehran's nuclear program. A Sri Lankan Air Force helicopter crashes during a graduation ceremony, killing 6 of the 12 military personnel on board. The helicopter plunged into a reservoir during a demonstration. The tragedy is the Sri Lankan Air Force's worst one since a Chinese-built aircraft crashed in 2020. Drone strikes hit the Sudanese city of Port Sudan for the 6th straight day. The army has once again blamed the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces or RSF for this attack. Since last Sunday, the port city has been hit by daily drone strikes. Port Sudan is the main entry point for humanitarian aid into the Sudan. And the new Pope says, don't reduce Jesus to a superman. Pope Leo's address to cardinals came less than 24 hours after his election. His inauguration mass will take place on Sunday in St. Peter's Square. The 69-year-old is the first American Pope. Different night, same story. Jammu has once again plunged into darkness. We are getting videos from different parts of the region. They show complete blackout in parts of Jammu. In the background, you can hear air raid sirens and explosions. And this is exactly what happened last night as well. This is exactly how it played out. Close to 9 p.m., reports came in about Pakistani drones over Jammu. This time, sirens are ringing in Punjab's Firozpur as well. Take a look at these pictures. The Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister is himself posting updates. He has confirmed sounds of explosions in Jammu, most likely from heavy artillery. That's what he said. He's also issued an appeal to the people living in this area. Stay off the streets and stay at home. That's what the Chief Minister is asking people to do. Beyond Jammu, drones have reportedly been spotted over Pathankot as well. We're hearing that Indian air defenses have been activated again. I would like to repeat that this is exactly how it played out yesterday. The first reports came from Jammu of projectiles from across the border being fired at Jammu, followed by a blackout and a response from India's air defense system. Subsequently, multiple sites in India were targeted. We'll tell you about that shortly. But this is playing out yet again for the second time in 2 days. The first reports again coming from Jammu. These are pictures from Firozpur, as you can see, and similar reports coming from Pathankot as well. The Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir making an appeal, asking people to stay indoors. And a blackout, as you can see, is very much in place. Sirens ringing loud across these cities. There's one question everyone is asking. Are we at war? Some journalists have declared it already. Some social media users are asking for it. But are we truly in a state of war with Pakistan? As of now, the answer is no. And we'll explain why tonight. We'll also tell you how India usually declares a war. But first, let's get you the battlefield updates. Yesterday night was tense and chaotic. Between 8 and 9 p.m. IST, Pakistan started firing projectiles at India. We brought you these pictures yesterday. Bright dots could be seen over the skies in northern and western India. The first reports came in from Jammu. But similar scenes were seen in Punjab and Rajasthan as well. Information was hard to come by last night, but now the fog of war has lifted. And here's what we can tell you about what happened there. Pakistan targeted sites across the western frontier, all the way from Leh to Gujarat. At least 36 Indian locations were targeted. This includes Pathankot, Udhampur, Jammu and Jaisalmer. Pakistan fired some 300 to 400 drones. Apparently the idea was to test the Indian air defences, perhaps even to gather intelligence. But the Indian military was ready for it. They neutralized most of these Pakistani drones. Later on, another armed drone targeted the air base in Bathinda. That too was neutralized by India. But the army admitted some losses and injuries, though the extent is not clear. I'm sure you've all seen pictures of these Pakistani attacks. Despite that, despite all of these videos circulating, Islamabad has denied responsibility. They claim that no attack was launched on India by them. Today, New Delhi slammed that narrative. The Foreign Secretary of India called it another example of Pakistani duplicity.
The official and blatantly farcical denial of these attacks that Pakistan carried out by the Pakistani state machinery is yet another example of their duplicity and the new depths that they are plumbing in their quest for disinformation. This is nothing but a desperate attempt by Pakistan to disown its acts of aggression, but it is also true to type in its effort to deceive and mislead the world. It will not succeed.
Pakistan can deny all they want, but there is proof of their attack from last night. Projectiles have been discovered from at least 4 sites, from Jaisalmer, from Hoshiarpur, from Bathinda and from Rajouri. Take a look at this.
Hello.
As expected, India hit back after this Pakistani escalation. We fired drones at 4 Pakistani sites and we took out 1 air defense radar. Now remember, 1 air defense system in Lahore was destroyed on Thursday morning, so this would mark the 2nd successful hit. In other words, India has destroyed 2 air defense systems of Pakistan in 1 day. In addition, India has confirmed major losses to Pakistani forces, though once again the specifics are missing. Now all of this was happening over Indian and Pakistani airspaces, a very dangerous exchange of fire, yet Pakistan did not close their airspace. Let me simplify that for you. Pakistan allowed civilian planes to fly over the region while launching drones at India. Basically, they use civilian planes as shields. It is the definition of a rogue terrorist state. Indian officials pointed that out today. They highlighted that 1 civilian passenger plane was flying overhead during the attack. Take a look at this.
The screenshot we just showed and we shall share with you. It shows the data of the application Flight Radar 24 during a high air defense alert situation in the Punjab sector. As you have seen, the airspace on the Indian side is absolutely devoid of civil air traffic due to our declared closure. However, there are civil airlines flying the air route between Karachi and Lahore. Amongst the other civil aircraft that you can see, we have highlighted an aircraft which is Airbus 320 of Flynas Aviation, which was originated from Dammam at 1750 hours and landed later at Lahore at 2110 hours in the night.
That sums up the updates from the skies. On the ground too, Pakistan was escalating. Around 11 p.m. last night, there was an infiltration attempt. It happened in the Samba sector of Jammu. A group of terrorists tried to enter Indian territory and Pakistani rangers were giving them cover fire. But India's Border Security Force or BSF was quick to respond. They killed at least 7 of these terrorists. They also inflicted damage on the Pakistani post on the other side. Have a look. These are worrying signs for the region. A, Pakistan is escalating despite warnings from India. B, they are refusing to take responsibility for their attacks. And C, they are putting civilians at risk, both on land and in the skies. Look at what they're doing near the line of control. This is the de facto border between India and Pakistan, the LoC, line of control. And here Pakistan is openly firing at civilians. In the skies, they're putting airliners at risk. So India must be mindful of what we're dealing with. This is not a country that plays by the rules. This is a rogue, duplicitous country, which is why New Delhi is covering all bases. Today, Prime Minister Modi convened a meeting of the service chiefs. He took stock of the situation and the readiness. The Home Minister of India convened a meeting of the border security agencies. He spoke to the chiefs of the BSF, the Indo-Tibetan Border Police, and the CISF, the Central Industrial Security Force. So clearly India is ready for everything, which brings me back to the original question. Are we at war with Pakistan? The answer is no, and I'll tell you why. War refers to a sustained state of conflict. Both sides will look to keep escalating. They may also have clearly defined political or tactical goals. That is what a war technically is. We are not at that stage here. India certainly is not looking to escalate. New Delhi has called its actions measured and focused. And Pakistan, they have promised to attack India again, but it's not clear if they want to go beyond that. So as things stand, this is a tit-for-tat situation. This is a low-intensity conflict, but yes, it can explode into a full-fledged war at any point in time. Pakistan seems keen on it. Their defense minister says there is no option but war. Of course, this is the legendary Khwaja Asif. So let's wait for 24 hours to see if he makes another U-turn. Nonetheless, if war does break out, who declares it? How does it happen? In many countries, there are rules about declaring war. For example, we have the United States. Their law says only the Congress can declare war. In Indian law, there is no equivalent. What comes close is the declaration of emergency. You can declare a state of emergency if a war breaks out. That decision is taken by the Union Cabinet. It is then approved by the Indian President and finally passed by both houses of Parliament. Of course, we are very far away from all of that. This conflict could end right now if Pakistan de-escalates, if they abandon their ego and follow common sense. Pakistan strikes have exposed one more country, and that is China, their iron brother, ATM, an arms supplier. Pakistan is getting all the help from China. Beijing, which offered to mediate 2 days back, is not a spectator on the sidelines. It is an active player in this conflict. And I'll show you how with the video. This is a field in India's northern state of Punjab. This morning, some missile debris was recovered from here. No crater, no blast, just a wreck. It shouldn't have been there. And it shouldn't have fallen this way. Security teams have cordoned off the site, and some early but unconfirmed assessments are in. They say that this could be a Chinese PL-15 missile, China's so-called next-generation air-to-air missile. It is meant to be precise, fast, and lethal. But from these pictures, it appears that the missile did not even detonate. It fell to the ground like a heap of metal. Was this an operation failure? Or was it just another Chinese product that did not work? Either way, India should take this discovery seriously because clearly Chinese hardware has been deployed against India. The PL-15 is one of China's most advanced munitions. It is designed by the Air Force of the PLA, the People's Liberation Army. This is the Chinese Air Force basically. The missile boasts a range of up to 300 kilometers. In theory, it can change course after it is fired. In theory, it can also outsmart jamming systems. But in practice, it just landed in a field in India. It is possible that the missile was fired during Pakistan's barrage last night. Remember, Indian air defenses have intercepted almost all incoming threats, missiles, drones, everything was shot down. A lot of debris has been found and it offers more clues of Chinese involvement. More photographs have surfaced online. One of them shows a part of a missile. You can see a serial number printed on it. There's also a small panel. Apparently, this is used to test the missile's tracking system. Another picture shows the tracking device itself. That's part of the missile which helps find its targets. If these claims are officially verified, this would be the first time a Chinese PL-15 was used in combat. It seems Pakistan just got these missiles. China is said to have delivered them right after the Pahalgam terror attack. So when India retaliated with Operation Sindoor, Pakistan may have decided to use these to fire back their fresh supply of Chinese weapons. Chinese jets too have seen some action. Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar has confirmed that. He said the J-10C fighters were used during combat and that China was kept fully informed about this, which basically means that China and Pakistan are working together. There is real-time coordination and planning, and that should not come as a surprise. China is Pakistan's largest weapons supplier. We have data from 2019 to 2023. In these 4 years, 82% of Pakistan's arms imports came from China. But the alliance goes beyond weapons. It is strategic and political. After the Pahalgam attack, China has defended Pakistan. On the 27th of April, that's 5 days after the attack, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi spoke to Ishaq Dar, the Pakistani Foreign Minister, and Wang Yi echoed Islamabad's talking points. He called for an impartial investigation. He called Pakistan an ironclad friend. He backed what he called Pakistan's legitimate security concerns. And after Operation Sindoor, Beijing issued similar statements.
China finds India's military operation early this morning regrettable. We are concerned about the ongoing situation. India and Pakistan will always be each other's neighbors that cannot move away.
Clearly, China has picked a side. It may claim neutrality, but its actions say otherwise. It is arming Pakistan, it is advising Pakistan, it is defending Pakistan. China is a third party in this conflict. And it presents a broader threat to India, a threat that we cannot afford to ignore. Vantage continues after a short break.
We're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with siren sounds that have been activated in Udhampur, a complete blackout in Udhampur. Also, multiple ceasefire violations happening across different sectors on either side of the line of control. So not yet quite the repeat of what we saw yesterday, but still heavy artillery firing happening on across the LoC. Akash has more details on this. Akash, so is it restricted to CFV violations and artillery shells right now? Are we seeing any kind of drone activity yet? Is there any possibility of a repeat of what happened yesterday, or it's following a familiar pattern?
I'm hearing the sirens. In fact, here in Jammu, I'm not allowed to go outside because of the light and some sort of restrictions that are in place as Zaka. Yes, we are learning about one drone attack here in Jammu. In fact, defense sources are telling us, and we have heard multiple firing sounds as well. You rightly pointed out on line of control, we are having ceasefire violations in different sectors, not only in Jammu but in Kashmir as well. In Uri and Kupwara, we have been reporting since evening. And at this point in time, in Poonch and in Samba, we are learning about this ceasefire violation from Pakistan, where they are in fact firing the artillery. Here in Jammu, I have heard multiple sounds. I was trying to count 11 at least. I have heard, and I am learning. In fact, defense sources are telling me that it was drone once again, for a drone attack once again. We'll wait for the police to confirm it as well. But I am learning that yesterday it was the airport, and once again it is in the close vicinity, possibly the airport only. And agencies are in fact using the AD systems and AD guns to thwart these attempts. Once again, it is Pakistan trying to attack the infrastructure. And not only in Jammu, we have been learning about these sort of activities in different areas. You know, Tejinder is reporting, in fact, about Pathankot and Samba as well. We have a colleague, Anshul and, Anvit in different areas as well. They have been reporting about blackout and sirens. But as far as Jammu is concerned, Zaka, so it is very important. It is the international border, though, but it's a very part of, the sort of attack that was carried out. In fact, yesterday it got started with Jammu only. And at around, 8 p.m. This evening also, we heard sirens, and soon after that a blackout was there. Yes, it's a precautionary measure, Zaka, but it has been categorically mentioned by the police and the civil authorities that people cannot stay, outdoor, and in fact that they need to go inside whenever they are hearing these sort of sounds, and in fact whenever there is blackout, they need to go indoors.
Okay, Akash, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. So yes, ceasefire violations are happening in Samba, in Uri, in Tangdar, all across the line of control. We're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with siren sounds that have been activated in Udhampur, a complete blackout in Udhampur. Also, multiple ceasefire violations happening across different sectors on either side of the line of control. So not yet quite the repeat of what we saw yesterday, but still heavy artillery firing happening on across the LoC. Akash has more details on this. Akash, so is it restricted to CFV violations and artillery shells right now? Are we seeing any kind of drone activity yet? Is there any possibility of a repeat of what happened yesterday, or it's following a familiar pattern?
Let me tell you about last night. India's skies turned into a battlefield. Pakistan launched a brazen aerial assault. They fired 300 to 400 drones and some missiles. 36 locations were targeted. Military sites and civilian areas came under attack. This was across northern and western India. Pakistan's intentions were pretty clear. They wanted to escalate tensions, but the Indian armed forces stood tall. They shot down all incoming projectiles. No casualties, no damage, just debris of the projectiles scattered everywhere. Pakistan's aggression became an embarrassment. Let me tell you how last night unfolded. Visuals of the Pakistani attack came in after 8 in the night, post 8 p.m. The first city to report the aerial intrusion was Jammu. It is 60 kilometers away from Pakistan. Air raid sirens went off in Jammu. Then there was a blackout. Within minutes, Pakistani drones and missiles were seen over the city. Indian armed forces countered the attack. The incoming threats were taken out in less than an hour. At least 8 missiles were shot down over Jammu. A few drones were taken out over Udhampur and Srinagar. 2 Pakistani armed drones were destroyed in Nowshera. These are all places in Jammu and Kashmir. Turkish armed drones were used by Pakistan, and they were the ones neutralized here. Turkish armed drones. Pakistan attempted to target military stations in Punjab. Their drones over Pathankot and Batinda were also shot down. Listen to this.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और नियंत्रण रेखा पर लेह से लेकर सरक्रीक तक 36 स्थानों पर 300 से 400 लगभग ड्रोनों का इस्तेमाल घुसपैठ का प्रयास करने के लिए किया गया। भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने काइनेटिक व नॉन काइनेटिक साधनों का उपयोग करके इनमें से कई ड्रोन्स को मार गिराया। इतने बड़े पैमाने पर हवाई घुसपैठों का संभावित उद्देश्य वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों का परीक्षण करना और खुफिया जानकारी इकट्ठा करना था। ड्रोन के मलबे की फोरेंसिक जांच की जा रही है। प्रारंभिक रिपोर्ट्स से पता चलता है कि वे तुर्की के असीस गार्ड सॉन्गर ड्रोन्स हैं।
The Indian Army and Air Force worked together. A range of weapons were used for the defense, both kinetic and non-kinetic. What does that mean? Let me start with the kinetic. Weapons that explode on impact. For example, missiles. The Akash missile system saw action last night. They are operated by the Air Force and the Army. This weapon is completely made in India. It can take out multiple aerial targets at the same time. Last night, it proved its mettle. Let me tell you about some of the other weapons that were used. Like the L-70 anti-aircraft gun. It played a major role in defending Jammu last night. It is operated by the Indian Army. This gun is equipped with an auto-tracking radar. Basically, it automatically fires any aerial threat it detects. And it has an impressive rate of fire. This gun churns out almost 300 rounds per minute. So we've told you about the Akash system and the L-70 guns. But other air defenses were also used. Reports say the S-400 air defense systems were activated. It is India's most advanced air defense system, the S-400. The Modi government bought them from Russia. The deal was signed in 2018. The US threatened India with sanctions over this deal. Despite the pressure, India went ahead with the purchase. And this weapon system has proved to be a game changer. The S-400 can track targets up to 600 kilometers away. Basically, it can see all air activity deep inside Pakistan. Last night, the S-400 may have been activated. As of now, there is no official confirmation on its use. Now let's look at the non-kinetic weapons, weapons that do not rely on impact or force. Weapons like lasers or electronic jammers. So non-kinetic weapons also defended India's skies. This was done using drone jamming systems around the air bases in Jammu and Pathankot. Also projectile locating radars. These were crucial in tracking all the incoming projectiles. They provided real-time information to the air defense units. And this made the interceptions successful. You can see how robust India's air defenses are. There are multiple layers to the shield. But what did Pakistan achieve in these strikes? Well, they tried to test India's readiness. Their intention was to create panic. What they got in return was silence, not the silence of fear, but the silence of interceptions. India's response to Pakistan was clear. You send drones and missiles to attack our cities, we take them out within a few minutes. The successful interceptions reinforced one fact, that India has changed. Its patience has limits, and its response is firm. We're taking you back to the developing situation at the border. Pakistani drones are being reported in the skies over northern and western India yet again for the second time in 2 days. What we saw yesterday is playing out all over again. There's a total blackout in parts of Jammu. These are the latest pictures that we have for you. The Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister has confirmed explosions in the region, but he said it was most likely artillery firing. Reports say drones have been spotted over Samba, Kathua and Nagrota in Jammu. We're getting multiple videos from these regions. You can hear air raid sirens and explosions in the background. Beyond Jammu, drones have been reported in Punjab's Firozpur and Pathankot, as well as Rajasthan's Jaisalmer. And this is exactly what happened last night as well. Just before 9 p.m., reports came in about Pakistani drones over Jammu. We learnt later that Pakistan had fired more than 400 drones across the western frontier, most of which were neutralized by India. Like yesterday, we are hearing that Indian air defenses have been activated again. This is a developing situation. We'll keep track of it for you. Multiple places in India along the western border, seeing a repeat of what we saw yesterday. Projectiles coming from the Pakistani side being neutralized by the Indian air defenses. This conflict has many battlefields: the ground, the air, and the airwaves. It is being fought not just with missiles and drones, but also in newsrooms, on prime time, in interviews streamed across the globe. This is a battle of narratives, a test of who can tell their story better and convince the world. And here too, India is winning decisively. You've got Indian diplomats. They're calm and collected, their responses are measured, every rebuttal is backed with facts. On the other side are Pakistani ministers. They think it's fun to wing it on air. And you've got to hand it to Islamabad. For a country that loves war metaphors, they're shockingly bad at the war of words. Look at some recent interviews. We'll start with the Indian ones. Indian ambassador to the US, Vinay Quatra, went on CNN, the American channel. He was our foreign secretary before this. Now he's India's ambassador to the US, so a seasoned diplomat on an important mission. Ambassador Quatra was asked if this is a religious war, a war between Indian Hindus and Pakistani Muslims. It's an absurd question to ask. But Ambassador Quatra made his point loud and clear. He said India is not at war with Pakistan. India is at war with terrorists. The terrorists who killed 26 people in Kashmir. The anchor also called it Indian-administered Kashmir, but Ambassador Quatra did not let it slide. He reiterated India's position. The whole of Jammu and Kashmir is ours. The only problem is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, or POK. It was an interview that packed a punch. But the knockout came from across the Atlantic. From India's High Commissioner to the UK, his name is Vikram Doraiswamy. He went on Sky News and he was armed not just with talking points but also concrete proof. He went on British television and showed this picture featuring Hafiz Abdul Rauf, a sanctioned terrorist, at a funeral. Standing beside him are officials of the Pakistan Army. The picture tells you everything you need to know. Pakistan is not just supporting terrorists, Pakistan is standing shoulder to shoulder with them. You may think, why are Indian diplomats going on foreign channels to make their point? Why are they facing Western grilling? Well, the logic is quite simple. This narrative war is all about perception. If you cannot tell and defend your story, someone else will twist it and write it for you. So that's what India's diplomats are doing. They are defending India's story. Now let's look at the other side of the border, which is quite chaotic, I must tell you. Pakistan has no dearth of talking heads. In fact, they had quite the army to send to foreign channels, like Defence Minister Khwaja Asif, Information Minister Ataullah Tarar, and former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto. Instead of defending, they are scoring own goals. They don't offer facts. They come with feelings and Freudian slips. Take Defence Minister Khwaja Asif. He went on Sky News. He was asked if Pakistan backs terror groups, and this is what he had to say.
You do admit, sir, that Pakistan has had a long history of backing and supporting and training and funding these terrorist organizations.
Well, we have been doing this dirty work for the United States for about 3 decades, and West, including Britain.
It was quite the moment of honesty, I must say, but Khwaja Asif was not the only one sipping the truth serum. Enter Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, the former foreign minister of Pakistan. He too popped up on Sky News trying to do damage control. Instead, he let the truth slip out. He was asked about Pakistan's terror links and he ended up saying this.
I don't think that it's a secret that Pakistan has a past as far as extremist groups are concerned. And as a result of this, we have suffered. Pakistan has suffered.
Credit where it's due. This is more honesty than we're used to hearing from Islamabad. Bilawal Bhutto is right, of course. Pakistan does have a terror-linked past. But he skipped a tiny detail. Pakistan also has a terror-linked present. And if things keep going this way, a terror-linked future too. So should Pakistan's ministers get some media training? Well, we can offer some tips. Before setting your ministers loose on BBC and CNN, run a few mock interviews. Or better still, just watch India's diplomats for some time. Take notes. And if that's too much work, here's an easier option. Stick to state TV, read from a script, blame a foreign hand and hope that the world is not watching. They say truth is the first casualty of war. Yesterday, it died 1 million deaths. If you were watching television or scrolling through social media, you would think this was an all-out war. You see, Pakistan is not just peddling fake narratives, it is also peddling fake news, and we have already been debunking them for the last few days. Tonight, we've come with some more examples, starting with AI-generated videos like this one. It talks about India shooting down 2 Pakistani jets. This video is fake. The second is an old war footage passed off as new. Like this image, retweeted many times as India's attack on the Karachi port. Turns out it was a visual from Gaza. Then there's this video of a Pakistani attack on Jammu. The video was from Dhaka. So again, fake, of course. There are also fake headlines. like this one. A Chinese daily shared an old image claiming 3 Indian jets crashed. The image was fake. It was from 2019. A Pakistani handle claimed that a Sukhoi Su-30 MKI was shot down. The Indian pilot was captured. Again, this was fake news. This picture was from 2014. Here's another one. It says that ATMs in India will be closed for 2 to 3 days. Fake news. It was spread to create panic, to send people rushing to the banks. And that's the purpose of this, really. But it wasn't just social media that was the problem. Mainstream media also seemed to have taken the bait this time. And now we know that reporting during a conflict like this one is tough. The viewers want to know what's going on, and you want to put out information fast. It can be tough in the fog of war. So it's important to prioritize accuracy over speed. Unfortunately, some channels faltered and ran headlines like these. Indian Navy strikes the Karachi port. Fake news. Indian Army takes over Lahore. Again, fake. Pakistan's Army Chief Asim Munir toppled in a coup. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif captured and locked in a basement. Imran Khan to be released within hours. Pakistani pilot captured after India downs an F-16 fighter jet. All of this was fake news. Yet it ran on mainstream media. The clips were forwarded on WhatsApp. They were retweeted hundreds of times. It was repeated so much that it almost seemed like reality. Why did this happen? Because the hunger to be first beat the responsibility of verifying news. It's a strange thing, really, and the paradox of the times we live in. We have more access to information than ever before, yet we are more vulnerable to being misled. And a war makes that even worse. In moments of national anxiety and crisis, people aren't just looking for news, they're looking for credibility, they're looking for clarity, something to hold on to during a crisis. And the answer to that can never be fake news. We know you want updates, but accuracy is more important than speed. At First Post, we are choosing to hold on to that. We are choosing to hold on to accuracy. That means we won't always be first. You may not get your breaking alert from us, but what you will get is what we owe you. And that is the truth. Verified, cross-checked and cross-checked. We rely on sources and verified ones. After all, that's what separates a journalist from a loudspeaker. But sometimes even we miss a beat, and when we do, we will tell you. Yesterday, we ran visuals from a registered news agency. This visual turned out to be fake, so we are taking responsibility. And from now on, we will cite the source of every image, every picture, every video that you see on First Post will have a source mentioned. That is our commitment to you. We will wait, we will verify, we will ask again. Only then will we tell you. No noise, no panic, just the facts. Because right now, that's what the country needs most. As missiles fly across the border, Pakistan has opened another front, not with weapons, but with a plea. They want more cash. Today, the IMF is holding a crucial meeting. That's the International Monetary Fund. It is Pakistan's last financial lifeline. The IMF will decide Pakistan's financial future. It will assess their current progress and take a call on giving them more money. The stakes are very high. It's a make or break moment for Pakistan's economy. So hours before the IMF meeting, Islamabad put out a not so subtle appeal on X. The post came from Pakistan's Economic Affairs Division. It openly asked for more loans. It cited the current conflict with India. It referred to the recent stock market crash, and it urged the world to help de-escalate. Now, let me be clear. This is not a fake account. This was an official government handle of Pakistan openly begging for money in the middle of a military standoff with India. Of course, the internet reacted instantly. India's very own PIB, Press Information Bureau, joined in with a sharp dig. Soon the backlash grew and Pakistan scrambled for cover. A clarification was issued. Pakistan claimed that this account was hacked and the post was not an official statement. But the damage was done. Now the spotlight shifts to the IMF. Will they grant Pakistan the next tranche of loans? Around $2 billion are on the table, and this is in two parts. One half is a $1 billion tranche. This is out of the $7 billion bailout package that has been promised to Pakistan. The second half is a new loan, a loan worth $1.3 billion. Pakistan is asking for more funds under the IMF's Climate Resilience Program. Climate Resilience Loan Program. They want $1.3 billion. So today's meeting can unlock upwards of $2 billion for Pakistan. This money is critical for them. Without it, they will plunge deeper into crisis. The country is already sinking under debt. Their external liabilities now exceed $130 billion. Foreign reserves are just about $15 billion, which is barely enough to pay for 3 months of imports. And there are significant payments due. This year, Pakistan has to pay its lenders $22 billion. Nearly $13 billion of that is owed to bilateral partners, and one of them is, of course, China. It is Islamabad's single largest creditor, also its biggest weapon supplier. Of course, India is watching the IMF meeting closely. New Delhi will have representation there, and they will want the IMF to block the money. India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri issued a statement today. He called on the IMF to look hard at the facts. He pointed to Pakistan's long history and bailout packages. And India has a strong case here. Pakistan has received 24 IMF bailouts since 1958. That is the highest number for any country in the world ever, 24 bailouts. So India is raising some very tough questions. It wants the IMF to ask how that money has been used.
जहां तक IMF bailout का सवाल है, आपको ज्ञान होगा कि IMF की आज मीटिंग हो रही है. हम वहां पे अपना पक्ष रखेंगे और जो हमारा मत है इन चीज़ों को लेके वहां पे साझा करेंगे दूसरे मेंबर्स के साथ. ये बोर्ड पे निर्भर है कि वहां पे क्या निर्णय होता है.
In the backdrop of the Pahalgam terror attack and Pakistan's provocations since, India's message is clear. Agencies like the IMF should stop giving aid to Pakistan blindly. Clearly, that money is funding terrorist groups. India has impressed the same upon its partners. Yesterday, there was a surprise visitor in New Delhi. Saudi Arabia's junior foreign minister, his name is Abdul Al-Jubair. He met with India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Jaishankar discussed the issue of cross-border terrorism with him, and today Al-Jubair is in Islamabad, presumably to share that same message, to try to get Pakistan to behave itself. As for the Americans, they aren't too keen to interfere right now. That is what Vice President J.D. Vance has said.
What we can do is try to encourage these folks to de-escalate a little bit, but we're not going to get involved in the middle of war. That's fundamentally none of our business and has nothing to do with America's ability to control it.
America is keeping its hands off this conflict. That's the message from J.D. Vance, their vice president. But behind the scenes, their diplomats have been busy. America's acting ambassador in Islamabad called on Pakistan's interior minister today. We'll have to wait for the outcome and for the IMF's decision. India says it will present its case firmly. Pakistan will try to spin the narrative. It says the IMF deal is about ensuring stability. But the thing is, stability cannot come with missiles in the sky and a begging bowl in hand. Let's once again check in on the situation at the border. Pakistani drones are being reported in the skies over northern and western India for the second straight night today. There's a total blackout in sites near the border. These are the latest images that we have. The Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister has confirmed explosions in Jammu. He said it was most likely artillery firing. Reports say drones have been spotted over Rajouri, Samba, Kathua, Nagrota in Jammu. You're getting multiple videos from these regions. You can hear air raid sirens and explosions in the background. Take a look at this clip from Samba. Beyond Jammu, drones have been reported in Punjab's Firozpur and Pathankot, as well as Rajasthan's Jaisalmer and Pokhran. This is exactly what happened late last night as well. We are hearing that Indian air defences are engaging the targets again. This is almost a copy-paste from last night's attack. continues after a short break.
We're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with siren sounds that have been activated in Udhampur, a complete blackout in Udhampur. Also, multiple ceasefire violations happening across different sectors on either side of the line of control. So not yet quite the repeat of what we saw yesterday, but still heavy artillery firing happening on across the LoC. Akash has more details on this. Akash, so is it restricted to CFV violations and artillery shells right now? Are we seeing any kind of drone activity yet? Is there any possibility of a repeat of what happened yesterday, or it's following a familiar pattern?
I'm hearing the sirens. In fact, here in Jammu, I'm not allowed to go outside because of the light and some sort of restrictions that are in place, Zaka. Yes, we are learning about one drone attack here in Jammu. In fact, defense sources are telling us, and we have heard multiple firing sounds as well. You rightly pointed out on line of control, we are having ceasefire violations in different sectors, not only in Jammu but in Kashmir as well. In Uri and Kupwara, we have been reporting since evening. And at this point in time, in Poonch and in Samba, we are learning about this ceasefire violation from Pakistan, where they are in fact firing the artillery. Here in Jammu, I have heard multiple sounds. I was trying to count 11 at least. I have heard, and I am learning. In fact, defense sources are telling me that it was drone once again, for a drone attack once again. We'll wait for the police to confirm it as well. But I am learning that yesterday it was the airport, and once again it is in the close vicinity, possibly the airport only. And agencies are in fact using the AD systems and AD guns to thwart these attempts. Once again, it is Pakistan trying to attack the infrastructure. And not only in Jammu, we have been learning about these sort of activities in different areas. Tejinder is reporting in fact about Pathankot and Samba as well. We have a colleague Anshul and Anvit in different areas as well. They have been reporting about blackout and sirens. But as far as Jammu is concerned, Zaka, so it is very important. It is the international border though, but it's a very part of the sort of attack that was carried out. In fact, yesterday it got started with Jammu only, and at around 8 p.m. This evening also, we heard sirens, and soon after that a blackout was there. Yes, it's a precautionary measure, Zaka, but it has been categorically mentioned by the police and the civil authorities that people cannot stay outdoor, and in fact they need to go inside whenever they are hearing these sort of sounds, and in fact whenever there is blackout they need to go indoors.
Okay, Akash, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. So yes, ceasefire violations are happening in Samba, in Uri, in Tangdar, all across the line of control. We're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with siren sounds that have been activated in Udhampur, a complete blackout in Udhampur. Also, multiple ceasefire violations happening across different sectors on either side of the line of control. So not yet quite the repeat of what we saw yesterday, but still heavy artillery firing happening on across the LoC. Akash has more details on this. Akash, so is it restricted to CFV violations and artillery shells right now? Are we seeing any kind of drone activity yet? Is there any possibility of a repeat of what happened yesterday, or it's following a familiar pattern?
I'm hearing the sirens. In fact, here in Jammu, I'm not allowed to go outside because of the light and some sort of restrictions that are in place, Zaka. Yes, we are learning about one drone attack here in Jammu. In fact, defense sources are telling us, and we have heard multiple firing sounds as well. You rightly pointed out on line of control, we are having ceasefire.
This ongoing conflict is a reflection of India's new approach, a new and bold approach. It's very different from the past. Let's go back to 2008. Pakistani terrorists attacked the financial heart of India. I'm talking about 26/11. They targeted iconic landmarks in Mumbai. 26/11, 2008. Terrorists from Pakistan killed more than 160 people. It was a deadly and daring attack. It left India grieving and angry. Back then, the world expected India to hit back, to use some sort of military action against Pakistan, but none came. New Delhi chose legal and diplomatic means. The United Nations Security Council condemned the attack. They also put some of the plotters on their sanctions list. 2008. Justice is yet to be served. Those plotters continue to roam free in Pakistan. Now cut to 2016. 4 terrorists attacked an Indian army base in Uri. They killed 19 Indian soldiers. Again, India had 2 options to choose from: diplomatic means or military means. This time, Prime Minister Modi was leading the country. He chose the second option. He ordered a surgical strike across the line of control. Now, this decision was not sudden. Prime Minister Modi gave ample chance to Pakistan. He made a surprise visit to Lahore in 2015, and while there, he attended Nawaz Sharif's granddaughter's wedding. He put his best foot forward. In 2016, he allowed a Pakistani team to visit the Pathankot air base. The goal was to jointly investigate a terror attack. So Prime Minister Modi gave multiple chances to Pakistan, but finally he ran out of patience. After the Uri attack, he set a new strategic precedent. If you attack, we will hit you back. No more free passes. That precedent was upheld in 2019 as well. After the Pulwama attack, Indian jets bombed Pakistani terror camps. Same in 2025. After Pahalgam, India struck 9 terror camps. Each attack has been more daring than the last one. At the same time, India has not abandoned the diplomatic route. We have kept up pressure on global forums. In 2019, we got the United Nations Security Council to sanction Masood Azhar. He is the chief of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. It took us more than 10 years to get him blacklisted. In 2023, we scored another victory. The United Nations Security Council blacklisted Lashkar terrorist Abdul Rahman Makki. So the diplomatic campaign is very much alive. The military campaign is about added pressure. It's about imposing a cost on such terror attacks. And the logic is simple. Pakistan must realize that every attack will be responded to. Every death will be avenged. The hope is that this will eventually deter Islamabad. There are critics to this approach. They say the surgical strike did not prevent Pulwama and Blackout did not prevent Pahalgam. So why would Operation Sindoor be any different? Well, the thing is, no policy is guaranteed to succeed. But there is a sound logic here. Eventually, these reprisals will begin to take a toll because the cost is rising every time. The surgical strike was a limited ground operation. Balakot was an airstrike, and Sindoor was an expansive anti-terror campaign. Even the headquarters of the Lashkar and the Jaish-e-Mohammed were hit this time. So like I said, the cost is rising every time. Perhaps eventually it will establish deterrence. But this policy requires boldness and a risk-taking appetite, and Prime Minister Modi has displayed both. Pakistan has always used the nuclear card to deter India. If you attack, things could go nuclear. That's been their threat. That was always the threat from Islamabad. We'll use nuclear bombs. But Prime Minister Modi called their bluff. It's very clear now that you can attack Pakistan conventionally. You do not need to fear the nuclear angle. Secondly, it's a risk to India's larger ambitions. Our goal is to become a hub of manufacturing and innovation, to become a developed country by 2047. Viksit Bharat is what we call it. To become a major world power. A war would put these goals at risk. But Prime Minister Modi is willing to take that chance. He is putting safety and sovereignty over everything else. It is a sign of bold and decisive leadership. Only time will tell whether it succeeds.
Hello and welcome to the continuous coverage of the border tensions between India and Pakistan as Bharat gives a befitting reply to Pakistan's misadventures and even displays its technological edge. Pakistan continues its drone strikes along the border, targeting several spots in Indian territory. Pakistani forces have unleashed drones in Jaisalmer, Rajouri, Amritsar, Firozpur, Riyasi, Kathua, Samba, Nagrota and Uri. Ceasefire violations continue along the line of control and in the international border, while India continues to raise the cost for Pakistan. That is the action being taken by the Indian state. In the recent IMF meeting, India has objected to the bailout for Pakistan, saying the funds are being used for. India has also abstained from the vote, and the IMF has taken note of the entire proceedings and the stand that India has taken on the international stage. We're getting a big piece of breaking news where top intelligence sources have told CNN News 18 that Pakistan is using long-range drones from Jammu and Kashmir all the way to Punjab. Sources say the attack was aimed at testing India's defense capabilities. India also engaged in drone strikes in different parts of Pakistan. So India continues to give a befitting reply to Pakistan's misadventures along the border. India also responded with heavy firing at the line of control as well as the international border. Pakistan's crucial posts were damaged in India's counter-strike. Today, a small quantity of ammunition was also added when it comes to the entire situation along the border. And also what we are learning is that several posts have been damaged by India's counter-strike against Pakistan, even at the LoC and the international border. This comes as Pakistan continues to launch those drone strikes along the international border and the LoC, but India also giving a befitting reply. Top intelligence sources telling CNN News 18 that India has also taken strikes in different parts of Pakistan. India countering the entire offensive coming in from Pakistan. India also engaging in drone strikes in different parts of Pakistan. India has also responded with heavy firing at the line of control as well as the international border. Pakistan's crucial posts have been damaged in the ensuing gunfight that has taken place from across the Indian side towards Pakistani posts, and several Pakistani posts have now been damaged. So India also raising the cost for Pakistan when it comes to the offensive along the border, namely the LoC and the international border. But as you can see, Pakistan not relenting, using these drone strikes in sensitive areas like Rajouri, Uri, as well as in Rajasthan and Punjab to counter India. But India also countering Pakistan with drone strikes as well as firing at the LoC as well as the international border. India is also raising the cost at the international stage with actions at the IMF, and India is also its air defense system is also taking action by preventing the damage being caused by these drones coming in from Pakistan, making sure that there is 100% repulsion of these drones that are coming in from Pakistan. To get more details on Pakistan's strategy going forward and India's counter-offensive, I'm joined by my colleague Akash Sharma on the broadcast. Akash, give us the details.
Right, so yesterday we saw that how Pakistan launched a number of attacks towards India, starting from Jammu, to then extending towards the northern parts, where we got to know that in Ladakh also, in Leh in fact they have targeted several military infrastructure, and then down towards Gujarat and Rajasthan they have also tried several sort of targets. The interesting part was that many of the drones did not have explosives, which means that they just wanted to test the capabilities. They just wanted to check as to how India would react. And that's the reason why, there was an anticipation that something is going to come today. And now today also at around 8 p.m., starting from 8 p.m., we have seen that how in the areas like Rajouri, in the areas like, Jammu, Samba, and in fact, several places in Punjab and also in Rajasthan, we have seen that how, these drones were tried. And 2-3 points that are very clear out of these attempts. First one is of course the fact that Pakistan is somewhere showing the sort of capability where they are in fact able to attack from their home to a place that is at a distance of more than 100 kilometers, in fact 200 kilometers in some cases. Then they have in fact at the LoC they are violating the ceasefire with artillery, even when they don't have enough of artillery ammunition. They have been violating ceasefire, and it is happening across the LoC in the multiple sectors. In Kashmir, if you talk about Uri, Kupwara, Baramulla and all these areas close to LoC, so violation has been happening, and artillery shells are being, in fact artillery is being fired, civilians are being targeted. Similarly in Jammu region as well, we have seen that how in Poonch ceasefire violation is happening, and it is not limited to LoC only. We have a violation at the international border as well, where they are firing the artillery. So a number of things are happening, and there is an indication that something big is going to happen from Pakistani side, given that today's drones have explosives as well. In fact, our investigation editor Manoj Gupta is bringing us these details that how the the drones that are being used today have the small quantity of ammunition, in fact the explosives as well. So clearly, clear indication of provocation, and not just provocation, but an action that is out of frustration because of the fact that, in the initial days, in fact the initial attacks, Pakistan has in fact seen the sort of capabilities that Indian armed forces have, and this is the reason why the same design is being used with a sort of modification, a bit of modification. In Punjab, several locations were targeted. In fact, several military infrastructure were targeted in Kashmir and in Jammu region as well.
Right, and Akash, you're currently reporting from the Jammu region. What is the situation there right now? Clearly, it seems that the blackout is still in effect. What is the kind of pulse on the ground right now in the Jammu area?
So no more sirens, but we have been asked to not to open our camera light and report on road, and that's the reason why my camera light is in fact off. I'll try to show you some visuals. It's all all silent here on the road. People are not at the road, also because it's the night time, but in general, in routine days, you used to see a lot of chatter, a lot of people on this particular road. This is road close to the railway station, where we earlier had a lot of people on a daily basis, but now, since these are not the routine times, normal days, that's the reason why we don't have people. In fact, blackout is no more there in Jammu, because we have got electricity back in the park there. Rajesh Bhardwaj is showing you the visuals, but since some police personnel were there, and they saw us reporting live, so they asked us to switch off our camera light for the safety, and that's why we have not in fact switched on our camera light. But yes, as far as Jammu is concerned, so in the both days, not just today but yesterday as well, we have noticed that how it is starting from here. We heard several sort of sounds. It was AD gun possibly. It was a constant sound. In fact, at one point in time, where we heard that sound, we were told that drones are being engaged and aerial threats are being engaged, and all of these aerial threats, we have been given to understand, were engaged. And it is not limited to Jammu area. We have some nearby areas. Nagrota is one area where we have one important military establishment. Yesterday it was attacked in the morning, in fact, and today once again drones were sent to that particular location. In Udhampur also we got to know that drones were sent in Samba, in Rajouri, and in several other areas nearby Jammu. It was tried. In Akhnoor also we have been told, though I have no confirmation of Akhnoor, but yes, in Akhnoor also there were attempts. LC violation is happening, constantly happening, but other than that, in the hinterland as well, Pakistan is trying to attack India using drones.
Right. Thank you, Akash, for getting us the latest. That's the update coming in from Jammu. I'm also joined by Ishan Wani, who's reporting from Srinagar. Ishan, given the fact that Pakistan is unrelenting in its offensive with a second wave of drone strikes today, what is the latest from Srinagar now?
Well, for the first time, we have drone strikes and attempts to actually strike the Srinagar airport, which is also an air station of the Indian Air Force, and also the air base in Avantipur, which is a full-fledged air base of the Indian Air Force. The attempt was made there to target them, to dislodge and to ensure that they inflict damage on these crucial assets of the defense personnel in Jammu and Kashmir. Look, they are very crucial for the defense forces. We don't want to give out operation details, but very essential for the forces. So that's why there was an attempt being made to take drones there and possibly target some areas, some crucial areas in the airport in Srinagar and as well as airbase in Avantipur. But what we have been given to understand by sources in the security establishment is that both of these drones and both of the threats have been neutralized. Now, apart from Srinagar and Avantipur, we have been hearing reports about drone threat being there in Baramulla. A lot of videos emerged. Our colleague Tejinder is also stationed in Baramulla. He also reported reported that there was a shake of their houses when the anti-drone system was launched to counter these drones and to bring them down effectively. But we have been given to understand that 6 to 8 is the number by the sources telling us that where the drones in Srinagar, Avantipur and Baramulla, which were brought down, it is still blackout, no lights outside, and the curtains are on. Everything for the first time is on action mode. The administration, the officials are in their offices as a precautionary measure. We are told that the highest level of alertness is being maintained to ensure that if there is any challenge that can arise through the use of these drones, that is immediately eliminated. There are reports that multiple places in Baramulla have also had drone sightings. There can be a possibility of them not being present there and then people suspecting that it's a drone. But the establishment has readied its air defense system that whenever in their radar there is any drone which flies in the important and crucial zones, that they are completely destroyed and decimated. We saw that yesterday the government of India, the MHA, the defense ministry said that none of the drones was allowed to actually come down or attack any place whatsoever to inflict any damage or casualties. Whether it's Pakistan testing India's waters, whether they are trying to play tricky games, that is something that the government and the police and the security agencies are keeping a very close, tight eye on. But on the line of control, Aishman, the ceasefire violation is continuing relentlessly. But we have been given to understand that even before the sunset today, they opened indiscriminate fire. There was massive mortar shelling that was seen and witnessed in Uri sector, in Kupwara as well. Artillery being used, and which has actually resulted in many families being uprooted. But yesterday was the most intense shelling part. Yesterday was intense shelling. People were thrown out of their houses. One lady died. It's a very sad story that she was trying to escape from the shelling. They were in a car, and then one shrapnel from the entire artillery that fell somewhere close to their vehicle came in from the top and just pierced through her neck and killed her later before she reached the hospital. So the sad story that people are dying on the line of control or are getting dislodged from their houses. They are being uprooted, they're being moved out. Several people have left on their own, while the government is also providing them accommodation, food and shelter to ensure their safety. The ambulances have been kept there, but it's hard to actually lift anyone when there is massive artillery shelling taking place. But the drones hit in Srinagar, Avantipur and across Kashmir Valley have been eliminated. First such drone attack after Jammu yesterday. Now the agencies are trying to ensure that they get a full hand on the situation that's unfolding.
Absolutely, that's the situation coming in from Srinagar. Please stay safe there, Ishan. I'm also getting a report from other parts which are also seeing these drone strikes, ladies and gentlemen. Pathankot as well as Jaisalmer. Anvid Srivastav also joining us from Jaisalmer, which has also seen a fresh round of drone strikes. Anvid, what's the latest right now in Jaisalmer?
Ayushman, we are right now in Jaisalmer at a location that is closer to the border, and we are far from the city because we are closer to the border. And the IB, the international border, lies hardly 70 to 80 kilometers from here, because the last village, Ramgarh, there the vehicular movement beyond that has been stopped. Army has taken over, and they are not allowing media and civilians beyond that point. But where we are right now, last night a lot of shelling was reportedly seen from this point as well where we are standing. But today the skies are comparatively clear, as you can see. But yes, the complete blackout, as you can see, the street lights are all off. People have been told to keep minimal vehicular movement, that too without the usage of headlights. Advisories have been issued to put thick curtains on the windows and do not switch any lights on from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. Now these precautionary measures are being taken to save civilian architecture, not only architecture but also prevent any harm to lives from the Pakistani shelling and cross-border firing that the Pakistan has been resorting to since last night. The number of shells rained was so high in this area in Jaisalmer that today not only one such bomb had to be defused by the military in Kishan Ghat area of Jaisalmer, but another was also discovered which had remained unattended and was reported by the local villagers. So much of shelling had taken place yesterday, and so much of drone attacks could be visible from the point where we're standing right now, that fear and uncertainty loom as villagers stay indoors. Police, however, are continuing heavy patrols in the area, and the army is keeping a tight vigil on the activities across the border.
Right, so that's the latest coming in from Jaisalmer. As you can see, Anvit over there reporting in complete darkness. There's a complete blackout in Jaisalmer as the drone strikes continue, and there's a threat of more artillery firing as well as drone strikes coming in from Pakistan. But the Indian Defence Forces on high alert. At the same time, the Indian Defence Forces as well as the air defence systems are repelling all the drone strikes that are coming in from Pakistan. But clearly, as a precautionary measure, several of these areas now witnessing a complete blackout. Also, what we're learning is that these drones have been sighted at around 26 locations ranging from Baramulla in the north to Bhuj in the south and along the international border as well as the line of control with Pakistan. Now, these include suspected armed drones posing potential threats to both civilian and military targets. So, it's not just the military targets that are being targeted by the Pakistani state, it's also these civilian areas. These locations include Baramulla, Srinagar, Avantipora, Nagrota, Jammu, Firozpur, Pathankot, Lalgarh, Jatta, Jaisalmer, Barmer, Bhuj, Kuwarbat, as well as the Lucky Nala areas along the international border as well as the line of control. Let's get a view from Pathankot, also one of the affected areas by these drone strikes. Anshul Singh is reporting from Pathankot to get us the latest. Anshul, give us the update from Pathankot right now as the situation continues to remain grim.
Well, yes, at approximately 7:30 p.m. a complete blackout was announced out here in Pathankot, and since then, since 7:30 till at approximately 9 to 9:30 p.m. there have been at least 14 to 15 blast explosions that I have counted myself out here in Pathankot. But at this point in time, over the last hour and a half, there has been absolute peace that has been maintained over here. Sirens went out over here at the Pathankot Air Base at approximately 8 p.m. Today as well, but there were at least 15 projectiles that were launched from the side of Pakistan. Whether these were drones, whether these were missiles, this is something that will be investigated tomorrow once the light hits. But yes, this is one of the modus operandi that is being utilized by Pakistan at this point in time. They try to take the hide behind the night, and then eventually, like this morning as well, at approximately 4:30 a.m. this morning, there were a few drones and projectiles that were yet again launched from the side of Pakistan. So at this point in time, definitely the guards are not down. Everything is checked up. Blackout has still been announced. There has been no other communication that has been made from the side of the administration. The administration has made this very clear that all the SOPs that needs to be followed during the time of a blackout, that should be followed over here, and hence that is being done at this point in time. But yes, one thing we can confirm to our viewers that at least 15 explosions were heard over here in Pathankot, but each and every attack was thwarted by our air defense systems. And today as well, the Pakistani drones and projectiles were not able to hit the ground. So for 2 consecutive days, the drones and projectiles that have been sent from the side of Pakistan have all been burst in the air itself. They haven't been able to even touch the land, let alone harming life and property out here in Pathankot. It remains to be seen how will the forces now respond to this new escalation that has come in from Pakistan, 3rd day in a row. But definitely the situation remains grim. But yes, the manner in which the armed forces are tackling these threats that are coming in from Pakistan, somewhere or the other, it is increasing the confidence of the local people over here that even if Pakistan is just 25 kilometers away from here, the armed forces are so vigilant that they will not let anything happen to any citizen of this country.
Absolutely, and also we're getting more information that Avantipora has also seen drone strikes coming in from Pakistan. Also, we're getting an update as well that, as we were saying, the drones have been sighted at around 26 locations ranging from both Baramulla in the north to Bhuj in the south, along the international border as well as the line of control with Pakistan. This is new information coming in. Now, these include suspected armed drones posing potential threats to civilian as well as military targets, ladies and gentlemen. Now, regrettably, what also we're learning is that an armed drone targeted a civilian area in Firozpur, resulting in severe injuries to members of a local family. The injured have been provided medical assistance and the area has been sanitized by the security forces. So that is more information that's coming in, where civilians are also in the crossfire when it comes to these attacks coming in from Pakistan, the drone strikes. Now this armed drone targeted a civilian area in Firozpur, resulting in severe injuries to a local family. And other areas, as we are showing you on our screens, including Baramulla, Srinagar, Avantipora, Nagrota, Jammu, Firozpur, Pathankot, Lalgarh, Jatta, Jaisalmer, Barmer, Bhuj, Kuwarbat and Lakinala have also been targeted by these drones. Akash is also with us on the broadcast when it comes to these new developments which are coming in, where civilians are also in the line of fire from Pakistan, because Pakistan is not discriminating between military and civilian targets. Akash.
Yes, and in fact, these 26 locations, you rightly pointed out, these 26 locations have seen the drone attacks in the last 2 hours, specifically starting from 8 p.m. last evening. And in fact, we saw that how even before the sunset, the ceasefire violation was started, in areas like Uri and in Kupwara, and then we saw the air sirens in different areas, including Jammu, Baramulla, and others. Starting from Baramulla in the north, you rightly pointed out, and to Bhuj. In fact, the entire western border, was active, and yes, in Firozpur, one civilian target was there, and in fact one family, in fact the members have sustained injuries. They have been getting medical assistance, but this is somewhere showing the intentions of Pakistan. These are somewhere the act that they can get involved in, and at a time when India has made it very clear that we don't want any escalation, we will not target your civilian population, we won't target your military installations. Then also Pakistan is trying some important military installations here in India. I cannot of course name because of several limitations, but these places, many of these places have got several crucial military infrastructure, Ayushman, and this is the reason why it is concerning. I know that our armed forces are very much there to thwart any sort of attempt, but then up to when we will be seeing these sort of attempts from Pakistan, because this is the third attempt. In fact, we have been seeing that how yesterday in the morning and in the evening, in fact there were attempts, and today once again there are attempts. So yesterday in the morning, of course, India carried out the retaliation, in fact retaliatory strikes in Pakistan, where their air defense systems were destroyed, their radars were destroyed, and in fact their air defense system in Lahore was destroyed. And then last evening, in fact, operation was there. We still don't know. We did not have, in fact, we were not provided with any sort of detail, because operations are still on. And as Raksha Mantri said, Operation Sindoor very much, is very much on. But then, civilians are getting impacted because of it, and now in fact this sort of action that government is going to take will be something that will be very crucial to watch for.
Right, thank you Akash for getting us those updates. We're getting some more updates, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to India's counter-strike. Also, what we are learning is that National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar have left from the Prime Minister's residence after the crucial meeting over the counter-strike to Pakistan. And that's the big news that's coming in, that after that crucial meeting at 7 LoC Kalyan Marg, now both the National Security Advisor as well as the External Affairs Minister, those are the visuals on your screen, they have left 7 LoC Kalyan Marg after that crucial meeting over India's counter-strike to Pakistan. And joining us on the broadcast is Arun Dhanta, also to get us the details. Arun, over to you.
Well, that's right, Ayushman. Two important meetings happened today in the evening. First was, of course, with Prime Minister Modi, Rajnath Singh, and three, defense tri-services chiefs and RAW and IB chief. They all were present, along with, of course, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. That was the review meeting about the current situation and how our forces are actually retaliating to the unprovoked firing and the drones being set in by the Pakistani side. And the second meeting, which happened, that was between NSA Ajit Doval, Prime Minister Modi, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and also the Foreign Secretary. So these two meetings happened today. In both the meetings, one, of course, on one side there was the Tri-Services Chief was speaking about their action, and on the other hand, the Foreign Secretary and External Affairs Minister briefed Prime Minister Modi about the developments that are taking place on the international level, because in last 2 to 3 days we have seen that Jaishankar has been very, very proactive. He's been in touch with many international communities. In fact, yesterday we saw that he met Saudi Minister of State for External Affairs and also the External Minister of the Iran. So on every front, India is monitoring the situation. On one side, if they are retaliating to the Pakistan's unprovoked attack on India, but also how to counter it on international level, how you can expose Pakistan on international level. So all these things are discussed, and also, of course, the expected attack from the India side, because right now we are seeing that it is Pakistan who's like sending in those swarms of drones in India. But of course, we know that our air defense system and our forces have been very much alert, and therefore they've been thwarted there before they deliver any payload or disturb any area or destruct any area in the borders of our country. So I think this has been a strategy meet which has been going on ever since Pakistan resorted to those drone attacks and the ceasefire violation along the borders.
Right. Thank you, Arun, for getting us the latest information that's coming in when it comes to the huddle of the central government. But getting some more breaking news on the international front, this from the White House, when it comes to the tensions between India and Pakistan. US President wants to see the situation de-escalate as early as possible. Marco Rubio has been actively involved and is in constant contact with leaders from both countries. He's leading efforts to help bring the conflict to an end. That is the pitch that's coming in from the White House to de-escalate tensions between India and Pakistan. Let's listen in to the White House Press Secretary.
Thanks very much, Caroline. 2 questions. First, can you give us an update on U.S. efforts to mediate or have an impact on the conflict between India and Pakistan?
Sure, I absolutely can. This is something that the Secretary of State and, of course, now our National Security Advisor as well, Marco Rubio, has been very much involved in. The President has expressed he wants to see this de-escalate as quickly as possible. He understands these are 2 countries that have been at odds with one another for decades, long before President Trump was here in the Oval Office. However, he has good relationships with the leaders of both countries, and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, I spoke to him just yesterday. He has been in constant communication with the leaders of both countries trying to bring this conflict to an end.
One other question. Yesterday, we saw the news of the new Pope. Before Pope Leo became Pope Leo, there were some...
So that's the pitch that's coming in from the United States, saying that there has to be a de-escalation between the 2 sides. But remember, the United States has also made it very clear that India has the right to defend itself and take action against the terror infrastructure emanating from Pakistan. So that is the pitch that's coming in from the Trump administration. Let's get to our guests, ladies and gentlemen. Lieutenant General S. Hari Mohan Iyer, former Chief of Staff of the Northern Command, is with us on the broadcast, as well as NND Dubey, former DIG of the NIA, and Major General Rajan Kochar, defense expert. Thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen, when it comes to the situation between India and Pakistan and the escalation of tensions, as we are seeing on our screens the second wave of drone strikes coming in from Pakistan. Now, General Iyer, how do you see these scenes that are coming in from Pakistan and the escalation of tensions between the 2 sides, given the fact that even though India has highlighted its technological edge as well as its capability to strike deep into Pakistani territory, the Pakistani state is not relenting and continues to provoke the Indian state?
Good evening, Ayushman. Firstly, a word of caution. There is a difference between drone sighting and drone attack. What is happening is drone sightings. So when they say 26 drone sighting, doesn't mean 26 drones are attacking you. So I will exercise a word of caution, because what happens is it unnecessarily creates, a little confusion and a kind of, tempers flare on this. So this is one thing which I will request through you to your correspondents, that they should differentiate between different drone sightings and drone attacks. When you mean drone attack, means it's a drone which is coming with the intention of attacking, the way we did on the terrorist basis on 7th of May. So that's the first thing. Secondly, what has happened now We have had 2 days since we targeted those 9 sites. We have given him a bloody nose. And you all know that in Pakistan, it's the country owned by the army. So when you are striking him so hard, when you have given him a hard nose, to expect him to buckle down just on that when he's got such a large standing army, such a well-equipped air force and a very decently equipped navy, he controls the economy, he controls the politics. So for him to cow down just because you hit 9 sites and come to a negotiating table without doing something is asking for the moon. So that is first thing. We should be assured, you see our AD is doing a fantastic job. We are knocking down everything that is coming from his side, right? And just be assured, most of these drones have been taken out by our, AD guns, which are vintage guns. We have been able to make them counter-drone capable because of our Atmanirbhar capacities. And that is something we should be very proud of. These guns, by and large, should have been in museums by now, but we have made it so good that we have ensured that not a single aerial thing that the enemy is sent across has been able to achieve its targets. So that is the first thing we must assure our citizens, that the Indian Army is abreast with the situation. We are in full control of what is happening. All these drones, and another thing which I think I mentioned yesterday also. So when you see this, flares going down in the night sky, when the AD gun fires, it fires after every 5 or 6 rounds, it fires a tracer to generally tell you where the rounds are going, because you can't see the shells. And all these shells are timed to burst in the sky, because otherwise it will come and damage something on the ground. So you'll hear a lot of noise, you'll hear a lot of explosions, you will see a lot of flashes in the sky, but that does not need anybody to get worried about, because we are taking care of ensuring that the enemy is not able to achieve any of his aims. Now coming on to the third part as to how should we respond to him. We struck at 9 places and thereafter we gave an offer that we have done our job. It was not against the enemy military installations, it was against terror sites. We had told very clearly we don't want to escalate any further. We had given him an offer to de-escalate. Obviously, in the last 2 days, he has tried to put it back onto us. The options are very much that there could be a revisit. There are another 13 sites. As you know, there were 22 sites which were briefed by the Foreign Secretary the other day. We have only struck 9. There are still 13 of them available to us. For all you know, there may be a case when we will revisit. Possibly, when you see a boxing match, if he doesn't get knocked down by the first punch, let's give him a second one. Possibly escalate it a little further. You may find us targeting, other than terrorist site, some other infrastructure site which forces him to come down to the negotiating table. You see, world order will put pressure on both countries to de-escalate. And as we have already given out after 7th May, that we want the situation not to escalate any further. Once that comes down to de-escalation on our counts, I'm sure it will be the end of this whole thing as far as the military aspect of engagement is concerned. I am extremely positive that the way our armed forces have stood by us, we have still not even actually, I will say we haven't put on our boots. Our formations are still not mobilized, unlike him. The day he decides to, push the envelope a little larger, then possibly he is asking for trouble. I am sure we have multiple options to ensure that he has not just a bloody nose, he doesn't survive. He also knows that he doesn't have the money to last for more than 4 days. He also is fighting a case of far and few resources with him. So I am very sure he'll come to heels at a due course of time.
Right.
If not, then the population in Pakistan will ensure that they can't suffer anymore and they'll bring him to heels. And that is what we should do. We should be prepared for a long haul. We should be patient. We are a stronger country, both economically and militarily. We have our aims correct. We are on the right line. We are not the aggressor here. He started this whole game by launching that event in Pahalgam. So he should be sent home at a time and place of our choosing. And it is not something that he can extract out of us. We should be patient. Like I said, usko thakao, itna thakao, he is not able to stand up.
Right.
और जिस दिन वो उठेगा नहीं, the day he is so badly exhausted, I'm sure he'll be more than willing to accept the terms that we laid out.
Right, but General Iyer, that gives the impression that we are now in it for the long haul when it comes to wearing down the Pakistani state. Major General Rajan Kochar, what is your analysis of the situation? Do you think that now we're in a situation where we need to wear down the Pakistanis, increase the cost for them to wage even these small skirmishes that we're seeing along the line of control and the international border? Because even an unstable Pakistan where the people don't have faith in the civilian administration and the military leadership, that's also a dangerous paradigm for India.
Yeah. Thank you for getting into the discussion. I think the present level of action from our part is, the deterrence is not enough as of now. And that's why he is attempting to do this again and again. He is tending to escalate, and don't be surprised if the next action will be a bigger one. And what is he trying to do? Let us try to understand. He's trying to test and overwhelm our air defenses. He's deploying hundreds of drones, and he's trying to saturate our own systems. He's also trying to identify the gaps wherever he can and gather intelligence. See, it's a drone is a double-edged weapon. It is not only you are arming the drone to carry out a strike, it's also used for intelligence gathering and reconnaissance. So what we are actually allowing him to do is that once his drones get inside our own positions, our defense layouts do get exposed, and that is one danger you know it is available. Then there is a psychological pressure on the civil population. You see, we are trained in the army. We can withstand these kind of attacks, but not the civil population, because every night they have a fear something will come on their head. And let me tell you, no air defense system is invincible. If we are stating that हमने 100% drones मार दी, it's not possible. Some of the drones will get inside and will cause casualties, as we are. You brought out, I think in Firozpur it has happened.
Right.
Some people have got injured. Then what happens is now he is in the process of collecting information. He is now, the initiative is in his hands, because each time we are reacting to a situation. Because every time he carries out an attack, we get into a huddle. The Prime Minister and the Raksha Mantri, External Affairs Minister, let's say, all them start meeting each other in the middle of the night and try to work out some kind of a tit for tat mechanism. So this is my personal opinion. It's this is the way I take it, and I sort of feel it, that our cost which we have to give it to him has to increase. The deterrence has to be felt by him, because unless how are we wearing him out? He is only launching the drones. He is not doing anything. His army, our army is also being there, and his force is also there. Both of them are equally deployed. So as much as he is wearing out, we are also wearing out.
Right.
So we need to understand this aspect, because, and I think I feel the Prime Minister is very much aware of the situation, and I'm sure some hard decisions will be taken. Today we saw the Naval Chief being called twice by the Prime Minister, and once in the morning and once in the evening. And I'm quite certain that something is on the cards, and I'm sure with our leadership of the army, they are the best people to take the call because they have the complete information of the battlefield.
Right.
They know what kind of movements are taking place on the Pakistani side. We are not aware. So we are nobody to suggest to them that what action is to be taken.
Absolutely.
And one last point I want to make is the IMF news which has just come in. Pakistan has got the bailout package, $1.3 billion, and I think India abstained from voting. And the world has to come up now. So you see, we are ensuring we are fighting our own war. But in case we want to expose Pakistan as a state, we require support from other nations, especially the USA. And we were quite positive that something will happen and this money will not be given to Pakistan, because at this point of time and at this juncture, if he gets that money, he is going to use it against us. We keep on saying that, he can last for 4 days, 5 days. China is there to support him. So something has to be done, blockading his entire Karachi harbor and things like that. Some strong decision like that has to be taken so that the cost has to be felt to him, because unless we give him that cost, I think he's not going to come on the table.
Thank you, General Kochhar, as well as General Iyer, for giving us your perspective on this entire situation that is escalating between India and Pakistan, where India continues to give a befitting reply to the Pakistani state, which continues to provoke India when it comes to the situation at both the line of control as well as the international border. You can see those visuals on your screen. The provocation continues to come in from Pakistan, but India's air defense systems are up, ready and active and are countering each and every threat. We will continue to track all the developments coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
We're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with siren sounds that have been activated in Udhampur, a complete blackout in Udhampur. Also, multiple ceasefire violations happening across different sectors on either side of the line of control. So not yet quite the repeat of what we saw yesterday, but still heavy artillery firing happening on across the LoC. Akash has more details on this. Akash, so is it restricted to CFV violations and artillery shells right now? Are we seeing any kind of drone activity yet? Is there any possibility of a repeat of what happened yesterday, or it's following a familiar pattern?
I'm hearing the sirens. In fact, here in Jammu, I'm not allowed to go outside because of the light and some sort of restrictions that are in place, Zaka. Yes, we are learning about one drone attack here in Jammu. In fact, defense sources are telling us, and we have heard multiple firing sounds as well. You rightly pointed out, on line of control, we are having ceasefire violations in different sectors, not only in Jammu but in Kashmir as well. In Uri and Kupwara, we have been reporting since evening. And at this point in time, in Poonch and in Samba, we are learning about this ceasefire violation from Pakistan, where they are in fact firing the artillery. Here in Jammu, I have heard multiple sounds. I was trying to count 11 at least. I have heard, and I am learning. In fact, defense sources are telling me that it was drone once again. It was a drone attack once again. We'll wait for the police to confirm it as well. But I am learning that yesterday it was the airport, and once again it is in the close vicinity, possibly the airport only. And agencies are in fact using the AD systems and AD guns to thwart these attempts. Once again, it is Pakistan trying to attack the infrastructure, and not only in Jammu. We have been learning about these sort of activities in different areas. Tejinder is reporting in fact about Pathankot and Samba as well. We have a colleague Anshul and Anvit in different areas as well. They have been reporting about blackout and sirens. But as far as Jammu is concerned, Zaka, so it is very important. It is the international border though, but it's a very part of the sort of attack that was carried out. In fact, yesterday it got started with Jammu only, and at around 8 p.m. This evening also we heard sirens, and soon after that a blackout was there. Yes, it's a precautionary measure, Zaka, but it has been categorically mentioned by the police and the civil authorities that people cannot stay, outdoor, and in fact they need to go inside whenever they are hearing these sort of sounds, and in fact whenever there is blackout, they need to go indoors.
Okay, Akash, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
And amid the strikes coming in from Pakistan, we're getting a piece of breaking news where an armed drone targeted a civilian area in Firozpur, resulting in severe injuries to members of a local family. The injured have been provided medical assistance, and the area is currently being sanitized by the security forces. We have a reaction from the local police in Firozpur. Let's listen in.
ਚਲੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਰੋਨ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਜੋਰਿਟੀ ਡਰੋਨਸ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਰਮੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਿਊਟਰਲਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਬਾਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਆਹ ਜਿਵੇਂ 21 ਹੋਇਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਇਆ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਟੀਮਸ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਜੇ ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਹੋਊਗਾ
And I'm joined by my colleague Anshul Singh on the broadcast to get more details. Anshul, over to you.
So yes, this incident happened at approximately 8:30 p.m. this evening in Firozpur district. This entire incident happened in the village, in a village in this entire district, and it is being said that the manner in which Pakistan has yet again attacked and targeted civilians, because remember this was a village that was targeted. 3 members of the family have been badly injured. The woman of the family is actually in critical condition at this point in time, whereas the 2 others are injured. The entire house is in shambles. The vehicle that was parked outside the house, that has also been burned absolutely completely. In fact, this was a poor farming family, who was surviving over there, and their cattle have also sustained injuries in this entire incident that has been done by Pakistan. Now remember, this is the 3rd such incident in as many days, where yet again Pakistan has gone ahead and targeted civilians and made sure that civilians of India who have no way to defend themselves, they are targeted in some way or the other. So definitely the manner in which this coward nation of Pakistan is actually trying to fight with India, this is absolutely shameful, and Pakistan has yet again decided to go ahead and target civilian locations in the country. This was just one drone that was not tackled by our air defense systems, and this is the kind of damage that has happened. But definitely at this point in time, what we have been told that 3 out of the 2 people are out of danger, whereas the woman of the family is still critically injured.
So that's a good piece of news, that 3 out of the 2 people who have been hit by this drone are out of danger, and the rest are receiving medical attention. Thank you, Anshul, for getting us that piece of breaking news. We will continue to track all the developments coming in. For now, quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
Udhampur, also multiple ceasefire violations happening across different sectors on either side of the line of control. So not yet quite the repeat of what we saw yesterday, but still heavy artillery firing happening on across the LoC. Akash has more details on this. Akash, so is it restricted to CFV violations and artillery shells right now? Are we seeing any kind of drone activity yet? Is there any possibility of a repeat of what happened yesterday, or it's following a familiar pattern?
I'm hearing the sirens. In fact, here in Jammu, I'm not allowed to go outside because of the light and some sort of restrictions that are in place, Zaka. Yes, we are learning about one drone attack here in Jammu. In fact, defense sources are telling us, and we have heard multiple firing sounds as well. You rightly pointed out, on line of control, we are having ceasefire violations in different sectors, not only in Jammu but in Kashmir as well. In Uri and Kupwara, we have been reporting since evening. And at this point in time, in Poonch and in Samba, we are learning about this ceasefire violation from Pakistan, where they are in fact firing the artillery. Here in Jammu, I have heard multiple sounds. I was trying to count 11 at least. I have heard, and I am learning. In fact, defense sources are telling me that it was drone once again, for a drone attack once again. We'll wait for the police to confirm it as well. But I am learning that yesterday it was the airport, and once again it is in the close vicinity, possibly the airport only. And agencies are in fact using the AD systems and AD guns to thwart these attempts. Once again, it is Pakistan trying to attack the infrastructure, and not only in Jammu. We have been learning about these sort of activities in different areas. Tejinder is reporting in fact about Pathankot and Samba as well. We have a colleague Anshul and Anvit in different areas as well. They have been reporting about blackout and sirens. But as far as Jammu is concerned, Zaka, so it is very important. It is the international border though, but it's a very part of the sort of attack that was carried out. In fact, yesterday it got started with Jammu only, and at around 8 p.m. This evening also, we heard sirens, and soon after that a blackout was there. Yes, it's a precautionary measure, Zaka, but it has been categorically mentioned by the police and the civil authorities that people cannot stay outdoor, and in fact that they need to go inside whenever they are hearing these sort of sounds, and in fact whenever
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As tensions continue to escalate between India and Pakistan, let's get a view from a lawmaker from a country that has faced off against terror since its very inception. I'm joined by Moshe Turpaz, a member of parliament from Israel. Thank you, Mr. Turpaz, for joining us on CNN News 18 and giving us your perspective. Israel has been a crucial ally and on the front lines in the war on terror. How do you see these developments of the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan as we dismantle the terror infrastructure inside Pakistan?
So Israel has been fighting for its life for 77 years, since it was founded in 1948. And we, the Jewish people, actually have a 3,000 history of fighting for our lives in the land of Israel, and also when we were around the world scattered and without a country of our own. So I can relate to this situation, and I must say I think the defense against attacks is something that every country, as small as Israel or big as India, has to work on. I think it's very concerning because as we see it, we in Israel didn't know or are not aware of the fighting between Pakistan and India. And I think every time there is a terror against a country, this is something that we relate to. We understand how you feel when you're attacked like that.
Right. Mr. Turpaz, if we look at India and Israel, terror is a major threat to democracies and liberal values, something that both nations represent. Is it time for this to become a global stand of powerful and effective democracies to label terror as a threat to humanity?
I think so, yeah. I think it's very important that we democracies stand together and help each other at these hard times. And I must say that the fact that civilians are murdered by aggressors from another country is something that, of course, has to be in concern of all of the world. I mean, I would expect the United Nations to stand with the country, although we in Israel are very much disappointed by the side that the United Nations is taking. And I hope India manages to both redefend its people and show the world how a democracy knows to defend itself, because if it doesn't defend itself, I'm afraid enough that no one else will do it for her.
Mr. Turpaz, Israel has been tackling terror since its very inception, something I mentioned at the top. The recent being the October 7 massacre, and India also bears the scars of insurgency. But tackling the threat even now gets mired in politics, both domestically and internationally. What lessons can we take from Israel and how it's dealt with the politics surrounding its action against terror?
So I think first and foremost, terror understands only power. Terrorists should not be negotiated with and should understand that when they are aggressors, when they attacked, they will meet a very strong force. This is something we have learned on our lives for many years. And I remember, as you remember, on the 7th of October, almost 1,200 Israelis were murdered by the terrorists of Hamas. So I think India too should show terror that it doesn't bow and it doesn't negotiate. It stands firm against terror. Then the world has to understand that India won't stand aside and won't be just, aggressed and not give a response. And that's something that towards your allies, and even stronger to those are not allies, but let's say are sitting on the fence, they have to hear from India that India won't be, can't allow itself to be aggressed by terror and not to respond. And then I think, as you hinted, I think us democracies, we have to stand together. So we call, and I think India should call other democracies around the world to stand with her and to help her and to give a firm stand against aggressions that come from places of terror.
Right. Mr. Turpaz, I'm going to press you on that point. The fight against terror, while essential for the existence of a nation state, gets targeted over charges of human rights abuses multiple times. Even India has been blamed for targeting civilian areas, while evidence has been shown that terror launch pads have been eliminated. How do we navigate this?
Well, frankly enough, I think we're not, I don't feel it being a good example, because Israel is very frustrated about its situation again, how we are aggressed not only from terrorists, but also from organizations of human rights that stand always with the terrorists instead of the civilians that were attacked. And this is something that I can't really give you good advice, but say that Israel says to those organizations, if you don't stand with me, if you don't empathize, if you don't understand what happened to me, I won't be on your side when you attack me. I mean, you can't come to me and say, stop every aggressions when you didn't stand with me on the time I was attacked. And this is something I think same stand that India should take. And again, Israel is committed to human rights and to the international law. But when you're attacked by a terrorist, you can't just say, okay, he did his stand and now I seek peace. You first have to give a very strong and very aggressive backlash, so the terrorists will understand that it doesn't do good to start terror against a country, against a democratic country.
Right, but talking about Pakistan and even the nations that back terror in your own neighborhood, Mr. Turpaz, has there been a failure of multilateral organizations in recognizing the threat of terror? Are they guilty of, let's say, whitewashing the crimes of terrorists?
Yes, we do that, and again, not successfully enough. We feel that a lot of these organizations, some sponsored by the United Nations, and a lot of them are located in the Western world, in countries we feel should be our allies, democracies, free democracies, that instead of standing with us against terror, they take the side of the aggressor, of the terrorists, and that's something very frustrating for Israel. And I think India also should demand these organizations to stand with Israel and with India, and to understand our side, because it's not, I mean, on the 7th of October, and same goes for India, we didn't start anything. People were living in their homes, in the villages, and suddenly attacked, killed, slaughtered, raped. And this is something that can't be a double-sided, because there are no two sides to terror. It's only a terror against democracy, and that's a very firm stand Israel has, and I think India should also have.
Right, and Mr. Turpaz, my final question: with India and Israel also achieving diplomatic success in gaining support for actions against terrorists and terror sponsors, do you sense a shift in the narrative surrounding this threat to humanity? With the fingerprints of terror all over the world, have we achieved a shift in the global outlook?
So I think it's a complex time. These are very complex times for democracies and for liberal values. And yet, I'll tell you one thing. I used to be a fighter myself, and I served many years in the reserves of our army in Israel. And I always said we fight terrorists by force, but we don't turn ourselves to be terrorists. So we are doing the best to fight for democracy, for liberal values, for humanity, against brutal terror, without turning to be them. And that's something very vital for us liberal democracies to understand. We want to stay with our liberal values, even if we fight brutal people that are not like that. And that's, I think, something essential for a message to the world.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Turbas, for sharing your perspective, as well as the fact that how India and Israel are in the same boat when it comes to the fight against terror. We're going to take a quick break now. More news and updates on the other side.
We're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with siren sounds that have been activated in Udhampur, a complete blackout in Udhampur. Also, multiple ceasefire violations happening across different sectors on either side of the line of control. So not yet quite the repeat of what we saw yesterday, but still heavy artillery firing happening on across the LoC. Akash has more details on this. Akash, so is it restricted to CFV violations and artillery shells right now? Are we seeing any kind of drone activity yet? Is there any possibility of a repeat of what happened yesterday, or it's following a familiar pattern?
I'm hearing the sirens. In fact, here in Jammu, I'm not allowed to go outside because of the light and some sort of restrictions that are in place as Aka. Yes, we are learning about one drone attack here in Jammu. In fact, defense sources are telling us, and we have heard multiple firing sounds as well. You rightly pointed out, on line of control, we are having ceasefire violations in different sectors, not only in Jammu but in Kashmir as well. In Uri and Kupwara, we have been reporting since evening. And at this point in time, in Poonch and in Samba, we are learning about this ceasefire violation from Pakistan, where they are in fact firing the artillery. Here in Jammu, I have heard multiple sounds. I was trying to count 11 at least. I have heard, and I am learning. In fact, defense sources are telling me that it was drone once again. It was a drone attack once again. We'll wait for the police to confirm it as well. But I am learning that yesterday it was the airport, and once again it is in the close vicinity, possibly the airport only. And agencies are in fact using the AD systems and AD guns to thwart these attempts. Once again, it is Pakistan trying to attack the infrastructure. And not only in Jammu, we have been learning about these sort of activities in different areas. Tejinder is reporting in fact about Pathankot and Samba as well. We have a colleague Anshul and Anvit in different areas as well. They have been reporting about blackout and sirens. But as far as Jammu is concerned, Zaka, so it is very important. It is the international border though, but it's a very part of the sort of attack that was carried out in
We're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with siren sounds that have been activated in Udhampur, a complete blackout in Udhampur. Also, multiple ceasefire violations happening across different sectors on either side of the line of control. So not yet quite the repeat of what we saw yesterday, but still heavy artillery firing happening on across the LoC. Akash has more details on this. Akash, so is it restricted to CFV violations and artillery shells right now? Are we seeing any kind of drone activity yet? Is there any possibility of a repeat of what happened yesterday, or it's following a familiar pattern?
I'm hearing the sirens. In fact, here in Jammu, I'm not allowed to go outside because of the light and some sort of restrictions that are in place as Aka. Yes, we are learning about one drone attack here in Jammu. In fact, defense sources are telling us, and we have heard multiple firing sounds as well. You rightly pointed out, on line of control, we are having ceasefire violations in different sectors, not only in Jammu but in Kashmir as well. In Uri and Kupwara, we have been reporting since evening. And at this point in time, in Samba, we are learning about this ceasefire violation from Pakistan, where they are in fact firing the artillery. Here in Jammu, I have heard multiple sounds. I was trying to count 11 at least. I have heard, and I am learning. In fact, defense sources are telling me that it was droned once again, for a drone attack once again. We'll wait for the police to confirm it as well. But I am learning that yesterday it was the airport, and once again it is in the close vicinity, possibly the airport only. And agencies are in fact using the AD systems and AD guns to thwart these attempts. Once again, it is Pakistan trying to attack the infrastructure, and not only in Jammu. We have been learning about these sort of activities in different areas. Tejinder is reporting in fact about Pathankot and Samba as well. We have a colleague Anshul and Anvit in different areas as well. They have been reporting about blackout and sirens. But as far as Jammu is concerned, Zaka, so it is very important. It is the international border though, but it's a very part of the sort of attack that was carried out. In fact, yesterday it got started with Jammu only, and at around 8 p.m. This evening also, we heard sirens, and soon after that.
A very warm welcome to our live and rolling coverage of the border tensions between India and Pakistan, as India gives a befitting reply to Pakistan's misadventures and even displays its technological edge. Pakistan continues its drone strikes along the border, targeting several spots in Indian territory. Pakistani forces have unleashed drones in Jaisalmer, Rajouri, Amritsar, Firozpur, Riyasi, Katwa, Samba, Nagrota and even Uri. Ceasefire violations are continuing along the line of control and even the international border, while they are also raising the cost for Pakistan as India continues to retaliate. In the recent IMF meeting, India has also objected to the bailout for Pakistan, saying the funds are being used for terror operations. India has abstained from the vote and the IMF has taken note. That's a big breaking input we are now bringing to you as far as putting or exerting that pressure on behalf of the IMF is concerned. Let's in fact bring you those breaking inputs. Top government sources are telling CNN News 18 that as far as IMF clearing a $1 billion bailout for Pakistan, India has abstained from the recent International Monetary Fund vote. This was with regards to the loan that was being doled out to Pakistan, not because it lacked opposition, but because the fund does not allow member countries to vote no. Otherwise, remember, India was all set to vote and cast a negative vote, but this time around, India has abstained. By choosing to abstain, here's the message. India has sent a strong message of disagreement. It has raised concerns over Pakistan receiving repeated financial support 28 times in the past out of 35 years, including 4 programs in just the last 5, without any meaningful reforms coming from these global economic institutions, primarily the IMF. India has also criticized the Pakistani military's deep role in economic matters and warned that the money could be misused to support cross-border terrorism, posing serious risks to global credibility and values. On that big breaking input, I am joined in by Siddhant Mishra, who will break down that big message that India has sent out while abstaining from that very crucial vote. Siddhant, first of all, many would want to know, why hasn't India cast a no instead of abstaining?
This is where India demands reforms at the international institutions. In fact, talking about IMF, if you allow me, then I would like to draw a larger context to this particular development. So there is no vote policy at IMF. Perhaps a country with more economic might has more say, and in fact, decisions are largely taken on the basis of consensus. So India does not, India cannot, or any of the members cannot exercise no to the bailout, and this is the reason that India decided to abstain. Perhaps the IMF has also of India's abstention. And it is kind of a message which India is sending out to the world, that India has provided evidence, material, time and again. India has raised this issue that a country which is surviving on IMF bailout perhaps is spending equal amount of money for its defense budget. Says about the priority of that country, etc., etc. And today again this happened India, in fact, this issue was raised. India's abstention was also taken note by the IMF. But, as I said before, that again, this is where India demands reforms at the international institutions. Perhaps a terrorist state which is directly involved in killing 26 innocent people. Last month on 22nd of April, perhaps is again getting loans from IMF. In fact, because the bigger countries with the bigger economic might have supported this bailout again.
That's very important, Siddha. I'm going to request you to continue staying with me. In fact, I'm joined in by Professor Brahma Chalani at the moment for more perspective on this. Professor Chalani, thank you for joining in. This is a big development, as Siddhant was highlighting and sharing the reasons why this is an abstention and not a no. Also, break down for us, how do you weigh in on the statement, which is a very sharp and pointed one that's come out from India?
First, this IMF bailout approval has followed a staff agreement with Pakistan. So the right time to lobby with IMF was when IMF staff were negotiating with Pakistan. At that time, we did not raise a voice. What happened today was a pro forma approval. Once a staff agreement has been reached with the country, the IMF board normally, unless there is something extraordinary that comes to the notice of the board of the IMF, the board normally approves the staff agreement. So the lobbying should have been done much earlier. At this stage, it was very difficult for India, even with US support, for example, to block the staff agreement with Pakistan. The US administration, the present one, is quite India friendly. They know that Pakistan is deeply involved in terrorism. The right thing to do would have been to lobby in January, in January or February, to prevent such a staff agreement from being reached. But actually it goes back to the Biden era. When Joe Biden was the president, he began this bailout process for Pakistan. There was a big bailout that he helped secure for Pakistan, and then soon thereafter he announced a $450 million deal to modernize and upgrade Pakistan's F-16 fleet against India. Look at the irony of it. On one hand, the US under Biden pressed IMF to bail out Pakistan because it was bankrupt or on the verge of defaulting, and then they signed a $450 million deal to modernize Pakistan's F-16 fleet without securing any commitment on counterterrorism. And even at that time, the Indian government did not raise its voice. So, we have a record of only raising a voice when there is a crisis that is facing India. So today, because of this military conflict, we spoke up, but it was too late.
Thank you for making that very critical point, Professor Chalani. And I want to, also ask you about the entire statement that has come in. Do you think that that statement is hard-hitting? Even though it is hard-hitting, as you said, that we seem to have already missed the bus at a time when there's a lot of chatter about how we can exert pressure on Pakistan through these monetary institutions, whether it is the IMF or even make efforts to bring Pakistan back on the FATF grey list. How is this move in your point of view?
I think India needs to mount a sustained international campaign to spotlight Pakistan's nexus with terror groups. This tendency in India to speak up when there is an act of Pakistani-sponsored terrorism or the tensions along the border or the LoC, that's not the right way. You have to do it on a sustained basis. You have to then press each institution. For example, the FATF allowed Pakistan to exit the grey list. At that time, India could have built a coalition. Of course, the Biden administration, along with China, helped Pakistan to exit the FATF grey list. But you have to start building a coalition months ahead, And you can't do it just when FATF is meeting. Similarly, in the case of IMF, you can issue any statements that you wish to make, but to pressure IMF, you have to build a coalition. You have to build a coalition because India is only one important country in the IMF. It doesn't have a veto power in the IMF, but certainly can help build a coalition.
You know, that's another very important point that you made, Professor Chelani, and that's the point that I would like to take forward with Lieutenant General Iyer, who's also on the broadcast with us. He's the ex-chief of the staff at Northern Command, and I'm also joined in by Captain M.J. Vinod, who's a defense expert. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. But if I could bring in Lieutenant General Iyer. Sir, that's an important point that Professor made, and that's why if you go by the consensus, as they say, that unlike the UN over here, as far as the IMF is concerned, the vote goes by the economic power that each country wields, which means that the United States has a significant sizable vote in the IMF. What is one to make at a time when the United States is maintaining consistent engagement with New Delhi? Should we expect or shelve any hopes from the US to play a critical role over here?
Firstly, I will take it, Professor Chelani took it back to January. I'll take it back to August, September of last year.
Okay.
It was around that time when, they got out of the FATF grey. They were one of the major contributors of ammunition to the Ukraine requirements, which was something which Biden administration was pushing. So they were like Biden's gang at that stage of time. And by the time the elections happened in the US and the new administration came in, and it was too late because this IMF bailout had already passed that staff test. Thereafter also, till the month of April, there was no other significant reason for us to start pushing for putting them on a grey list, as well as, getting this bailout out. So to some extent, we have been trying for the last 2 weeks, but 2 weeks is not an adequate amount of time. And let us have trust in the current American administration. They are well abreast with the kind of activity that is happening in Pakistan. I am personally very sure that next time when it comes up for the FATF relisting, Pakistan will find itself into trouble. My only piece of concern is 2 weeks down the line, though we have accused Pakistan of this Pahalgam incident, we have to back it up with real concrete evidence.
Yes.
That is somewhere we need to work much harder. We have to connect the links between what happened in Pahalgam to the Pakistani administration, and by the time they come up for the next set of loans, it should be very clear that Pakistan is a country which is fostering terrorism once again, and they deserve to be treated in the manner they were treated last year. And the third thing I would say is $1 billion in the current scheme of things, we should not get too much worried about. I'm sure it is just maybe another 6-7 days of war stamina if you equate it towards completely being employed towards this war waging efforts. And should this conflict go any further north, and we find ourselves into a limited or a long-drawn engagement with Pakistan, this $1 billion is not going to last it. So let us not get worried about it. Let's stay focused on the current situation. I still agree, and I keep saying this every time whenever I get an opportunity. The I part of the time syndrome, we are not doing so well. We have not been able to communicate our intentions correctly. Whereas we have done very well on the diplomatic side, we have done exceedingly well on the military side, we have done fairly well on the economic side. Because the communication aspects are not good enough, we are not able to get the kind of results that we should have got by now.
No, I agree over there. I agree over there. But where I do disagree is that $1 billion funding, as you're saying, may not result or yield too much of war stamina. But the fact is, it's not just this $1 billion bailout that we are looking at, or an additional funding, which is what they are calling it, because there's been a consistent sort of bailout pattern that's been coming out of IMF, and that goes all the way back to 1958. And that's why I want to bring in Captain Vinod on that note. Sir, there's so much chatter about how the global consensus is standing with India in solidarity. And so when you talk about that global consensus, will that yield any results, especially in a body like IMF, which is governed by consensus?
And listen, I mean, without, sounding very different from my position, for the sake of viewers, let me explain this particular thing to you. See, a professional, I don't want to use that word, but for want of a better word, I'm using this word. A professional beggar knows exactly how to dress up before he goes begging. So, in FATF, when you go to take the money from IMF and not to get into FATF grey list, Pakistan has done a large amount of work. Before you go and submit your application, Pakistan knows exactly whom to go and meet, what to say, how to say, Germany, US, before it goes to IMF. To stay out of grey list, Pakistan doesn't need to go knocking on the doors of US. It needs to go knocking on the doors of Australia. Why? Because in the FATF, we have something called an APG, Asia Pacific Group. In the Asia Pacific Group, the permanent chair is Australia and you have a rotating co-chair. And the Philippines, and last year when they got out of it, it was Malaysia, and they had a tacit understanding that when you have a bailout, you will return what is owed to Malaysia, which they didn't return. And if you remember, that big thing happened when PIA Airlines was captured by Malaysia. Because they promised that paisa will be given, paisa diya nahi, aur yahan inko ullu bana ke chale gaye. So these kind of things, a professional person who knows how to ask for arms knows very well. I was not surprised that they will get this money because they have done their homework very, very well. For the next bailout, they have already started their work. For the next bailout, they have already must be doing their paperwork. So they're extremely professional about it. And like Professor Brahma Chalani said, you have to beat them in their game. You cannot be, beating them in their game 1 day to go, 2 days to go. Nothing is going to happen. By calling somebody 1 day before the money is going to be allotted and hoping like hell that the money will not be allotted when he professionally has addressed and plugged all the holes a month ago, impossible to do. But my limited point is, in the last 3-4 days, the amount they have spent is much more than the amount that they may get. And it is not that FSTF sanction, you will get money today. No, it takes 1 month, 2 months to come into your account and when you start spending. So that itself is something which is not going to aid in this particular operation.
No, I agree with you that they do their homework and they do it bloody well. But Professor Chalani, I think the example that's been quoted of FATF is living testimony, because remember, they convicted a Sajid Mir or even a Hafiz Saeed only till the time they wanted to get off the grey list of the FATF. Once they did, they were back to their proxy games of terrorism. And that's why I want to bring you in on that point, that why haven't these global monetary institutions like the IMF or the World Bank been able to do much when it comes to addressing terrorism? I can't help but ask that, are they not equally responsible for what we are seeing happen in Kashmir?
The thing is that as long as Pakistan does not export terrorism to the West is actually not concerned about Pakistan exporting terrorism to India, because then it becomes a regional issue for them. And in the old India-Pakistan problem, where the two have been at loggerheads for decades now. But they all know that over the years, the footprints of many terrorist attacks in the West were traced to Pakistan. The US found Osama bin Laden living next to the Pakistan Military Academy, and other top terrorist leaders that the US wanted, like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed or Abu Zubaydah, they were found living in Pakistan's heartland. But then under previous US administrations, the Pakistani government, especially the ISI and the army chief, promised to Washington that they have started cleaning up their act that they will never repeat what happened previously. They pledged that they will not do anything to undermine US or Western security. So with those assurances and pledges, the US under some administrations, for example under Biden, resumed cozy ties with Pakistan. And we saw how Biden, for example, really helped Pakistan secure the first IMF bailout, then managed to get Pakistan off the FATF grey list, helped modernize Pakistan's F-16 fleet, while we didn't really press our case at that time. We did not. We were being too nice. We thought that if we were to exert pressure on the Biden administration, this could strain U.S.-India relations. No, we should have actually said that what Pakistan is doing is a threat to global security, and that India's efforts to pressure Pakistan to clean up its act is actually good for the world. It's not just an India-Pakistan issue. It's actually about international security. The IMF bailout, and this is there was a big bailout that was initially supported by Biden administration, and now we are now the second bailout.
Yes.
But the IMF bailout is actually great leverage for the US, because as you rightly point out that the US has a virtual veto power in the IMF, and Pakistan needs the IMF bailout not just because of the amount of money, because the IMF bailout allows Pakistan then to secure loans from elsewhere. For example, this latest release of $1 billion, this immediate release, $1 billion are being released to Pakistan now.
And we all know where it's going to go.
Yes, but more importantly, because of this $1 billion deal, Pakistan now will be able to secure additional billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia and China. They were waiting, China and Saudi Arabia were waiting for this IMF agreement. And now $1.2 billion swap deal go forward, and there will be another major package from Saudi Arabia.
All right, I think you've made another very critical point, Lieutenant General Iyer. How do you weigh in on that? That actually does sound alarm bells at the moment, because as we've been talking about, India has also stated it in the IMF that the Pakistani army, the military, has a lopsided sort of sway over the economy in Pakistan and how the funding is going to be utilized. So that indeed is a cause of concern now, even if it is just going to be slightly over $1 billion.
I can't agree more with Professor Chelani. It's covered almost all the facets of this bailout. My only point here is whether this bailout came or not. The funds flow from both China and Saudi Arabia, if not through the front door, from the back door, would have continued. But this does give them legitimacy to now push through loans. These are ultimately loans, like Pakistan. Somebody said Pakistan budget is, every budget tells us what is to be repaid and where the loans are going to come to repay the next year's, next year's budget. So it is a kind of a continuation they are living in. They are living in dangerous situation. No country would like to, have so much of external debt as Pakistan is. Their economy is in shatters. A war of maybe even 15 days is going to make their life miserable. They just cannot afford it. And I am very sure this 1 billion, like Group Captain Augustine said, it is not going to be of much use. A couple of jets going down and this $1 billion worth will, get covered over there. Possibly in the last 4 days, they have taken losses more than $1 billion as it is. But that having said, unfortunately, we are making Pakistan India-centric. And that is something we need to tell the world. That the problem is not just going to be in India. Tomorrow, this epicenter of terror is going to bite everybody. Somebody said keep snakes in your backyard and they're going to come and bite you. This point has to be rubbed into the Americans. 9/11 happened because there were people who were, raised by the Americans in the 80s. They came back and bit them in the late 90s. The same thing can happen through Pakistan in some stage of time. This has to be told to the Western world, and that's why again I said we have to be much more active in the info domain. We have to be ballistic in the info domain. Our people should be able to communicate the points of view, our troubles, and also tell the world what is going to hit them later. We can survive, but will this be harmful to the world has to be told. And the last point I would like to add here is possibly in the later half of last year and early part of this year, we were too focused on China. Our entire interest was trying to find a way to de-escalate with China because it was running into the third or fourth year. We were still worried that this is something which, and possibly we neglected Pakistan as possibly something which is not of importance to us.
Okay.
And I guess because I remember I've been in service and in an operational command, and we were literally only focused towards the north, and we're not looking in the west at all.
Okay,
I guess,
Captain Vinod, I want to bring you in. Lieutenant General Iyer and Professor Chelani both have highlighted how India's homework should have begun much earlier, and perhaps we had distractions at the LAC as well, which perhaps kept us more focused on China front. But now that the Biden administration is gone, you have an administration which is more serious about tackling terrorism, something that we can stand by with the arrest or the extradition of Tahawoor Rana. What, in your view, could sort of perhaps expedite the US support when it comes to, tackling or exerting greater pressure via institutions like the IMF?
Great question. In fact, just tell the viewers, their foreign office, the Section Affairs office equivalent of ours, as a separate division which is looking at only IMF loan bailouts and the paperwork and everything. There are a whole lot of people working in that particular department who are only looking at this. Now, let me draw a simile because I'm being a military man. You say across Amritsar, they deploy one division or two divisions of force. Will you keep quiet? You will also deploy one or two divisions of force, isn't it? Similarly, in our External Affairs Ministry, we should, maybe they will learn a lesson. We should have a separate division continuously working to get these buggers into grey or blacklist, all the time. Career, officers should be working permanently to get these guys, give the guys what they deserve, which is blacklist. Else, it is going to bite us badly. And like Sir said, a couple of years went by when we lost focus on Pakistan, which is we are paying dearly for it. And I'm mincing no words. Even today, I think we are not giving it back to them as much as they deserve it. We can and we should, is my feeling, but then there are better brains taking better calls, so I'll leave it to their judgment. Otherwise, what we are seeing on the screen, we should not be seeing on the second or third day.
I agree. Why were we waiting for the 22nd of April for the situation to have arrived to this point? But Professor Chelani, take a moment to weigh in on the reliance that Pakistan has had on the IMF, which goes, I will again say, it's gone over for decades. 1958, I have the entire list of all the bailout fundings that have gone. And it all began in 1958, 8th of December to be precise. And I can't help but say that, if it is about snakes in the backyards, when will they stop, in fact, harboring these snakes in the backyard? You expect better from the Trump administration.
Two things stand out. This IMF bailouts for Pakistan began during the Cold War, when Pakistan was a surrogate of Western powers. So it was easy for Pakistan then to secure IMF bailouts. And once you get one bailout and you don't do your reforms, you become more and more dependent on IMF. Let's say, getting IMF money is actually quite slippery for many countries because IMF imposes conditionalities that are pretty tough. And once you get into the IMF bailout trap, you continue to you continue to need more and more bailouts. And this has been Pakistan's story. And the second is that over the decades now, since the first coup in Pakistan in the late 1950s, which actually coincided with the first IMF bailout, Pakistan has been ruled formally or informally by the military continuously now. And the military dominates not only the society, it dominates the politics, it dominates the economy. There are very few countries in the world where the military not only calls the shots in politics, but even the shots in the economy. There are very few examples of this kind in the world. So Pakistan is a very unique case. It's an abnormal state where the military and the intelligence agencies are not even accountable to the government in office. For example, today, the way the military operates, Shahbaz Sharif is only the surrogate of General Munir. So this is a very abnormal state, and that's the reason why, to answer your question, this dependence on bailouts has never left Pakistan.
Absolutely. And Lieutenant General Iyer, we are looking at a year which is very critical to some partnerships that India has, and we'll be playing host to the Quad Summit. And when you talk about it in such a year, is this partnership with, say, Japan, Australia and the United States of America only limited to the Indo-Pacific?
Unfortunately, the Quad is only limited to the Indo-Pacific and it is China-centric. I'm making no bones about it. That having said, I am looking at a brighter year ahead for three, four reasons. Firstly, the Russo-Ukrainian conflict is almost as good as gone. I guess it's just a period of time when the Americans, because the Trump administration is not going to be as actively involved with the Ukrainians as the Biden administration was. So I see that part of the world order changing in the coming part of this year. So Pakistan's value in supporting Ukraine and being part of the American setup will go down in due course of time. The second thing which Pakistan has done over the last 1 month, and they have been somewhat been able to play it down below the radar. They have been trying to reignite the Middle East by pulling out the Palestinian clause once again. Even I saw even during the PSL games, they had these save Palestine kind of things coming up, or crush Israel kind of things being taken up. I guess we did not catch that. We had wonderful opportunity to play it up, but we did not. There is still an opportunity because Pakistan still relies on a lot of support from the Middle East. It feels that since it makes a cause for the Palestinians, the Middle East, especially the Saudi Arab and the Emirates, will come to its support as far as finance is concerned. Unfortunately, the last few months have seen the Saudis haven't played ball with them in exact manner.
I was about to come to that. Yes, go on.
Professor Chalani mentioned that possibly after this bailout, there could be a difference. Well, I want to see it to believe, but the way the Saudis have treated the Pakis in the last 6 to 8 months is actually, I'll go back to Group Captain Vinod's analogy, it's just like a beggar. So that having said, I do look at a better year ahead. Trump is somebody who's not going to get into bailouts of this nature. He's a businessman. We are going to have a very good trade deal with the Americans very soon, so we'll become valuable to the Americans. We will be able to, I hope, play this game of Pakistan being the epicenter of terror with this current, we have him. We are actually holding him by the neck. It's a question of how fast and how quickly we are able to squeeze him out and expose him to the world order. And this $1 or $2 billion is something which is not very alarming to me. Yes, it was a signal. Had this $2 billion not happened today, this complete CNP, as far as the Comprehensive National Power, which we have applied for the last 2 weeks or so, would have seen its complete domain being fully exercised. That notwithstanding, I'm sure When the Indus water doesn't come in time, his crops are going to suffer. He's going to face a lot of problems otherwise. His stock exchange has crashed. So he's into a lot of trouble as it is. I'm sure he's going to face massive floods in this monsoons because he'll not be able to regulate water because we are not going to give him any data of the kind of water we are going to release. So his standing crops are going to go down. He's going to face a lot of trouble. I'm seeing bad things happening to Pakistan in the next 5 to 6 months.
No, I agree with you, Lieutenant General Iyer, but you know, today is also a wake-up call for India, and that's why Group Captain Vinod, I think when you're talking about global support, glad that Lieutenant General Iyer talked about Saudi Arabia. I want to bring you in on the kind of good offices we share with OIC nations. In fact, just a day ago, we had the foreign ministers from Saudi Arabia and Iran very much in New Delhi. So when you talk about our own consistent engagement with OIC nations through our own economic partnerships, whether it is with Qatar, Iran or Saudi Arabia, even UAE, can we not expect them to also come to our aid and rescue when it comes to exerting pressure via these institutions?
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at a decade ago or maybe more, OIC willy-nilly was, most of the nations willy-nilly was against India. Today it is not so. In fact, most of them have given awards and such.
In fact, Prime Minister was in Jeddah. He was in Jeddah on the 22nd, which happens to be the headquarters of OIC.
Oh yeah. So people are, the world is realizing the strength of A, our leader, B, as a country, us. And C, they are able to see that every time the Sharif comes, he's only coming, I feel sad for him. He's only coming with a begging bowl, and there is not much that he's contributing towards OIC as such, except probably, getting an epithet of being a terror factory. And I'm sitting in DC, speaking to many such people. The moment you say Pakistan, the synonym is terror factory, and everyone understands that because post 9/11 things have changed. The focus is totally different, and like Professor said, now post Russia's pullout and post the end of Charlie Wilson's war, the use of Pakistan to West, especially to US, is not much, and especially after they pulled out of Afghanistan, it is actually zilch zero. But yesterday when Vance said it is the war between them and we have nothing to do, I knew then that the bailout is coming. That I knew then that Vance has not stopped it. Probably he or his people have given the go-ahead for the money. And like General Iyer said, it is a signal, it's not the money. Had we succeeded in blocking this money for next couple of days, probably things would have been different. Now, on this high that I got the money, maybe it'll continue for 1 or 2 more days. Over to you.
So, despite the austerity, inequality, poverty and the debt, Professor Chelani, they continue to fund terrorism. So, where have been the failings, if I were to say? I know if we were to begin from our own home with India, you've always maintained how we've lacked a strategy or a policy, a consistent policy towards Pakistan and terrorism sponsored by Pakistan. So where have the failings been, especially from our end?
If you look at successive governments in India, you've never had a consistent Pakistan policy or a consistent China policy. Every Prime Minister who takes office seeks to reinvent the foreign policy wheel. I'll give you some examples. Vajpayee, he came to office, he took a bus to Lahore, he thought he could befriend Pakistan. Then, few months later, he publicly bemoaned that his bus to Lahore got hijacked to Kargil. He did not learn from his predecessors. He thought he could actually do what his predecessors had failed to do. Then he tried his luck with China. Again, he tripped. But that did not discourage him. In his last year in office, he again sought to befriend Pakistan. Then came Manmohan Singh. He made his peace overtures to Pakistan. And in return, he invited the horrific Mumbai massacre. And we did not even impose any cost on Pakistan for the Mumbai terrorist attacks. Then comes Modi. He lands in Lahore unannounced in late 2015. In December 2015, he thought that where Manmohan Singh had failed, where Vajpayee had failed, he could actually achieve friendship with Pakistan. And do you know what happened after he went to Lahore? The Pakistani military establishment was enraged that they thought that Modi was conspiring with Nawaz Sharif, the then Prime Minister, and so in response they staged a series of major attacks in India, starting with Pathankot. And to investigate the Pathankot attack, we invited the ISI to come and join the investigations into the attack that the ISI had staged. So you can look at this just recent history, how successive prime ministers have not had a consistent Pakistan policy, and if I could even describe how they have not even attempted to have a consistent China policy. So to a large extent, the problems that we are facing with Pakistan and with China, to some extent, they are because of our own failures.
I think that's a very valid point. Lieutenant General Iyer, in January this year, in fact, to be precise, we were learning of these long-range ballistic missiles being prepared by Pakistan. That also led to sanctions being imposed by the United States. But how far did that go to curb Pakistan is what one is left wondering right now. Because remember, when the war began in Ukraine, Russia was sanctioned massively. Their assets were frozen, and that also went to an economic level. We've not seen the same happen in case of Pakistan.
Because Russia is, endowed with a lot of resources. When Russia was sanctioned, there was a feeling that Russian oil and gas will not get sold in the world, and Russia
will
be.
They didn't get impacted.
So they managed to work around the system, and Russia was much stronger a nation than Pakistan. We can't compare sanctions on Pakistan with sanctions on Russia. That is one. Secondly, I don't think
they actually gunned for Russia, which I don't see happening for Pakistan when it's a fact that they are harboring terrorism.
Because like Group Captain Vinod said, Pakistan is not anti-West. You must understand that. Till the time the West feels threatened by Pakistan, they will not go the whole hog. They'll make noises, all right. They'll say, we'll sanction you, we'll cancel your loans, we'll put you on the grey list. In my mind, Pakistan should have been in the blacklist 2 years ago. Pakistan should have been in the blacklist way back in 2011 when Osama bin Laden was found within 10 kilometers of the Pakistan military academy. There was no reason, and it was not that Americans found him one day. They knew about it for more than a year and a half before they actually went in and got him out. So it is something which we have to possibly make a little more noise. We have to not neglect our Western adversary, saying that he doesn't matter to us. Somehow, like I said, in the last 2 years, we became.
But that's exactly what the US Vice President has said in his interview to one of the leading news channels in the United States, that we are not going to get involved in anybody's war.
So my larger point is, you are started by asking, Quad. Quad is totally Indo-Pacific.
No, that's true. That's true. No, I was saying that this is just. The point behind asking that question was to actually say that this is just to actually use the analogy friends with benefits, because it suits you in the Indo-Pacific, which is why you've partnered with India over there, but it doesn't suit you when it comes to Pakistan. So we are not concerned about this particular conflict.
So when I can put my example to it, my last 5 or 6 years in service was since the time the Quad started shaping up. And suddenly we decided that our, adversaries only in the north, west can be handled at any time. And in that window, possibly Doklam happened, then Ladakh happened, and we got fixated with China for definitely since 2020. And in that period, we have felt that Pakistan is already done and dusted with. Kashmir has been sorted out. We have abrogated Article 370. Normalcy has come into Kashmir. Pakistan has been dried up. They don't have the money to finance terrorists. We have been able to knock off all the militants or terrorists in the valley. Everything is hunky-dory. In fact, last year we were, going gaga about the kind of, tricolors floating everywhere in Kashmir. we actually neglected Pakistan and its hold in some kind of such freak events inside Kashmir. And he's been able to, all the bluff and put us into a position that we are in today. I guess we need to ensure that all our, vulnerabilities are taken care of with equal amount of importance. And we can't just concentrate on one part of the world and be part of a world body just because the world feels that China is the next threat. I feel, yeah.
I think you expanded it well. Group Captain Vinod, if you were to look at sanctions coming in from the United States, that's precisely the hypocrisy that I'm talking about. Whenever it comes to nuclear armament, that is a direct threat to the United States, but not terrorism.
See, let me tell you something, very simple analogy so that the viewers understand. See, for maintaining a consistent policy towards Pakistan is extremely important. Let me give you an example from my own home. My great-grandfather was Nambudri. Before he converted to Christianity. But before he did so, in our Bhagwati temple, he has written and gone, this is how the marriage, padhati jo hai, he has written and gone. Now, everyone may disagree. But down the generation, we had to get married in that mandir, in the procedure that he had written and gone 500, 600 years ago. So that is how it should be. Your presidents and prime ministers can come and go. Your policy has to be consistent because everything else now stems from that particular, selection and maintenance of aim. That is point number one. Point number two, and very important issue is that we need to understand ये जो peace का चूरन जो है ना, ये पाकिस्तान के साथ बिकता नहीं है. They have shown it to us umpteen number of times. You can be peaceniks and go them and tell Babar, go back 8 times. The 9th time he'll come back and make a Babari Masjid. And that we have seen. And if we have not learned from that lesson, I think there is something seriously wrong in our psyche. We have to, change our thought process that the peaceniks and peace ka churan does not work with Pakistan. Pakistan, understand, Gadwali mein मारे थे Gadwal में कहावत है. थोड़ा मारे बहुत रोए बहुत मारे चुप तो इनको ना बहुत मार के चुप कराना पड़ेगा. That's the only way they will learn. There is no other way they will learn.
Clearly, because the financial sort of investments are just a mirage for the global community, and that's why I think I just want to have closing thoughts now, and that's why Lieutenant General Iyer, I want to ask you, what will end this cyclical nature to the IMF bailouts which we've seen happen for over 7 decades?
Before that, I just want to add one thing to what Group Captain said. When Pakistan lost the 71 war, they never accepted that loss. They have been trying to find at least one small occasion when they can, redeem it. Unfortunately, whatever they tried, whether it was Zia or thereafter it was Musharraf or now this gentleman, they never forget it. It's something I equate it with India beating Pakistan in ICC cricket matches and always beating them in all wars that they have fought with us. They can never win. As far as the IMF bailout is concerned, I felt had this bailout not happened today, he would have had to off-ramp it in a day or two. He had no other choice but to get off the horse. At this state, he could not survive. This particular, victory of sorts which he will claim,
yes,
I am sure DG ISPR is going to go gaga about it. All his briefings will be talking about, how the world order does not see Pakistan as a terrorist state, that he's been able to get, vindicated by getting the bailout.
And that's why I was highlighting that it's beyond just $1 billion, There are ramifications to it.
The only good thing that happened is we didn't vote against it, we abstained. That was one way of, registering our protest, but not, because otherwise you would have given even more scope to try and tell people that look who voted against us. Abstaining a vote does not mean that you're necessarily against.
Okay.
I feel next 2 days he's going to have the upper hand and we should be prepared for it. We have to find ways and means to put him down again. It's like a wrestling match.
I'll have to leave it at that since I'm running short of time. But many thanks to you, Lieutenant General Raya and Group Captain Vinod, and also Professor Chelani. It has been a pleasure to have you on this discussion. And before I call it a wrap, CNN News 18's Zakir Jacob spoke to India's former envoy to Pakistan, Satish Chandra, on the internal turmoil inside Pakistan amid the escalating tensions at the border. Can Pakistan afford a war with India? Listen in.
I'm now joined by former diplomat and former Deputy National Security Advisor, former High Commissioner, Mr. Satish Chandra. Ambassador Satish Chandra, thank you very much. You speak very rarely to television channels, so thank you very much for joining us here on CNN News 18. I just laid out the context of what has happened over the last 2 weeks and where we stand as of today. What is your best assessment of what the situation is right now, and more importantly, where do you see it moving over the next 24, 48 hours?
Good to be with you, Zaka, on your channel. It's a pleasure to interact with you. Well, actually, what's been happening is a repetition of the playbook over the decades. India has always been extremely restrained, to a fault often, in terms of retaliatory steps. I think all of us are very well aware that we have been targets of terrorist actions by Pakistan, and in most cases we have not retaliated, and I think that's been a fault and perhaps has encouraged Pakistan in the belief that they can literally get away with murder. So what has happened, I think there's been a change since with the Modi government in terms of the actions that it had taken in 2016 and 2019. First the surgical strikes and then Blackout. And this has gone a notch higher in terms of depth at which we have struck across Pakistan in retaliation for the Pahalgam attacks. And it's been nine camps which has been struck, both in some in POK and some in Pakistan, Punjab, the most notable being Muridke and Bahawalpur, where the terrorist camps were taken out. But as you mentioned ab initio, and as has been underlined by the government of India, that our action was, the kinetic action, was extremely restrained in terms of the fact that we did not hit the military, the Pakistan military, which many feel perhaps we should have, but we did not in the interests of being extremely restrained. We only went for the proven terrorist hideouts from which terrorists had been attacking India from time to time, and also during the Pahalgam incident. Now, the Pakistani reaction, as you indicated, rightly so, has been escalatory, openly, blatantly escalatory. And I do recall from the times when I was in Pakistan, and in fact it is documented, that then Air Marshal Lashkar Khan had said that all the wars with India by Pakistan were initiated by Pakistan. So let's be very clear, I am not surprised, because I have dealt with Pakistan for much of my life, that this is the standard playbook of Pakistan. They will escalate, they will lie, they will try and say that India is escalating, whereas the contrary is correct. Just like they keep saying that they are really had nothing to do with terror, and I think everyone knows the score on that, not only India but the rest of the world. So I don't need to say anything more on that score.
But the escalation towards what end? Now, when India did the operation and it said, look, we're taking a non-escalatory step, and underlined, the army statement underlined, we're not targeting any military installations, we're not targeting civilians. I thought that was an exit option or an off-ramp for the Pakistani army. But by doing what they did last night, and clearly, as you said, it's an escalatory step, what are they trying to achieve?
I think you must understand two things that are happening in terms of dynamics in Pakistan as I read it. Number one is that the army has lost face in terms of what happened because of our strikes, and they want to prove a point. The army is also very badly divided. In fact, the whole country is divided. So they are trying to somehow, in some way, establish that they are one up on India. That is the endeavor, and they are not going to succeed. And the second point, which is more intrinsic, and I am sorry to say that unfortunately, many of us in India have failed to read Pakistan right. I mean, there is a whole army of people in India saying we must engage dialogue with Pakistan. Yes, that's correct if Pakistan were a normal country. And again, I will merely relate a conversation or some conversations that I had during my stint in Pakistan as High Commissioner in the 90s. And when I spoke to some people whom I knew rather well within the system, and I said, look, by creating these terror camps, you are actually going to end up hurting yourselves. And in fact, Hillary Clinton also said later on, much later on, something to similar effect. Well, what was the reaction I got? And that's what made me absolutely very, very pessimistic about the future of our relationship. The response was, we don't care as long as it hurts India. So that's the game that they are playing. But, you know, clearly they are not going to, in quotes, win this. Because what we have seen in the last 3-4 days is that they are getting and continuing to get a lot of egg on their face. And if I may go off script a little bit from your query, I think that this could be very easily sorted out if the international community appropriately pressurized Pakistan. You know, they are going around the world with a begging bowl.
Correct.
And if assistance was stopped, this Pakistani foolishness would also stop. It would be temporary because this is the use of terror against India is a default option as far as Pakistan is concerned. And Zaka, I'll be prepared to discuss with you on a much longer show as to what really we should be doing over long term with Pakistan.
I just want you, since you mentioned international community and the leverage that the international community has on Pakistan, tonight there is the IMF meeting which will decide whether Pakistan gets a tranche of, I think, about a little over $1 billion from the IMF. That is straight up leverage. Why is the international community not saying that, look, we're not going to give you this money until you correct your behavior?
You are absolutely right. If this is the 25th time, I believe, that Pakistan has gone to the IMF for bailout. They are living from barely hand to mouth. And it's not only the IMF. It is our friends in the Middle East as well, the Saudis, UAE, and you name it, who are, I'm not going to talk to the Chinese because they have another ball game at play. But the rest of the world, yes. If they were to tell Pakistan, you continue this and you're not going to get $1 more, you'll see this stopping. And, but you know, this is the reality with the international community. That's how they are playing it. It's unfortunate, but this is a reality. And I have always believed that at the end of the day, it is up to India which will have to sort this out with Pakistan itself. Yes, we should do what we are doing. I know we are also going to be, because we are prominent members in the IMF and the World Bank and so on, and in the international community, and our weight is much, much greater than what it was at the time when I was in Pakistan in the 90s. And so we will have a say, and we must have a say. But I may also add something which people may not have paid so much attention to, which is what I have long advocated, that actually at the end of the day, we have used our Brahmastra, which is keeping the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. This is something which I have been advocating in somewhat similar form over 2 decades plus. And I think that is what will ultimately make Pakistan, in the longer term, even the medium term, bend. They will have to do that because otherwise that country can be destroyed.
All right, and just one final word again on the international community and the IMF meeting, because the United States is the single biggest country which has most weightage at the IMF. They have 17%. Anything above 15% means that, you know, they have a veto power.
Yes.
And today you must have heard what the US Vice President J.D. Vance said. This is not our fight. We're not going to intervene. It's up to India and Pakistan to sort it out. Why do you think the US is taking a sort of hands-off approach?
Well, frankly, I didn't see that statement, but what you say, you know, you can interpret it in many ways, which means that we are not going to intervene either against you. And in the past, pressures have been brought on India as well. So I'm not terribly unhappy, frankly. This is my personal view about it. And they have said this, but behind the scenes, it remains to be seen whether they can and they should. In fact, I think they must.
Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks. I'm Zakir Jacob. India managed to thwart up to 400 drones that were fired from Pakistan, which targeted about 3 dozen Indian cities from Srinagar and Jammu in the north all the way to Kutch in Gujarat in the west. Today, the Indian government named some of these drones and said that they were of Turkish origin, made by Turkey. Clearly, India is putting not just Pakistan but also Turkey on notice. And that's not all. India has also revealed how Pakistan had taken the cover of civilian air traffic to launch its drone swarms last night. In fact, at the press conference jointly addressed by MEA and MOD officials, it was revealed that there was one flight from Dammam which was coming to Lahore, entered Pakistani airspace a little past 8 o'clock in the evening, and then the time that it spent in Pakistani airspace from Karachi to Lahore, where it eventually landed at a little past 9 p.m., that window was used by the Pakistani military to launch these drone swarms across the Western Front. What is the state of play right now of this conflict? And most importantly, now that Pakistan seemingly has taken the first step in the escalation ladder, will India match it? Will India retaliate? How does one then get off this escalation spiral? Or now that both sides are locked in, will this only end with one side firmly dominating the escalation over the other?
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और नियंत्रण रेखा पर लेह से लेकर सरक्रीक तक 36 स्थानों पर 300 से 400 लगभग ड्रोनों का इस्तेमाल घुसपैठ का प्रयास करने के लिए किया गया। ड्रोन के मलबे की फोरेंसिक जांच की जा रही है। प्रारंभिक रिपोर्ट्स से पता चलता है कि वे तुर्की के असीस गार्ड स्ट्रॉन्गर ड्रोन्स हैं। पाकिस्तान का गैर जिम्मेदाराना व्यवहार फिर से सामने आया। 7 मई 2025 को रात 8:30 बजे एक असफल अकारण ड्रोन और मिसाइल हमला करने के बावजूद पाकिस्तान ने अपना नागरिक हवाई क्षेत्र बंद नहीं किया। पाकिस्तान अपने नागरिक विमानों को ढाल के रूप में इस्तेमाल कर रहा है, जबकि उसे अच्छी तरह से पता है कि भारत पर उसके हमले से हवाई रक्षा की तीव्र प्रतिक्रिया होगी। यह भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के पास उड़ान भरने वाले अंतर्राष्ट्रीय उड़ानों सहित नागरिक विमानों के लिए सुरक्षित नहीं है। रात में पाकिस्तान के एक सशस्त्र यूएवी ने भटिंडा सैन्य स्टेशन को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश भी की, जिसे पकड़ा गया और उसे निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया।
All right, so here's what happened. This was the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May. This is last night. the Pakistani army resorted to artillery shelling in multiple locations. Then, using that cover and the cover of civilian aircraft, they used drones and projectiles much across the Western Front, all the way from Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, going all the way up to Gujarat. An attack attempt was made on the Patinda military station, which was successfully thwarted. In fact, shelling was reported at the line of control in Tangdar, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar, and of course on the other side in the international border, on either side of the international border in Rajouri, Akhnoor, Udhampur, Samba and Pathankot. Now, during the joint briefing, India's forces also confirmed that the preliminary forensic analysis of the debris that's been recovered from some of these drowned drones seemed to suggest that they were made in Turkey. In fact, it was identified as the Aziz Guard Songar model, which is commonly deployed for surveillance and precision strikes. Now, that does put Turkey on notice and the relationship between India and Turkey on notice in a way. Because this is what India's total economic engagement with Turkey is. It has acquired new momentum in recent years. There is a considerable increase in trade. In fact, it stood at a little over $10 billion as of 2023-2024. As per the Central Bank of Turkey and the data that they have compiled, Indian companies have invested about $120 million in Turkey, and vice versa. Turkish investment in India is about $200 million as per the Department for the Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Now, there are approximately about 3,000 Indian nationals who are residing in Turkey, most of them mainly in Istanbul. India has helped Turkey in times of crises. Operation Dost, if you remember, when the earthquake, the massive earthquake had hit Turkey in 2023, India was one of the first countries to provide urgent relief to Turkey in the wake of the devastating earthquakes. Now, 3 NDRF teams were sent. There was a 99-member medical team that was deployed, over 250 trained personnel along with specialized equipment, vehicles and relief material was also sent. But Operation Dost, in return, what India seemed to have got is Dhoka. Operation Dhoka, because India being one of the first early responders in Turkey, medical equipment and relief material worth about 8 tons was sent to Turkey. But unfortunately, in return, all we seem to have got is Turkish drones being used by the Pakistani military to target Indian military and civilian installations.
Pakistan made the preposterous and outrageous claim that it was the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian Air Force that was targeting cities like Amritsar and trying to put the blame on Pakistan. In addition, that we would attack our own cities is the kind of deranged fantasy that only the Pakistani state can come up with. As we saw in the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan is again trying desperately to impart a communal hue to the situation with an intention to create discord. In view of the existing security scenario, the services of the Kartarpur Sahib corridor have been suspended till further directions.
All right, let's try and make sense of what happened last night, this drone swarm, what was the attempt, and what happens here on, what next? Lieutenant General retired D.S. Huda is former Army Commander of the Northern Command of the Indian Army. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking with us. First things first, I want you to make sense for our viewers of what was Pakistan attempting to do last night. The swarm of drones, now we know 400 of them were employed over 30 plus Indian cities from Srinagar all the way to Kutch in Gujarat. Could this be characterized as, Pakistan climbing the first rung of the escalation ladder?
So, my own sense is, Dhaka, from a purely professional point of view is, this was a probing kind of an attempt to try and see where the vulnerabilities are, because they have attempted this at more than 30 places. See where our air defenses are active. See whether they can find some vulnerabilities that they could attack. Fortunately, the air defense systems have reacted extremely well and made sure there are no casualties. But I see this as a preliminary attempt that in case we have to do something, we have to retaliate, can we find some weak spots in the air defense architecture of the Indian military. I would say this is how they have done, this attempt at so many places, starting right from Leh, as was explained in the briefing, right down to Kutch, is to try and expose weak spots in our defensive architecture.
I'm curious if you want to comment on what the army colonel Colonel Qureshi said about this being Turkish-made drones. Is there any light that we can throw on why they're using Turkish-made drones? Because it's quite rare for the army or the government, for that matter, to call out the country of origin where these drones were made.
No, so I think the calling out the country has been with a purpose. So we know that much of the drones that Pakistan military possesses are of Turkish origin. And I think if you look at the statements that have come out, after Pahalgam and after India carried out Operation Sindoor, two countries stand out for their sort of unequivocal support to Pakistan. One is China, which I think has still been measured in their statements. But Turkey has come out very, very openly in support of Pakistan. This is not the first time. So I think for India to call out Turkey for the kind of support they are giving to Pakistan, both military support as well as diplomatic support, I think it's a deliberate sort of step by the Indian government to call out the Turkish government.
I was also curious, I don't know if you felt the same way. It was only Turkey that was mentioned. China was not mentioned, even though you did say that, the two biggest supporters seem to be China and Turkey. Despite the fact that both yesterday, I think in Amritsar, today in Hoshiarpur, some of the remnants of the wreckage that we had from these drones and some of these projectiles that came over clearly seem to have Chinese letters on it. I think some of them have been identified as, I think, the P-15. Any thoughts on why, why the briefing did not mention about Chinese weaponry, even though we know that almost 80% of Pakistani arms currently have either a Chinese origin or jointly made with China?
So yes, spot on. Over the last 15 years or so, about 80% of what Pakistan is getting from equipment that they're getting is from China. Why did the government not sort of call out the Chinese government for this? Perhaps given the nature of relations and how the situation at the LAC has just got calmed down, we are trying to improve our diplomatic relations. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra is about to start. Perhaps, those are the reasons. But as I said, Turkey has come out very strongly, very openly in support of Pakistan, and I think it's right for the government to call out the Turkish government on that.
So General Huda, I want to know what your thoughts are on what happens next. Now, yesterday was this drone swarm, like you said, it was some kind of a probing mission, some kind of an expedition to see, if there are any weaknesses in India's air defenses. Clearly, Pakistan got a bloody nose for that. But these were all drones or projectiles without any explosives, without any kind of, warheads attached to them or explosives attached to them. Is the next step going to be that they will have projectiles or drones with explosives, and then what happens after that? Do we progressively go up the ladder? You have, short-range rockets and missiles, and then eventually start scrambling fighter jets and so on. Is that the trajectory?
See, I see that as the trajectory. If we think that, what Pakistan has done last night and the fact that we've countered them is an attempt to sort of de-escalate the situation, I would sort of be cautious about, making that assessment. I do see, and we should be prepared for further action from the Pakistan military. Now, what form and shape it takes, whether armed drones are used, and they could well be used in a standoff role, or Pakistan attempts to use aerial power. We are already seeing extremely heavy firing that's happening on the line of control. So my own sense, and I could be proved wrong, is that it's going to heat up a little more before it cools down.
How far up the chain can they go? I mean, I stopped at scrambling jets, but what after that? I mean, do they start moving your mechanized divisions, your armored divisions? Eventually, do they start moving infantry? I mean, at what point of this ladder do both sides get off? And what does it take for Pakistan to get off? Because I think it's clear that, at least from whatever publicly the Indian government officials are saying, we are only responding to what they're doing.
Absolutely. We've said that we do not wish to escalate this. However, the Pakistan military would be under tremendous pressure to show some success. I mean, they've been struck in their heartland, which is Punjab, and they would be under tremendous pressure that how are you going to respond to that? Having said that, I also think they'll be cautious about, look, we don't want this to escalate to such an extent, which could lead to what is an absolute ruinous war for them. And again, we can only speculate. I would think, some sort of a demonstrative attack to say, look, we have this capability and capacity to respond to, the Indian attack that has happened. We have not just quietly stood by and accepted what India has done. You could see some demonstrative kind of a strike, a demonstrative kind of an attack to say, look, this is what we can do. Does that provide an off-ramp, for both countries? Really, my sense is the ball is completely in Pakistan's court. And they have to now take a decision as to whether they want to escalate this further or they want to sort of calm it down.
All right.
So, depending on what they do is, I think how we will see this crisis play out.
All right, General Huda, it's always a pleasure listening to you, your thoughts and your perspective. And I think, you would have enlightened a lot of our viewers because everybody's curious to know, I mean, are we at the brink of full-fledged war? What happens next? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so what happened last night? We know that there was these swarm of drones, close to 400 of them, 36 different cities in the northern and western part of India were targeted. But how were they thwarted? Not one of them ended up damaging. There were certainly no, casualties in terms of injuries to folks or even fatalities for that matter. But what exactly did India use in its air defense system to thwart these attacks? India, of course, has a huge edge over Pakistan when it comes to the air defense system. So the L-70, which is developed by the Bofors company, the Bofors Arms company, produced under its license here in India. It's a 40mm gun. It's modernized with radars, electro-optical sensors. It also has an auto-tracking system. And at one given point of time, in a minute, it can fire anywhere between 250 and 300 rounds. It's got a range of up to 4,000 meters, that's 4 kilometers. The L-70 also excels in anti-drone warfare, saturating the sky with predictive fire and making it effective against exactly what we saw last night, these drone swarm attacks. Then you have the Shilka, which is a self-propelled system. It's like a self-propelled gun, like your SH howitzers. It's got 4 23mm autocannons that are guided by radar detecting targets. It can detect targets up to 20 kilometers away. It can unleash up to 4,000 rounds per minute. So it's like almost cluster ammunition. Now it's been upgraded with proximity fuse ammunition and it's got advanced fire control systems. So basically, again, what it does is a counter swarm to a swarm of drones. The Shilka's rapid fire and radar precision make it lethal against UAVs, helicopters and light armored vehicles. It's also a weapon of last resort, if you will, against, for protecting air bases, moving convoys, as well as sensitive installations. Now, the big question that's being asked is, can Pakistan, and clearly it's Pakistan that's climbing up the escalatory ladder, but how far can they go? And can they afford to do this economically? The last few nights have witnessed heavy artillery shelling. It's in fact happening right now across the line of control. In fact, the last few days it was both the line of control as well as the international border. Pakistan seems to be in no mood to fall back, but their economy cannot handle the strain of war, certainly not beyond a few days. It's been battered by inflation, there is massive debt, there's dependency of course on the IMF, and right now, even as we speak, they've gone to the IMF with a begging bowl. Another tranche of over $1 billion is due right now in Washington. So the question is, the ongoing tensions that have been amplified by Operation Sindoor, the Indus Water treaties put in abeyance, all of this has hugely disrupted trade and investor confidence in Pakistan. It is almost an economic existential risk. It's a very small economy, just barely $350 billion. India, on the other hand, is a $4 trillion economy, more than 10 times the size. So a $350 billion economy does not have the shock absorption capacity, whether it's kinetic action or whether it is these trade bans and water shortages. India, like I said, is now the 5th largest economy, poised to become the 4th very soon. It's positioned to absorb the cost of the conflict much more. It's got $680 billion in forex reserves, which is twice of the size of the Pakistan economy. There is very little reliance on Pakistani trade or India-Pakistani trade. In fact, the forex reserves in Pakistan are just 15 billion. So India has, again, like I said, almost 9 times that. Now, the question also is that Pakistan's reserves would cover barely 2 months of imports. The IMF has a recommendation of 3 months, the threshold. And like I said, right now they're discussing with the IMF, negotiating with the IMF for the next tranche of $1 billion in what was a $7 billion allocation that's been given to them. It's an aid. Now, if tensions escalate into a full-scale war, then Pakistan's economy could collapse. A 3-month-long conflict would put the cost of something to the tune of $10 to $15 billion. Now, this is based on inflation that's been adjusted for the costs compared to what the Kargil War was. The Kargil War was 25 years ago. It was a 3-month war between May and July. If we were to have a same 3-month war today, Pakistan's entire forex reserves would be wiped out. Pakistan would necessitate emergency loans from either allies like China, which is not interested in turning over these loans. In fact, China has refused to change the terms of repayment of these loans. The IMF, of course, like I said, right now they're having a meeting for the next tranche of money. Also, a naval blockade, for example, of Karachi. There was a lot of fake news doing the rounds yesterday that the Indian Navy has hit the Karachi port and that there is a blockade of the Karachi port, etc. But if that were to happen, then that would choke again Pakistan's $30 billion of export, particularly textiles. And textiles make up for about 60% of Pakistani exports. Currently, the Indus Water treaties is in abeyance, so if there is a full suspension, that could slash agricultural output by 40%. It would push 15 million rural workers into poverty and drive up food prices by 50%. And that is something that ordinary Pakistanis cannot afford. Foreign direct investment, up to 20% of the $1.8 billion in the first half of FY25 would completely vanish. A war could also displace, and this is the human cost, anywhere between 5 to 10 million people, particularly those in the border regions, and that would strain Pakistan's annual $10 billion social welfare budget. And yet we have Pakistan's defense minister resorting to blatant warmongering.
अगर टेबल पे बात नहीं होती तो क्या अगली बात बंदूक पे होगी, बंदूक के जरिए होगी?
जी बिल्कुल, then that is the only option left to us. We do not have the luxury of waiting for days. मैंने plural इस्तेमाल किया. We do not have the luxury to wait. This patience will cost us. So we have to stop them right now in the tracks. कि ये चीज जो acceptable नहीं है.
All right, let me go across to Mr. Mukesh Aghi. He's the founder, of course, of the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. Thank you very much, Mr. Aghi, for joining us. The US seems to be watching from the sidelines right now. We had comments from President Trump, a few days back saying this is between India and Pakistan. They've been fighting for 1,000 years. J.D. Vance yesterday, in his latest remarks, said this is none of America's business. How do you view that? Why is America taking this sort of hands-off-ish approach?
Well, you have to understand that when you have a cross-border terrorism, there has to be a zero tolerance by any nation. And we saw that in the October 7th happened between Gaza and Israel itself. And India has every right to respond and protect his civilian population. Now, as far as the current situation goes, we believe that India has given a response to that terror aggression. And it's up to Pakistan now to have some kind of an exit ramp to be able to manage the current situation. Because a long-term war is not sustainable for Pakistan economy, whereas India, yes, can sustain this up to certain length itself, And the view in the Washington DC is this is not our dog in the fight between India and Pakistan. They should be able to manage this. And that's where the position the U.S. government has taken for time being.
I'm curious about that, because this position that America has taken, that America does not have a dog in this fight. But if you look at past conflicts, Kargil, even 2019 Blackout, America played a very, very important mediatory kind of role, if not an intervenery kind of role, to try and diffuse the situation. This time around, it's a bit hands-offish. You know, I talked about what President Trump said, what Vice President Vance said. It's basically the message that seems to be coming out of Washington is their fight, let them figure it out.
No, I don't think so. I think you have to understand, earlier it was the US which would intervene and bail out Pakistan. At this stage, I think India is, I call, fed up with cross-border terrorism. And, you know, earlier it should be okay, India would punch, Pakistan would punch back, and then there will be exit ramp for both countries, and we manage that. But now I think India is saying enough is enough, and we have to stop this. This can't continue going on. And Washington seems to agree from that perspective, saying, okay, guys, you manage it. So while US may not be able to influence so much, but the Chinese, the Turks, the Persians, the Saudis can play a pivotal role trying to counsel Pakistan. This is a wrong direction to go, both from a global perspective and from a regional economic perspective also.
You know, one of the things that, you know, India has been talking about, and right now they are meeting in Washington, D.C., the IMF will be negotiating with Pakistan, or the other way around, Pakistan will be negotiating with the IMF to release its next tranche of $1 billion. And a question that, you know, begs to be asked, and has been asked here in India for a number of years, why does the West, and why does America in particular, because it has veto powers there, effectively veto powers in the IMF, tell Pakistan that, look, you can't continue encouraging all of these terror organizations and expect monies from the IMF. Why are they not making that loan or monies conditional on good behavior by Pakistan?
No, absolutely. I think US should leverage the IMF, not only just from holding on the loan itself, but also look at Pakistan putting back on the grey list. I think it's important to understand that in a global order, you cannot just go across the border and kill innocent people and walk away without any punitive actions itself. I think that era is gone. India has grown as an economy. Now it's the fourth largest economy. Its military power is much, much stronger. So it has a zero tolerance. And I think US realizes that. Okay. And in an indirect way, US is saying, hey, once and for all, just try to sort this one out so we can move on.
Okay, Mukesh Aghi, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us from the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. Amidst a barrage of speculation from Pakistani and international media over the alleged military losses in the ongoing Operation Sindoor, a senior government official has told CNN News 18 that India has a proud and consistent history of acknowledging its losses and honouring the brave hearts who laid down their lives in service of the nation. In a poignant reminder of India's tradition of honour, even in conflict, the official recalled an extraordinary moment from history. In fact, let me go across to Siddhant, who has more details on this. Siddhant, so there's a lot of speculation about, you know, did India lose aircraft? How many aircraft did India lose? At least officially, no one is saying that India has lost any aircraft. The official that you spoke to, what did he have to say?
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, we are going door to door here in the national capital, perhaps to dig more about Operation Sindoor. And in fact, we have spoken to many officers in the government, in the armed forces, at the Ministry of External Affairs office, and perhaps there is indeed chatter, and in fact, amidst speculation and the claims that Pakistan has made about India's military loss in Operation Sindoor, perhaps. There is a lot of criticism also that Indian forces are not owning up, etc., etc. So a senior official in the government of India, perhaps I can't name him, Zaka, but he has said this to me, and in fact I would like to read it out for our viewers, and I quote him: "हम दुश्मनी में भी शराफत रखते हैं." And he went on to remind me that how Pakistan's captain Karnal Sher Khan was awarded the Nishan-e-Haider on the recommendation of an Indian officer. Perhaps he says that India has a proud and consistent history of acknowledging its losses and honoring the brave hearts who lay down their lives in the service of the nation. In fact, Operation Sindoor is ongoing. As always, we will provide verified details at an appropriate time. Zaka, I have spoken to other officers also. In fact, what they are telling me is that this is not a right time. For any minor detail perhaps going out in media about the operations could affect the future, future success of operations, and this is the reason that there is a blanket silence as far as these chatter and claims that Pakistan is making, and the speculative stories that are getting published in the foreign media. So the message is very clear that Indian Army, Indian forces are known for their professional conduct, and perhaps this time around they are also doing in a very professional manner. It's just a matter of a time since Operation Sindoor is going on. So before divulging details or perhaps putting out details in public domain, the armed forces are very cautious. The government is very cautious, so that Pakistan should not take a mileage of slightest detail being put out in public domain.
All right, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. I'm now joined by former diplomat and former Deputy National Security Advisor, former High Commissioner, Mr. Satish Chandra. Ambassador Satish Chandra, thank you very much. You speak very rarely to television channels, so thank you very much for joining us here on CNN News 18. I just laid out the context of what has happened over the last 2 weeks and where we stand as of today. What is your best assessment of what the situation is right now, and more importantly, where do you see it moving over the next 24-48 hours?
Good to be with you, Zaka, on your channel. It's a pleasure to interact with you. Well, actually, what's been happening is a repetition of the playbook over the decades. India has always been extremely restrained, to a fault often, in terms of retaliatory steps. I think all of us are very well aware that we have been targets of terrorist actions by Pakistan, and in most cases we have not retaliated, and I think that's been a fault and perhaps has encouraged Pakistan in the belief that they can literally get away with murder. So what has happened, I think there's been a change since with the Modi government in terms of the actions that it had taken in 2016 and 2019. First the surgical strikes and then Blackout. And this has gone a notch higher in terms of depth at which we have struck across Pakistan in retaliation for the Pahalgam attacks. And it's been nine camps which have been struck, both in some in POK and some in Pakistan Punjab, the most notable being Muridke and Bahawalpur, where the terrorist camps were taken out. But as you mentioned ab initio, and as has been underlined by the Government of India, that our action was, the kinetic action, was extremely restrained in terms of the fact that we did not hit the military, the Pakistan military, which many feel perhaps we should have.
All right, sorry for interrupting that interview, but we've got these pictures from the Prime Minister's residence, the Prime Minister having a meeting earlier today with the Defence Minister, the 3 service chiefs, the National Security Advisor, the service chiefs, of course, of the Army, Navy and Air Force. There seems to be, of course, the body language, of course, everyone seems to be in a slightly more relaxed frame of mind. It was very different from the images that we had a couple of days ago, which the Prime Minister had met with the service chiefs as well as the National Security Advisor and the Defence Minister. I want to go across to our political editor Aman Sharma, who has more on this. Aman, so this is from the meeting that the Prime Minister had earlier. Visible difference in the body language from the first meeting that we had, pictures of which a few days ago. Clearly, there seems to be a degree of comfort in what India has achieved through Operation Sindoor and a degree of surety that India can handle whatever it is that Pakistan is trying to achieve?
Absolutely, Zaka. These pictures show that the Prime Minister is extremely happy with the performance of the armed forces, not just during Operation Sindoor, but also yesterday, earlier today, in the wee hours when we have repulsed all these 300 to 400 drones fired at 36 locations of India, right from Leh till Sir Creek, as the details were given in the press conference earlier. It seems that the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister are extremely happy with the performance of our armed forces of repulsing, such a massive attack. And earlier in the day, we also saw the Defence Minister meeting the chiefs of the armed forces and the CDS, and where also the body language seemed far more comfortable, far more easy. And it seems that the Prime Minister in this meeting also has been told about how the armed forces went about, retaliating to Pakistan's attack and diffusing all the threats that were fired our way. The details which were given in the press conference. So I think the government looking very, very confident and prepared to retaliate if Pakistan does any other misadventure.
And what is the sense you're also getting from the government that if Pakistan does not do any misadventure, as you said, then is India not looking to amp up on the escalation ladder? Is India only now keen to be seen as responding if Pakistan chooses to escalate this?
Well, yes, Zaka, it is very difficult actually to anticipate what the government could do next, because these are very operational decisions based on strategy and planning. But whatever we heard at the press conference earlier today, the Foreign Secretary saying that our response was measured and our response was responsible. So I think those words indicate that India only responded to the drone attack by Pakistan by sending our own drones and in fact bringing down one of the radars in Pakistan. So India is only responding if Pakistan chooses to retaliate. India's objectives, so by and far, have been achieved by Operation Sindoor, which happened on May the 7th.
Any more further, information that you're picking up in terms of, obviously the guard is up, flight traffic across the northern and western, particularly in the northwestern corridor, the western front, as it were, has been disrupted. The NOTAMs have been issued. What is the outlook, at least for the next few days? Clearly, like I said, the guard is up, but what does India anticipate in terms of, escalatory action from Pakistan?
See, Zaka, I think India is on high alert, and especially the statement which was made at the press conference yesterday by the Foreign Secretary that this drone attack which happened yesterday was also for the purpose of intelligence gathering and to know the readiness of our defense system. So clearly India does anticipate that Pakistan could replicate such an attack again. This may not be the end from Pakistan, because Pakistan is very, very desperate also, the Pakistani army, to show to its population that it has effectively retaliated against India. But what happened last night was not as per what the Pakistan army had desired to achieve. All its attacks were repulsed by India. So of course India is on high alert. India still feels that Pakistan will not give up on such attempts. But given the success which we have seen through Operation Sindoor and also the action last night, India is very confident that it will be able to thwart any such attacks made by Pakistan, because our weaponry and our resolve is far, far bigger than that of Pakistan.
And just one final word, just going back to the press conference earlier today, where I think it was a concerned decision that was taken to name the fact that some of these drones were Turkish made, and also at the same time not mention any Chinese made weapons, even though from the ground we seem to get reports from our reporters and pictures of these weapons, these debris, which seem to suggest that some of these drones or missiles were Chinese made. What do you make of that?
The involvement of that was sent to India for the attack by Pakistan was Turkish made has raised big concerns in the government, Zaka, because Turkey has been a country on which India, has gone out of its way to help. We remember the 2023 earthquake when India began Operation Dost. India was one of the first countries to send aid and material to Turkey to tide over that crisis. But Turkey clearly in this whole conflict between India and Pakistan seems to have chosen the Pakistan camp. In fact, there are big doubts now that this plane from Turkey which landed in Karachi on April 28th and subsequent high-level military delegation of Turkey, which paid visit to Islamabad, on April the 30th and had met the Pakistan air chief, does that have a connection with this huge number of 300 to 400 drones of Turkish origin which have attacked India? India is very concerned about that, and I think that is why India has named that Turkey today in its press conference to say that Turkey, it seems to be siding clearly with Pakistan in this whole conflict.
Okay, Aman, we'll leave it at that. Thanks very much. Those pictures from earlier today, the Prime Minister meeting the three service chiefs, the National Security Advisor and the Defence Minister. Now, I want to go back to that press conference that was addressed by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and the two armed forces personnel from the Army and the Indian Air Force. One of the things that the Foreign Secretary mentioned was the attack on Bahawalpur, which is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. There's a lot of speculation around whether Rauf Azhar, who was one of the key members of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the brother of the founder of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, Masood Azhar, whether he was eliminated, whether he was killed in that attack that happened a couple of nights ago on Operation Sindoor. Now, Rauf Azhar was the person who was responsible for luring American journalist, the Wall Street Journal reporter Daniel Pearl, and taking him to Omar Sheikh, who then killed him. This was, of course, a case from many, many years ago. I want to first play out what the Foreign Secretary said. He didn't name Rauf Azhar, but of course, like I said, this speculation has been doing the rounds for the last 24 hours that one of the high-value targets, one of the high-value hits in the Operation Sindoor happened to be Rauf Azhar. Let's listen into what the Foreign Secretary said, and then I'll go across to a friend of Daniel Pearl's to try and get some perspective on that.
You brought up the connection with the tragic death or killing of Daniel Pearl of the Wall Street Journal. The Jaish-e-Mohammed was in some way directly or indirectly responsible for the death of Daniel Pearl. But the real connection is through Ahmad Omar Saeed Sheikh, the British Pakistani jihadi who was held in India but was finally released in 2000, and he was the person who lured Daniel Pearl to his eventually leading to his murder. So these are all obviously connected figures, connected individuals, connected institutions, and the attack on Bahawalpur, on that facility of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur is, I would imagine, a fitting part of this unfortunate incident.
I'd stand corrected. It was Omar Sheikh who lured Daniel Pearl and eventually, of course, to his tragic killing. Asra Nomani is an Indian-American journalist and a former colleague of Daniel Pearl's. She now joins us. Asra, thank you very much for speaking with us. I know there's been a lot of speculation around whether Rauf Azhar was killed or not, but the Bahawalpur headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed has been reduced to rubble. When you saw those pictures, when you heard that news, what did you feel? What went through your mind?
It was haunting for me to see Bahawalpur on the map, because Bahawalpur has been on my map for 23 years. It was where Daniel Pearl went in December 2001, when he was on the trail of the jihadis that have caused so much violence in the world, from India to the United States to Europe. And so Danny went to Bahawalpur. He knocked on the door of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and he saw that despite the claims of General Pervez Musharraf, it was open for business. And what Danny discovered was what we all have known for these decades, that Pakistan has been fomenting a terrorism industry with a headquarters in Bahawalpur. So it was haunting to see Bahawalpur on the map now as one of the places where India struck. It's really important for me to recognize that why this family is important is because Ibrahim, the brother of Masood Azhar, was one of the hijackers on that airplane in 1999 that went from Kathmandu to Kandahar. The man that was killed this week, Masood Azhar, he is the brother, and he was the mastermind of that hijacking. So what happened was that Omar Sheikh was freed because of that hijacking. So I want to just correct the record that this family was not involved in the actual plot to kidnap Danny, just as you mentioned. It was this man, Omar Sheikh.
Yeah.
But it was this industry that created these jihadis that murdered Danny. And that's why it's so important what has happened.
I just wanted to ask you about that. I mean, look, no government official has come forth and confirmed that Rauf Azhar has died. There's a lot of speculation that he was amongst the high-value targets inside Bahawalpur when it was struck on the night of 7th of, or the morning of the 7th of May, when India carried out Operation Sindoor. Have you been able to hear from, either people on the ground in Pakistan, or have you heard from any government official about this operation taking out the man who killed your friend?
I have not, and I think that would be really wonderful if the government of India did communicate with Danny's father. His mother passed away, and his father is very engaged in this battle. His father has fought to keep the men that were convicted in Danny's murder in jail, and we have failed because the Pakistani court system has released those men essentially to house arrest and very convenient a good life in Pakistan. And so I would invite that kind of communication, and I know that Danny's dad is very relieved that this issue is in the front again, because the truth is justice has been denied Danny Pearl all these years.
All right, Asra Namani, we share your sense of grief, sense of hurt, sense of loss, and now hopefully in some measure a sense of closure, a sense of justice more than closure about losing your friend Daniel Pearl, and now the killers being avenged. Thank you for joining us, Asra. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I want to move on back to the developments around the situation between India and Pakistan. In an exclusive interview with India's ambassador to the United States, Vinay Quatra, he again reiterated the government of India's position that what India is seeking to do is not go to war with Pakistan, it is to go to war with these terrorists. He said explicitly so when he was pressed by Wolf Blitzer at CNN whether India was at war with Pakistan. He said no, it's not with Pakistan, but with terrorism and with terrorists. Listen in to this exclusive conversation.
It looks like the situation, the tensions between these two nuclear-powered countries, India and Pakistan, is escalating. Is that true?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on the CNN. When you talk of tensions and when you talk of escalation, what I would say is that the original escalation or the original breakout of tension happened on 22nd of April, when you had 4 terrorists backed by Pakistan carried out killings, brutal killings, subhuman, monstrous kind of killings of 26 civilians.
Indian civilians.
25 of them Indian nationals, 1 of them Nepali national. And the brutality of the killings, they essentially killed them in front of their innocent wives, in front of their innocent children. They gave them headshots, and they did so on the basis of religion. So they killed all non-Muslims who were there in the group. They identified their religion, and then they went on to proceed to kill them. So what we did day before yesterday was essentially our response to terror, our response to these subhuman...
when you say what you did yesterday, meaning the escalation and the military response.
As I said, the original escalation was on 22nd of April, and when that happened, we had clearly said that we are a responsible country. We will have a very measured, calibrated, proportionate, responsible response. And that's what we did day before yesterday. What we did was we took out the terror factories at 9 locations in Pakistan and in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Took them out where they trained them, they cooked them, they armed them, they organized them. Those are the facilities which we took out. We were very careful in excluding the military establishment, the social structures, and economic infrastructure. We were very, very cautious, careful in keeping our targets only to those people and their backers who carried out these dastardly killings on the 22nd.
All right, it's not just the Indian ambassador to the United States. The Indian High Commissioner to the UK has also spoken with the international press in an exclusive interview with Sky News. He showed, Vikram Doraiswamy, he showed proof of military backing to terrorists in Pakistan. He showed a photograph which shows Pakistani military officers standing behind an internationally sanctioned terrorist. Let's play out what that interview was all about and who is this internationally sanctioned terrorist that Vikram Doraiswamy was alluding to.
High Commissioner, I just have a minute left, but I've spoken to a retired general who, in Pakistan, who referenced India funding and backing the Baluch Liberation Army. They've said that they have done that for years, and when I asked him about Masood Azhar, he said, well, their family members were targeted. Should we be doing the same to, the high-level militants from the BLA, the Baluch Liberation Army, that are seen and operate within Delhi?
Well, look, let me show you this photograph of yesterday, I believe it is, to your viewers. This person here is a sanctioned terrorist under the American sanctions regime. His name is Hafiz Abdurrauf. He's a brother of the founder of the terrorist groups that you're mentioning. Look who's behind him, Pakistani military. Look at the coffins there. They have the Pakistani national flag. If you're going to be giving terrorists state funerals, what does that make of your system? And everybody knows that for the last 30 years, Pakistan has used this as a means of subcritical warfare against India. If the international community really wants to be able to look at this and worry about it, the simple solution is to tell Pakistan it has an opportunity for an off-ramp. These are things that the world should have compelled Pakistan to do 30 years ago, and to compel them to implement their promises about taking down this infrastructure. It has not done so.
There is an information warfare that's taking place, and independent journalists can't seem to get access to either side.
Well, look, it is a fluid situation out there. I don't know how helpful it would be to have independent journalists or any kind of journalists wandering around in an area where there is active military operations happening. The logical solution would be, as we've said repeatedly, for Pakistan to take the opportunity of an off-ramp, which we have made abundantly clear, including this morning, that if Pakistan stops attacking our military facilities, the matter ends there. But it is for them to decide.
We're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with siren sounds that have been activated in Udhampur, a complete blackout in Udhampur. Also, multiple ceasefire violations happening across different sectors on either side of the line of control. So not yet quite the repeat of what we saw yesterday, but still heavy artillery firing happening on across the LoC. Akash has more details on this. Akash, so is it restricted to CFV violations and artillery shells right now? Are we seeing any kind of drone activity yet? Is there any possibility of a repeat of what happened yesterday, or it's following a familiar pattern?
I'm hearing the sirens. In fact, here in Jammu, I'm not allowed to go outside because of the light and some sort of restrictions that are in place, Zaka. Yes, we are learning about one drone attack here in Jammu. In fact, defense sources are telling us, and we have heard multiple firing sounds as well. You rightly pointed out on line of control, we are having ceasefire violations in different sectors, not only in Jammu but in Kashmir as well. In Uri and Kupwara, we have been reporting since evening. And at this point in time, in Poonch and in Samba, we are learning about this ceasefire violation from Pakistan, where they are in fact firing the artillery. Here in Jammu, I have heard multiple sounds. I was trying to count 11 at least. I have heard, and I am learning. In fact, defense sources are telling me that it was, drone once again. It was a drone attack once again. We'll wait for the police to confirm it as well. But I am learning that yesterday it was the airport, and once again it is in the close vicinity, possibly the airport only. And agencies are in fact using the AD systems and AD guns to thwart these attempts. Once again, it is Pakistan trying to attack the infrastructure, and not only in Jammu. We have been learning about these sort of activities in different areas. Tejinder is reporting in fact about about Pathankot and Samba as well. We have a colleague, Anshul and Anvit in different areas as well. They have been reporting about blackout and sirens. But as far as Jammu is concerned, Zaka, so it is very important. It is the international border, though, but it's a very part of the sort of attack that was carried out. In fact, yesterday it got started with Jammu only, and at around 8 p.m. This evening also, we heard sirens, and soon after that a blackout was there. Yes, it's a precautionary measure, Zaka, but it has been categorically mentioned by the police and the civil authorities that people cannot stay outdoor, and in fact that they need to go inside whenever they are hearing these sort of sounds, and in fact whenever there is blackout they need to go indoors.
Okay, Akash, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. So yes, ceasefire violations are happening in Samba, in Uri, in Tangdar, all across the line of control. Akash, they're reporting that one drone was reportedly intercepted in Samba and one drone intercepted in Jammu. As of now, it seems sporadic. It seems, restricted to one or two places. We're not seeing a swarm of drones like we saw yesterday, but I don't want to jinx it. We'll leave it at that. Rahul Shivshankar, my colleague, will take it forward. We're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with siren sounds that have been...
Hello and welcome to the continuous coverage of the border tensions between India and Pakistan as Bharat gives a befitting reply to the terror state. I'm Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Now, Pakistan launched drone strikes along the border targeting Jaisalmer, Rajouri, Amritsar, Firozpur, Riyasi, Kathua, Samba, Nagrota and Uri. India has successfully brought down the drones to deter Pakistan's design. Ceasefire violations continue along the line of control and the international border while India continues to raise the cost for Pakistan, hitting back at Pakistani forces and striking deep into Pakistani territory, even taking our crucial air defense systems. Now, in a significant move in the recent IMF meeting, India has objected to the $1 billion bailout for Pakistan, saying the funds are being used for terror operations. India has abstained from the vote and the IMF has taken note of that. So India is saying that all the funds that are going to Pakistan from the IMF are only funding the terror operations. Case in point, the Pahalgam terror attack and Pakistan's offensive against civilian areas inside India. Now, joining us on the broadcast to get a global perspective on this entire matter, I'm joined by Lisa Curtis, strategic expert and senior fellow and director of the Indo-Pacific Security Program at CNAS. Thank you, Ms. Curtis, for joining us on CNN News 18. How do you see these developments coming in between India and Pakistan as the border tends to remain hot and Pakistan continues its offensive against India in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, even though several nations have backed India's stand as well as offensive in taking out the terror infrastructure inside Pakistan?
Well, I think we're in a very dangerous situation. The situation is escalating. And, on Wednesday, the hope was that after we saw the Indian retaliation for the April 22nd terrorist attack against the terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan, and Pakistan claimed that it had downed 5 Indian aircraft. The hope was that things would de-escalate, that the two sides would find a way to walk down the escalation ladder and establish dialogue, establish contact with one another, and establish dialogue to be able to walk back from the brink of conflict. However, yesterday, the action across the line of control continued with drone strikes, with missile strikes. There's an unclear situation exactly what's happening at the moment because there's a lot of misinformation circulating on social media, and there's a lot of different statements coming from each side. So the hope is that we start to get some clarity from each side on what is exactly happening and how the two sides can stop the exchange of military action that's happening, and how we can establish peace and calm in the region. This is the utmost need of the hour.
Right, but Ms. Curtis, given the current defense paradigm and the skirmishes between the two sides and the significant technological as well as the big difference in defense capabilities between the two sides, how do you see it play out given India's technological edge over Pakistan, be it air defense or be it even striking deep within Pakistani territory?
So India exercised its right to self-defense when it struck Pakistani infrastructure on Wednesday. What has been happening since then in the last 36, 48 hours is very unclear because Pakistan has claimed it's downed 5 Indian aircraft. India has not acknowledged this. India has claimed that Pakistan has struck military installations inside India or has attempted to do so. And that is why India said that it retaliated by targeting Pakistani military sites inside Pakistan.
Right.
So again, the situation is escalating. It's getting out of control. We're in the most serious situation, I would say, that we have been since the Kargil border conflict in 1999. So I think that right now the sense is both sides need to find a way to engage with one another and find ways to stop the military activity that's happening and reestablish calm in the region. And, the U.S. does have a role and a responsibility to play in this situation. The U.S. should be on the phones talking to the leadership, talking to the Chief of Army Staff, Asim Munir in Pakistan, and talking to the Indian leadership in India, the National Security Advisor in India. So my hope is that we see somebody like Secretary of State Marco Rubio working the phones, trying to de-escalate this situation, because nobody wants to see an all-out war in the country, that could potentially go nuclear.
Right, and Marco Rubio has been in contact with the leadership on both sides, Ms. Curtis. But I want to press you on that point you just ended on. How real is the nuclear paradigm between India and Pakistan, given the fact that Pakistani leaders have only been saber-rattling using the nuclear weapons narrative against India, saying, even warning India as well as the world, where the defense minister even went on to say that either Pakistan exists or the whole world gets destroyed?
Well, I think it is real. Look, anytime two nuclear-armed states enter a conflict, one has to be concerned about one using those nuclear weapons. Look, I think the ultimate concern would be a situation where one of their red lines is crossed. And of course, India has a no first use policy in place. Pakistan does not. So there are concerns that if Pakistan feels like its existence is being threatened, a situation like in 1971 when Pakistan was basically split in two and you have the East-West or East Pakistan turned into Bangladesh. I think if the Pakistanis felt a similar situation was happening in their country, that they could potentially resort to nuclear weapons. And once you start up that escalation ladder, you lose control and it becomes a tit for tat, and each side keeps trying to increase their response, and you can see how things quickly get out of control. So I think, we have to take seriously the possibility. It may be a remote possibility, but I think we try to dismiss this possibility at everyone's peril. And it has to be taken seriously.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Curtis, for sharing your perspective on the situation currently at the border. Now, you and several experts have also said that de-escalation is the most prudent way forward. Thank you for sharing your perspective. And up next, my colleague Akanksha Swarup takes us forward with the latest news and updates.
We're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with
to our live and rolling coverage of the border tensions between India and Pakistan, as India gives a befitting reply to Pakistan's misadventures and even displays its technological edge. Pakistan continues its drone strikes along the border, targeting several spots in Indian territory. Pakistani forces have unleashed drones in Jaisalmer, Rajouri, Amritsar, Firozpur, Riyasi, Katwa, Samba, Nagrota and even Uri. Ceasefire violations are continuing along the line of control and even the international border, while they are also raising the cost for Pakistan as India continues to retaliate. In the recent IMF meeting, India has also objected to the bailout for Pakistan, saying the funds are being used for terror operations. India has abstained from the vote and the IMF has taken note. That's a big breaking input we are now bringing to you as far as putting or exerting that pressure on behalf of the IMF is concerned. Let's in fact bring you those breaking inputs. Top government sources are telling CNN News 18 that as far as IMF clearing a $1 billion bailout for Pakistan, India has abstained from the recent International Monetary Fund vote. This was with regards to the loan that was being doled out to Pakistan, not because it lacked opposition, but because the fund does not allow member countries to vote no. Otherwise, remember, India was all set to vote and cast a negative vote, but this time around, India has abstained. By choosing to abstain, here's the message. India has sent a strong message of disagreement. It has raised concerns over Pakistan receiving repeated financial support 28 times in the past out of 35 years, including 4 programs in just the last 5, without any meaningful reforms coming from these global economic institutions, primarily the IMF. India has also criticized the Pakistani military's deep role in economic matters and warned that the money could be misused to support cross-border terrorism, posing serious risks to global credibility and values. On that big breaking input, I am joined in by Siddhant Mishra, who will break down that big message that India has sent out while abstaining from that very crucial vote. Siddhant, first of all, many would want to know, why hasn't India cast a no instead of abstaining?
This is where India demands reforms at the international institutions. In fact, talking about IMF, if you allow me, then I would like to draw a larger context to this particular development. So there is no vote policy at IMF. Perhaps a country with more economic might has more say, and in fact, decisions are largely taken on the basis of consensus. So India does not, India cannot, or any of the members cannot exercise no to the bailout, and this is the reason that India decided to abstain. Perhaps the IMF has also of India's abstention. And it is kind of a message which India is sending out to the world that India has provided evidence, material, time and again. India has raised this issue that a country which is surviving on IMF bailout perhaps is spending equal amount of money for its defense budget. Says about the priority of that country, etc., etc. And today again this happened. India, in fact, this issue was raised. India's abstention was also taken note by the IMF. But, as I said before, that again, this is where India demands reforms at the international institutions. Perhaps a terrorist state which is directly involved in killing 26 innocent people. Last month on 22nd of April, perhaps is again getting loans from IMF. In fact, because the bigger countries with the bigger economic might have supported this bailout again.
That's very important, Siddhant. I'm going to request you to continue staying with me. In fact, I'm joined in by Professor Brahma Chalani at the moment for more perspective on this. Professor Chalani, thank you for joining in. This is a big development, as Siddhant was highlighting and sharing the reasons why this is an abstention and not a no. Also, break down for us, how do you weigh in on the statement, which is a very sharp and pointed one that's come out from India?
First, this IMF bailout approval has followed a staff agreement with Pakistan. So the right time to lobby with IMF was when IMF staff were negotiating with Pakistan. At that time, we did not raise a voice. What happened today was a pro forma approval. Once a staff agreement has been reached with the country, the IMF board normally, unless there is something extraordinary that comes to the notice of the board of the IMF, the board normally approves the staff agreement. So the lobbying should have been done much earlier. At this stage, it was very difficult for India, even with US support, for example, to block the staff agreement with Pakistan. The US administration, the present one, is quite India friendly. They know that Pakistan is deeply involved in terrorism. The right thing to do would have been to lobby in January, in January or February, to prevent such a staff agreement from being reached. But actually it goes back to the Biden era. When Joe Biden was the president, he began this bailout process for Pakistan. There was a big bailout that he helped secure for Pakistan, and then soon thereafter he announced a $450 million deal to modernize and upgrade Pakistan's F-16 fleet against India. Look at the irony of it. On one hand, the US under Biden pressed IMF to bail out Pakistan because it was bankrupt or on the verge of defaulting, and then they signed a $450 million deal to modernize Pakistan's F-16 fleet without securing any commitment on counterterrorism. And even at that time, the Indian government did not raise its voice. So, we have a record of only raising a voice when there is a crisis that is facing India. So today, because of this military conflict, we spoke up, but it was too late.
Thank you for making that very critical point, Professor Chelani. And I want to, also ask you about the entire statement that has come in. Do you think that that statement is hard-hitting? Even though it is hard-hitting, as you said, that we seem to have already missed the bus at a time when there's a lot of chatter about how we can exert pressure on Pakistan through these monetary institutions, whether it is the IMF or even make efforts to bring Pakistan back on the FATF grey list. How is this move in your point of view?
I think India needs to mount a sustained international campaign to spotlight Pakistan's nexus with terror groups. This tendency in India to speak up when there is an act of Pakistani-sponsored terrorism or their tensions along the border or the LoC, that's not the right way. You have to do it on a sustained basis. You have to then press each institution. For example, the FATF allowed Pakistan to exit the grey list. At that time, India could have built a coalition. Of course, the Biden administration, along with China, helped Pakistan to exit the FATF grey list. But you have to start building a coalition months ahead. And you can't do it just when FATF is meeting. Similarly, in the case of IMF, you can issue any statements that you wish to make. But to pressure IMF, you have to build a coalition. Because India is only one important country in the IMF. It doesn't have a veto power in the IMF.
Okay.
But certainly can help build a coalition.
That's another very important point that you made, Professor Chelani, and that's the point that I would like to take forward with Lieutenant General Iyer, who's also on the broadcast with us. He's the ex-chief of the staff at Northern Command, and I'm also joined in by Captain MJ Vinod, who's a defense expert. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. But if I could bring in Lieutenant General Iyer. Sir, that's an important point that Professor made, and that's why if you go by the consensus, as they say, that unlike the UN over here, as far as the IMF is concerned, the vote goes by the economic power that each country wields, which means that the United States has a significant sizable vote in the IMF. What is one to make at a time when the United States is maintaining consistent engagement with New Delhi? Should we expect or shelve any hopes from the US to play a critical role over here?
Firstly, I will take it, Professor Chelani took it back to January. I'll take it back to August, September of last year.
Okay.
It was around that time when, they got out of the FATF grey. They were one of the major contributors of ammunition to the Ukraine requirements, which was something which Biden administration was pushing. So they were like Biden's gang at that stage of time. And by the time the elections happened in the US and the new administration came in, and it was too late because this IMF bailout had already passed that staff test. Thereafter also till the month of April, there was no other significant reason for us to start pushing for putting them on a grey list, as well as, getting this bailout out. So to some extent, we have been trying for the last 2 weeks, but 2 weeks is not an adequate amount of time. And let us have trust in the current American administration. They are well abreast with the kind of activity that is happening in Pakistan. I am personally very sure that next time when it comes up for the FATF relisting, Pakistan will find itself into trouble. My only piece of concern is 2 weeks down the line, though we have accused Pakistan of this Pahalgam incident, we have to back it up with real concrete evidence.
Yes.
That is somewhere we need to work much harder. We have to connect the links between what happened in Pahalgam to the Pakistani administration, and by the time they come up for the next set of loans, it should be very clear that Pakistan is a country which is fostering terrorism once again, and they deserve to be treated in the manner they were treated last year. And the third thing I would say is $1 billion in the current scheme of things, we should not get too much worried about. I'm sure it is just maybe another 6-7 days of war stamina if you equate it towards completely being employed towards this war waging efforts. And should this conflict go any further north, and we find ourselves into a limited or a long-drawn engagement with Pakistan, this $1 billion is not going to last it. So let us not get worried about it. Let's stay focused on the current situation. I still agree, and I keep saying this every time whenever I get an opportunity, the I part of the time syndrome, we have not doing so well. We have not been able to communicate our intentions correctly. Whereas we have done very well on the diplomatic side, we have done exceedingly well on the military side, we have done fairly well on the economic side. Because the communication aspects are not good enough, we are not able to get the kind of results that we should have got by now.
No, I agree over there. I agree over there. But where I do disagree is that $1 billion funding, as you're saying, may not result or yield too much of war stamina. But the fact is, it's not just this $1 billion bailout that we are looking at, or an additional funding, which is what they are calling it, because there's been a consistent sort of bailout pattern that's been coming out of IMF, and that goes all the way back to 1958. And that's why I want to bring in Captain Vinod on that note. Sir, there's so much chatter about how the global consensus is standing with India in solidarity. And so when you talk about that global consensus, will that yield any results, especially in a body like IMF, which is governed by consensus?
And listen, I mean, without, sounding very different from my position, for the sake of viewers, let me explain this particular thing to you. See, professional, I don't want to use that word, but for want of a better word, I'm using this word. A professional beggar knows exactly how to dress up before he goes begging. So, in FATF, when you go to take the money from IMF and not to get into FATF grey list, Pakistan has done a large amount of work. Before you go and submit your application, Pakistan knows exactly whom to go and meet, what to say, how to say, Germany, US, before it goes to IMF. To stay out of grey list, he knows Pakistan doesn't need to go knocking on the doors of US. It needs to go knocking on the doors of Australia. Why? Because in the FATF we have something called an APG, Asia Pacific Group. In the Asia Pacific Group, the permanent chair is Australia, and you have a rotating co-chair. And the Philippines, and last year when they got out of it, it was Malaysia, and Malaysia and they had a tacit understanding that when you have a bailout, you will return what is owed to Malaysia, which they didn't return. And if you remember, that big thing happened when PIA Airlines was captured by Malaysia. Because they promised that paisa will be given, paisa diya nahi, aur yahan inko ullu bana ke chale gaye. So these kind of things, a professional person who knows how to ask for arms knows very well. I was not surprised that they will get this money because they have done their homework very, very well. For the next bailout, they have already started their work. For the next to next bailout, they have already must be doing their paperwork. So they're extremely professional about it. And like Professor Brahma Chalani said, you have to beat them in their game. You cannot be, beating them in their game 1 day to go, 2 days to go. Nothing is going to happen. By calling somebody 1 day before the money is going to be allotted and hoping like hell that the money will not be allotted when he professionally has addressed and plugged all the holes a month ago, impossible to do. But my limited point is, in the last 3-4 days, the amount they have spent is much more than the amount that they may get. And it is not that FSTF sanction, you will get money today. No, it takes 1 month, 2 months to come into your account, and when you start spending. So that itself is something which is not going to aid in this particular operations.
No, I agree with you that they do their homework and they do it bloody well. But Professor Chalani, I think the example that's been quoted of FATF is living testimony, because remember, they convicted a Sajid Mir or even a Hafiz Saeed only till the time they wanted to get off the grey list of the FATF. Once they did, they were back to their proxy games of terrorism. And that's why I want to bring you in on that point, that why haven't these global monetary institutions like the IMF or the World Bank been able to do much when it comes to addressing terrorism? I can't help but ask that, are they not equally responsible for what we are seeing happen in Kashmir?
The thing is that as long as Pakistan does not export terrorism to the West is actually not concerned about Pakistan exporting terrorism to India, because then it becomes a regional issue for them. And in the old India-Pakistan problem, where the two have been at loggerheads for decades now. But they all know that over the years, the footprints of many terrorist attacks in the West were traced to Pakistan. The US found Osama bin Laden living next to the Pakistan Military Academy, and other top terrorist leaders that the US wanted, like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed or Abu Zubaydah, they were found living in Pakistan's heartland. But then under previous US administrations, the Pakistani government, especially the ISI and the army chief, promised to Washington that they have started cleaning up their act, that they will never repeat what happened previously. They pledged that they will not do anything to undermine US or Western security. So with those assurances and pledges, the US under some administrations, for example under Biden, resumed cozy ties with Pakistan. And we saw how Biden, for example, really helped Pakistan secure the first IMF bailout, then managed to get Pakistan off the FATF grey list, helped modernize Pakistan's F-16 fleet, while we didn't really press our case at that time. We did not. We were being too nice. We thought that if we were to exert pressure on the Biden administration, this could strain US-India relations. No, we should have actually said that what Pakistan is doing is a threat to global security, and that India's efforts to pressure Pakistan to clean up its act is actually good for the world. It's not just an India-Pakistan issue. It's actually about international security. And the IMF bailout, and there was a big bailout that was initially supported by Biden administration, and now the second bailout.
Yes.
But the IMF bailout is actually great leverage for the US, because as you rightly point out that the US has a virtual veto power in the IMF, and Pakistan needs the IMF bailout, not just because of the amount of money, because the IMF bailout allows Pakistan then to secure loans from elsewhere. For example, this latest release of $1 billion, this immediate $1 billion are being released to Pakistan
and
now.
we all know where it's going to go.
Yes, but more importantly, because of this $1 billion deal, Pakistan now will be able to secure additional billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia and China. They were waiting, China and Saudi Arabia were waiting for this IMF agreement. And now $1.2 billion swap deal with China will go forward, and there will be another major package from Saudi Arabia.
All right, I think you've made another very critical point, Lieutenant General Iyer. How do you weigh in on that? That actually does sound alarm bells at the moment, because as we've been talking about, India has also stated it in the IMF that the Pakistani army, the military, has a lopsided sort of sway over the economy in Pakistan and how the funding is going to be utilized. So that indeed is a cause of concern now, even if it is just going to be slightly over $1 billion.
I can't agree more with Professor Chelani. It's covered almost all the facets of this bailout. My only point here is whether this bailout came or not. The funds flow from both China and Saudi Arabia, if not through the front door, from the back door, would have continued. But this does give them legitimacy to now push through loans. These are ultimately loans, like Pakistan. Somebody said Pakistan budget is, every budget tells us what is to be repaid and where the loans are going to come to repay the next year's budget. So it is a kind of a continuation they are living in. They are living in dangerous situation. No country would like to, have so much of external debt as Pakistan is. Their economy is in shatters. A war of maybe even 15 days is going to make their life miserable. They just cannot afford it. And I am very sure this 1 billion, like Group Captain Augustine said, it is not going to be of much use. A couple of jets going down and this $1 billion worth will, get covered over there. Possibly in the last 4 days, they have taken losses more than $1 billion as it is. But that having said, unfortunately, we are making Pakistan India-centric. And that is something we need to tell the world that the problem is not just going to be in India. Tomorrow, this epicenter of terror is going to bite everybody. Somebody said keep snakes in your backyard and they're going to come and bite you. This point has to be rubbed into the Americans. 9/11 happened because there were people who were, raised by the Americans in the 80s. They came back and bit them in the late 90s. The same thing can happen through Pakistan in some stage of time. This has to be told to the Western world, and that's why again I said we have to be much more active in the info domain. We have to be ballistic in the info domain. Our people should be able to communicate the points of view, our troubles, and also tell the world what is going to hit them later. We can survive, but will this be harmful to the world has to be told. And the last point I would like to add here is possibly in the later half of last year and early part of this year, we were too focused on China. Our entire interest was trying to find a way to de-escalate with China because it was running into the third or fourth year. We were still worried that this is something which, and possibly we neglected Pakistan as possibly something which is not of, importance to us. And I guess, because I remember I've been in service and in an operational command, and we were literally only focused towards the north, and we are not looking in the west at all.
Okay,
I guess,
Captain Vinod, I want to bring you in. Lieutenant General Iyer and Professor Chelani both have highlighted how India's homework should have begun much earlier, and perhaps we had distractions at the LAC as well, which perhaps kept us more focused on China front. But now that the Biden administration is gone, you have an administration which is more serious about tackling terrorism, something that we can stand by with the arrest or the extradition of the Havurana. What, in your view, could sort of perhaps expedite the US support when it comes to, tackling or exerting greater pressure via institutions like the IMF?
Great question. In fact, just tell the viewers, their foreign office, the Section Affairs office equivalent of ours, has a separate division which is looking at only IMF loan bailouts and the paperwork and everything. There are a whole lot of people working in that particular department who are only looking at this. Now, let me draw a simile because I'm being a military man. You say you stay across Amritsar, they deploy one division or two divisions of force. Will you keep quiet? You will also deploy one or two divisions of force, isn't it? Similarly, in our External Affairs Ministry, we should, maybe they will learn a lesson. We should have a separate division continuously working to get these buggers into grey or blacklist, all the time. Career, officers should be working permanently to get these guys, give the guys what they deserve, which is blacklist. Else, it is going to bite us badly. And like Sir said, a couple of years went by when we lost focus on Pakistan, which is we are paying dearly for it. And I'm mincing no words. Even today, I think we are not giving it back to them as much as they deserve it. We can and we should, is my feeling, but then there are better brains taking better calls, so I'll leave it to their judgment. Otherwise, what we are seeing on the screen, we should not be seeing on the second or third
I agree.
day.
Why were we waiting for the 22nd of April for the situation to have arrived to this point? But Professor Chelani, take a moment to weigh in on the reliance that Pakistan has had on the IMF, which goes, I will again say, it's gone over for decades. 1958, I have the entire list of all the bailout fundings that have gone, and it all began in 1958, 8th of December to be precise. And I can't help but say that, if it is about snakes in the backyards, when will they stop, in fact, harboring these snakes in the backyard? You expect better from the Trump administration.
Two things stand out. This IMF bailouts for Pakistan began during the Cold War, when Pakistan was a surrogate of Western powers. So it was easy for Pakistan then to secure IMF bailouts. And once you get one bailout and you don't do your reforms, you become more and more dependent on IMF. Let's say, getting IMF money is actually quite slippery for many countries because IMF imposes conditionalities that are pretty tough. And once you get into the IMF bailout trap, you continue to you continue to need more and more bailouts. And this has been Pakistan's story. And the second is that over the decades now, since the first coup in Pakistan in the late 1950s, which actually coincided with the first IMF bailout, Pakistan has been ruled formally or informally by the military continuously now. And the military dominates not only the society, it dominates the politics, it dominates the economy. There are very few countries in the world where the military not only calls the shots in politics, but even the shots in the economy. There are very few examples of this kind in the world. So Pakistan is a very unique case. It's an abnormal state where the military and the intelligence agencies are not even accountable to to the government in office. For example, today, the way the military operates, Shahbaz Sharif is only the surrogate of General Munir. So this is a very abnormal state, and that's the reason why, to answer your question, this dependence on bailouts has never left Pakistan.
Absolutely. And Lieutenant General Iyer, we are looking at a year which is very critical to some partnerships that India has, and we'll be playing host to the Quad Summit. And when you talk about it in such a year, is this partnership with, say, Japan, Australia and the United States of America only limited to the Indo-Pacific?
Unfortunately, the Quad is only limited to the Indo-Pacific and it is China-centric. I am making no bones about it. That having said, I am looking at a brighter year ahead for three, four reasons. Firstly, the Russo-Ukrainian conflict is almost as good as gone. I guess it's just a period of time when the Americans, because the Trump administration is not going to be as actively involved with the Ukrainians as the Biden administration was. So I see that part of the world order changing in the coming part of this year. So Pakistan's value in supporting Ukraine and, being part of the American setup will go down in due course of time. The second thing which Pakistan has done over the last 1 month, and they have been somewhat been able to, play it down below the radar. They have been trying to reignite the Middle East by pulling out the Palestinian clause once again. Even I saw even during the PSL games, they had these, save Palestine kind of things coming up, or crush Israel kind of, things being taken up. I guess we did not catch that. They had wonderful opportunity to play it up, but we did not. There is still an opportunity because Pakistan still relies on a lot of support from the Middle East. It feels that since it makes a cause for the Palestinians, the Middle East, especially the Saudi Arab and the Emirates, will come to its support as far as finance is concerned. Unfortunately, the last few months have seen the Saudis haven't played ball with them in exact manner.
I was about to come to that. Yes, go on.
Professor Chelani mentioned that possibly after this bailout, there could be a difference. Well, I want to see it to believe. But the way the Saudis have treated the Pakis in the last 6 to 8 months is actually, I'll go back to Group Captain Vinod's analogy, it's just like a beggar. So that having said, I do look at a better year ahead. Trump is somebody who's not going to get into bailouts of this nature. He's a businessman. We are going to have a very good trade deal with the Americans very soon, so we'll become valuable to the Americans. We will be able to, I hope, play this game of Pakistan being the epicenter of terror with this current, we have him. We are actually holding him by the neck. It's a question of how fast and how quickly we are able to squeeze him out and expose him to the world order. And this $1 or $2 billion is something which is not very alarming to me. Yes, it was a signal. Had this $2 billion not happened today, this complete CNP, as far as the Comprehensive National Power, which we have applied for the last 2 weeks or so, would have seen its complete domain being fully exercised. That notwithstanding, I'm sure, when the Indus water doesn't come in time, his crops are going to suffer. He's going to face a lot of problems. Otherwise, his stock exchange has crashed. So he's into a lot of trouble as it is. I'm sure he's going to face massive floods in this monsoons, because he'll not be able to regulate water, because we are not going to give him any data of the kind of water we are going to release. So his standing crops are going to go down. He's going to face a lot of trouble. I'm seeing bad things happening to Pakistan in the next 5 to 6 months.
No, I agree with you, Lieutenant General Iyer, but today is also a wake-up call for India, and that's why Group Captain Vinod, I think when you're talking about global support, glad that Lieutenant General Iyer talked about Saudi Arabia. I want to bring you in on the kind of good offices we share with OIC nations. In fact, just a day ago, we had the foreign ministers from Saudi Arabia and Iran very much in New Delhi. So when you talk about our own consistent engagement with OIC nations through our own economic partnerships, whether it is with Qatar, Iran, or Saudi Arabia, even UAE, can we not expect them to also come to our aid and rescue when it comes to exerting pressure via these institutions?
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at a decade ago or maybe more, OIC willy-nilly was, most of the nations willy-nilly was against India. Today it is not so. In fact, most of them have given awards and such.
In fact, Prime Minister was in Jeddah. He was in Jeddah on the 22nd, which happens to be the headquarters of OIC.
Oh, yeah. So people the world is realizing the strength of A, our leader, B, as a country, us. And C, they are able to see that every time the Sharif comes, he's only coming, I feel sad for him. He's only coming with a begging bowl, and there is not much that he's contributing towards OIC as such, except probably, getting an epithet of being a terror factory. And I'm sitting in DC, speaking to many such people. The moment you say Pakistan, the synonym is terror factory, and everyone understands that, because post 9/11 things have changed. The focus is totally different, and like Professor said, now post Russia's pullout and post the end of Charlie Wilson's war, the use of Pakistan to West, especially to US, is not much, and especially after they pulled out of Afghanistan, it is actually zilch zero. But yesterday when Vance said it is the war between them and we have nothing to do, I knew then that the bailout is coming. That I knew then that Vance has not stopped it. Probably he or his people have given the go-ahead for the money. And like General Iyer said, it is a signal, it's not the money. Had we succeeded in blocking this money for next couple of days, probably things would have been different. Now, on this high that I got the money, maybe it'll continue for 1 or 2 more days. Over to you.
So, despite the austerity, inequality, poverty and the debt, Professor Chelani, they continue to fund terrorism. So, where have been the failings, if I were to say? I know if we were to begin from our own home with India, you've always maintained how we've lacked a strategy or a policy, a consistent policy towards Pakistan and terrorism sponsored by Pakistan. So, where have the failings been, especially from our end?
If you look at successive governments in India, you've never had a consistent Pakistan policy or a consistent China policy. Every Prime Minister who takes office seeks to reinvent the foreign policy wheel. I'll give you some examples. Vajpayee, he came to office, he took a bus to Lahore, he thought he could befriend Pakistan. Then, few months later, he publicly bemoaned that his bus to Lahore got hijacked to Kargil. He did not learn from his predecessors. He thought he could actually do what his predecessors had failed to do. Then he tried his luck with China. Again, he tripped. But that did not discourage him. In his last year in office, he again sought to befriend Pakistan. Then came Manmohan Singh. He made his peace overtures to Pakistan. And in return, he invited the horrific Mumbai massacre. And we did not even impose any cost on Pakistan for the Mumbai terrorist attacks. Then comes Modi. He lands in Lahore unannounced in late 2015. In December 2015, he thought that where Manmohan Singh had failed, where Vajpayee had failed, he could actually achieve friendship with Pakistan. And do you know what happened after he went to Lahore? The Pakistani military establishment was enraged that they thought that Modi was conspiring with Nawaz Sharif, the then Prime Minister, and so in response they staged a series of major attacks in India, starting with Pathankot. And to investigate the Pathankot attack, we invited the ISI to come and join the investigations into the attack that the ISI had staged. So you can look at this just recent history, how successive prime ministers have not had a consistent Pakistan policy, and if I could, even describe how they have not even attempted to have a consistent China policy. So, to a large extent, the problems that we are facing with Pakistan and with China, to some extent, they are because of our own failures.
I think that's a very valid point. Lieutenant General Iyer, in January this year, in fact, to be precise, we were learning of these long-range ballistic missiles being prepared by Pakistan. That also led to sanctions being imposed by the United States. But how far did that go to curb Pakistan is what one is left wondering right now. Because remember, when the war began in Ukraine, Russia was sanctioned massively. Their assets were frozen, and that also went to an economic level. We've not seen the same happen in case of Pakistan.
Because Russia is, endowed with a lot of resources. When Russia was sanctioned, there was a feeling that Russian oil and gas will not get sold in the world, and Russia
of course,
will be.
they didn't get impacted.
So they managed to work around the system, and Russia was much stronger a nation than Pakistan. We can't compare sanctions on Pakistan with sanctions on Russia. That is one. Secondly, I don't think
they actually gunned for Russia, which I don't see happening for Pakistan when it's a fact that they are harboring terrorism.
Because like Group Captain Vinod said, Pakistan is not anti-West. You must understand that. Till the time the West feels threatened by Pakistan, they will not go the whole hog. They'll make noises, all right. They'll say, we'll sanction you, we'll cancel your loans, we'll put you on the grey list. In my mind, Pakistan should have been in the blacklist 2 years ago. Pakistan should have been in the blacklist way back in 2011 when Osama bin Laden was found within 10 kilometers of the Pakistan military academy. There was no reason, and it was not that Americans found him one day. They knew about it for more than a year and a half before they actually went in and got him out. So it is something which we have to possibly make a little more noise. We have to not neglect our Western adversary, saying that he doesn't matter to us. Somehow, like I said, in the last 2 years, we became.
But that's exactly what the US Vice President has said in his interview to one of the leading news channels in the United States. That we are not going to get involved in anybody's war.
So my larger point is, you are started by asking, Quad. Quad is totally Indo-Pacific.
No, that's true. No, I was saying that this is just, the point behind asking that question was to actually say that this is just to actually use the analogy friends with benefits, because it suits you in the Indo-Pacific, which is why you've partnered with India over there, but it doesn't suit you when it comes to Pakistan, so we are not concerned about this particular conflict.
So when I can put my example to it, my last 5 or 6 years in service was since the time, the Quad started shaping up, and suddenly we decided that our, adversary is only in the north. West can be handled at any time. And in that window, possibly Doklam happened, then Ladakh happened, and we got fixated with China for definitely since 2020. And in that period, we have felt that Pakistan is already done and dusted with. Kashmir has been sorted out. We have abrogated Article 370. Normalcy has come into Kashmir. Pakistan has been dried up. They don't have the money to finance terrorists. We have been able to knock off all the militants or terrorists in the valley. Everything is hunky-dory. In fact, last year we were, going gaga about the kind of, tricolors floating everywhere in Kashmir. We actually neglected Pakistan and his hold in some kind of such freak events inside Kashmir. And he's been able to, all the bluff and put us into a position that we are in today. I guess we need to ensure that all our, vulnerabilities are taken care of with equal amount of importance, and we can't just concentrate on one part of the world and be part of the world body just because the world feels that China is the next threat. I feel,
I think you expanded it well. Group Captain Vinod, if you were to look at sanctions coming in from the United States, that's precisely the hypocrisy that I'm talking about. Whenever it comes to nuclear armament, that is a direct threat to the United States, but not terrorism.
See, let me tell you something, very simple analogy so that the viewers understand. See, for maintaining a consistent policy towards Pakistan is extremely, extremely important. Let me give you an example from my own home. My great grandfather was Nambudri before then he converted to Christianity. But before he did so, in our Bhagavati temple, he has written and gone. This is how the marriage, padati jo hai. He has written and gone. Now everyone may disagree, but down the generation, we had to get married in that mandir in the procedure that he had written and gone 500, 600 years ago. So that is how it should be. Your presidents and prime ministers can come and go. Your policy has to be consistent because everything else now stems from that particular, selection and maintenance of aim. That is point number one. Point number two, and very important issue is that we need to understand ये जो peace का चूरन जो है ना ये पाकिस्तान के साथ बिकता नहीं है. They have shown it to us umpteen number of times. You can be peaceniks and go them and tell Babar, go back 8 times. The 9th time he'll come back and make a Babari Masjid. And that we have seen. And if we have not learned from that lesson, I think there is something seriously wrong in our psyche. We have to, change our thought process that the peaceniks and peace ka churan does not work with Pakistan. Pakistan, understand, Garhwali mein wife se Garhwal mein kahavat hai. थोड़ा मारे बहुत रोए बहुत मारे चुप तो इनको ना बहुत मार के चुप कराना पड़ेगा. That's the only way they will learn. There is no other way they will learn.
Clearly, because the financial sort of investments are just a mirage for the global community, and that's why I think I just want to have closing thoughts now, and that's why Lieutenant General Iyer, I want to ask you, what will end this cyclical nature to the IMF bailouts which we've seen happen for over 7 decades?
Before that, I just want to add one thing to what Group Captain said. When Pakistan lost the 71 war, they have never accepted that loss. They have been trying to find at least one small occasion when they can, redeem it. Unfortunately, whatever they tried, whether it was Zia or thereafter it was Musharraf or now this gentleman, they never forget it. It's something I equate it with India beating Pakistan in ICC cricket matches and always beating them in all wars that they have fought with us. They can never win. As far as the IMF bailout is concerned, I felt had this bailout not happened today, he would have had to off-ramp it in a day or two. He had no other choice but to get off the horse. At this state, he could not survive. This particular, victory of sorts which he will claim,
yes,
I am sure DG ISPR is going to go gaga about it. All his briefings will be talking about, how the world order does not see Pakistan as a terrorist state, that he's been able to get, vindicated by getting the bailout.
And that's why I was highlighting that it's beyond just $1 billion, There are ramifications to it.
The only good thing that happened is we didn't vote against it, we abstained. That was one way of, registering our protest, but not, because otherwise you would have given even more scope to try and tell people that look who voted against us. Abstaining a vote does not mean that you're necessarily against. I feel next 2 days he's going to have the upper hand and we should be prepared for it. We have to find ways and means to put him down again. It's like a wrestling match.
I'll have to leave it at that since I'm running short of time. But many thanks to you, Lieutenant General Iyer and Group Captain Vinod, and also Professor Chelani. It has been a pleasure to have you on this discussion. And before I call it a wrap, CNN News 18's Zaka Jacob spoke to India's former envoy to Pakistan, Satish Chandra, on the internal turmoil inside Pakistan amid the escalating tensions at the border. Can Pakistan afford a war with India? Listen in.
I'm now joined by former diplomat and former Deputy National Security Advisor, former High Commissioner, Mr. Satish Chandra. Ambassador Satish Chandra, thank you very much. You speak very rarely to television channels, so thank you very much for joining us here on CNN News 18. I just laid out the context of what has happened over the last 2 weeks and where we stand as of today. What is your best assessment of what the situation is right now, and more importantly, where do you see it moving over the next 24-48 hours?
Good to be with you, Zaka, on your channel. It's a pleasure to interact with you. Well, actually, what's been happening is a repetition of the playbook over the decades. India has always been extremely restrained, to a fault often, in terms of retaliatory steps. I think all of us are very well aware that we have been targets of terrorist actions by Pakistan, and in most cases we have not retaliated, and I think that's been a fault and perhaps has encouraged Pakistan in the belief that they can literally get away with murder. So what has happened, I think there's been a change since with the Modi government in terms of the actions that it had taken in 2016 and 2019. First the surgical strikes and then Blackout. And this has gone a notch higher in terms of depth at which we have struck across Pakistan in retaliation for the Pahalgam attacks. And it's been nine camps which has been struck, both in some in POK and some in Pakistan, Punjab, the most notable being Muridke and Bahawalpur, where the terrorist camps were taken out. But as you mentioned ab initio, and as has been underlined by the government of India, that our action was, the kinetic action, was extremely restrained in terms of the fact that we did not hit the military, the Pakistan military, which many feel perhaps we should have, but we did not in the interests of being extremely restrained. We only went for the proven terrorist hideouts from which terrorists had been attacking India from time to time, and also during the Pahalgam incident. Now, the Pakistani reaction, as you indicated, rightly so, has been escalatory, openly, blatantly escalatory. And I do recall from the times when I was in Pakistan, and in fact it is documented, that then Air Marshal Lashkar Khan had said that all the wars with India by Pakistan were initiated by Pakistan. So let's be very clear, I am not surprised, because I have dealt with Pakistan for much of my life, that this is the standard playbook of Pakistan. They will escalate, they will lie, they will try and say that India is escalating, whereas the contrary is correct. Just like they keep saying that they are really had nothing to do with terror, and I think everyone knows the score on that, not only India but the rest of the world. So I don't need to say anything more on that score.
But the escalation towards what end? Now, when India did the operation and it said, look, we're taking a non-escalatory step, and underlined, the army statement underlined, we're not targeting any military installations, we're not targeting civilians, I thought that was an exit option or an off-ramp for the Pakistani army. But by doing what they did last night, and clearly, as you said, it's an escalatory step, what are they trying to achieve?
I think you must understand two things that are happening in terms of dynamics in Pakistan as I read it. Number one is that the army has lost face in terms of what happened because of our strikes, and they want to prove a point. The army is also very badly divided. In fact, the whole country is divided. So they are trying to somehow, in some way, establish that they are one up on India. That is the endeavor, and they are not going to succeed. And the second point, which is more intrinsic, and I am sorry to say that unfortunately many of us in India have failed to read Pakistan right. I mean, there is a whole army of people in India saying we must engage dialogue with Pakistan. Yes, that's correct, if Pakistan were a normal country. And again, I will merely relate a conversation or some conversations that I had during my stint in Pakistan as High Commissioner in the 90s. And when I spoke to some people whom I knew rather well within the system, and I said, look, by creating these terror camps, you are actually going to end up hurting yourselves. And in fact, Hillary Clinton also said later on, much later on, something to similar effect. Well, what was the reaction I got? And that's what made me absolutely very, very pessimistic about the future of our relationship. The response was, we don't care as long as it hurts India. So that's the game that they are playing. But, you know, clearly they are not going to, in quotes, win this. Because what we have seen in the last 3-4 days is that they are getting and continuing to get a lot of egg on their face. And if I may go off script a little bit from your query, I think that this could be very easily sorted out if the international community appropriately pressurized Pakistan. You know, they are going around the
Staying with the live and continuous coverage on India and Pakistan, we're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, what we are learning is that India has fired multiple drones at Pakistan in their Punjab province, and a big blast was also reported in Pakistan's Rawalpindi, and Indian drones have been spotted in Lahore, even Sheikhupura. Meanwhile, defense sources are telling CNN News 18 that India has intensified firing at the Sialkot and Narowal border areas after Pakistan violated the ceasefire. These are breaking inputs brought to us by our Security Affairs Editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta. And what we are right now learning is that India has fired multiple drones at Pakistan in the Punjab province, to be specific. In fact, a massive blast has also been reported in Rawalpindi. Indian drones have been spotted in Lahore and Sheikhupura. Meanwhile, defense sources are also telling us that India has also intensified its firing at Sialkot, even the Narowal area as far as the border areas are concerned. Remember, Pakistan began to violate the ceasefire, has been doing so for quite a few days now, but as far as the shelling is concerned, it began yet again in the evening, and it spiked on Friday evening as Pakistan resumed heavy shelling and unprovoked line of control. We've seen that is continuing to happen in various sectors, whether it is Pathankot, even Uri, Poonch. The latest escalation comes after there was a lull for over 11 hours, marking another day of relentless ceasefire violations by Pakistan. Sirens have been blazing in several border areas, but as far as Pakistan is concerned, what we can tell you in the latest big breaking inputs that we are learning is that India has sent its own set of drones to Pakistan's Punjab province. And remember, as far as drones are concerned, they are seen as a double-edged sword, because not only are they meant as weaponry, they are also meant to carry on reconnaissance operations as well. It may perhaps help India in picking up crucial information. It may also help India to get a sense of in fact, some satellite insights also may be provided by those drones. Ayushman Jamwal joins me live from the newsroom on those breaking inputs. Ayushman, what is the information that you can share with us as far as the Indian side retaliating this time around?
Also, Akanksha, we're learning from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta that the Noor Khan air base has also been targeted by the Indian forces by this counter-strike coming in from India, because it's not just Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sheikhupura as well, it's Lahore as well that is facing the brunt of India's counter-offensive. We're getting you these visuals from Narwal as well as Rawalpindi, where you can see the explosions on your screen. India now hitting back at Pakistan in the wake of the initial initial drone strikes which took place earlier today, just a few hours back, where all those border areas along the LoC and the international border were targeted, and now India paying back Pakistan, hitting deep into Pakistani territory. Rawalpindi, Lahore, Islamabad, Narwal and the Noor air base has also been targeted by the Indian forces. India using drones, and also what we are learning is that Indian drones have been spotted in several big cities in Pakistan as well. Several locals have also found shells of Indian drones in Lahore as well as Narwal. So India now targeting Pakistan deep into Pakistani territory, hitting at the commercial, military as well as the political hearts of Pakistan. You can see those visuals on your screen. You can see how these cities have been lit up as India has countered Pakistan's initial drone strikes with its own drone offensive deep into Pakistani territory, jolting the entire civilian as well as the political infrastructure inside Pakistan, saying that any attack against India will bear a heavy price, because India has the technological as well as the military edge, and it can inflict damage deep into Pakistan. See those visuals on your screen right now, Akanksha, from Narwal as well as Rawalpindi. These are crucial areas inside Pakistan and have several military and civilian installations, and they have now faced the brunt of India's technological prowess in the defense
Absolutely.
sector.
In fact, those visuals speaking 1,000 words, as you rightly highlighted. Rawalpindi, Narwal, those footages that we are playing out to you are the latest visuals coming in from both these locations, as Ayushman was highlighting. That's the kind of havoc that India is wreaking on Pakistan, making Pakistan pay for what it did to India on 22nd of April. Those visuals, in fact, speaking of India's retaliatory efforts, and as Ayushman was highlighting, we've already sent out our drones over there. But Ayushman, if I could bring you in on the ceasefire violations that have started again on Friday evening after a lull of over 11 hours.
Absolutely, and even to those ceasefire violations, Akanksha, what we are learning from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta is that areas in Sialkot and Narwal, which are near the LoC and the international border, those areas are now being pummeled by Indian forces. Indian forces now opening fire at several posts along the LoC and the international border, trying to take out Pakistani artillery formations inside those areas. So Narwal as well as Sialkot are seeing a lot of damage coming in from the Indian side. India literally raining fire on Pakistan after the initial ceasefire violations that we've been seeing in the couple of hours before India's counter strike. We saw the damage that was coming in when Pakistan launched those drone attacks on several areas in the border parts of India along the LoC and the international border. But India's air defense system, Akanksha, it is way too advanced as compared to Pakistan, and was able to take out all those drones, cause minimal damage along the border areas. But you can see what India's missiles and drone strikes are doing to Pakistan. While we were able to intercept them using the S-400 system, using the Akash system, using several air defense personnel as well as technology, Pakistan stood no chance. See those visuals on your screen where we are raining havoc when it comes to the counter-offensive, to their attempt to disrupt the peace and tranquility inside India, and also to punish India for our initial strike through Operation Sindoor. And now they are paying the price. So that has been India's strategy. We are upping the cost, upping the ante against Pakistan. Narwal, Rawalpindi, Akanksha, the center of Pakistan's military, and you can see those visuals on your screen where Rawalpindi is now facing the brunt of India's military fury.
Oh, absolutely. Let me quickly, in fact, bring in our guest. I'm joined in by Group Captain Vinod over there as well, who's joining me live on the broadcast. Group Captain, thank you for coming back to our broadcast. But this is big breaking input as those visuals are coming in from Rawalpindi and Narwal. What we are learning is that Noor Khan base has also been attacked. What do you make of these strategic retaliatory attacks from India?
Akansha, you've been up the whole night and it is wee hours of the morning. A day before, I told Munir via tweet that Munir, don't go this drone warfare way. Probably that's the biggest mistake you will ever make. And Munir didn't listen to me and he's made this mistake. Now Pindi is exploding. See, it is not tit for tat anymore, Lokansha. कि आपने एक मारा तो मैं एक मारूंगा नहीं, बहुत मारे चुप. I told you the previous time. We are here to give them such a big reply that हिंदी में कहते हैं पुश्ते याद रखेंगी. In the years to come, it will be found in your textbooks that we went against India and India did this to us. And I'm not saying, as a jingoism or some kind of a, chest thumping kind of a thing. No, it is just go by the effect. One drone with some 100 kilo or 100 grams of bomb that came over, say, Jaisalmer or wherever, as opposed to 100 kgs and 250 kgs and 2,000 pounder Spice 2000 is what we are putting over them. The 2,000 pounder bomb, that is what we are seeing on the screen. It's huge. It's not some pav kilo ka bomb. And if this does not send the shivers down Munir's spine and other people's spine, I don't know what will. Which, if he doesn't come on the table tomorrow, I think he's really making a big mistake, and probably he's not paying the price. Someone else is paying the price for him. And those are people of the Pakistan who are already asking questions.
Since you're talking about price, I want to bring you in because there was a drone attack near the Rawalpindi Stadium hours before a Pakistan Super League match. And we all know that the locations for these matches is now being shifted. So that is the cost that they've already started paying. And in fact, new visuals coming in, if I may bring you in, Group Captain, if you can see these visuals, I'm being told that this is fresh footage that's coming in from Pakistan. Clearly, it seems like footage that's coming in from the Punjab province. But what we can tell you right now, as far as authentic information shared by sources with Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, is that Narwal, Rawalpindi and the Noor Khan Air Base have in fact been attacked. But if I could bring in Group Captain on that note, Group Captain, massive explosion over there. What does it speak? You were saying that this actually speaks volumes of the way we are coming back on Pakistan.
See, a couple of things, Akanksha. One is the image that you put out is, within a few frames you can make out that we have done some kind of a strike against a target which was probably a target which had explosives in it. So we have gone against. I can straight away make out this is some kind of a phosphorus burning. We have gone against, I think, the weapon dumps and the artillery dumps. We have still not gone against targets which are civilian in nature or which are like purely military as in the air bases in nature where you could have a collateral damage. We have gone against those targets which is probably adding punch to their existing military. So taking out these targets logically are the first ones we take out so that you don't have explosives left to fight the war. And we know exactly where they are, and as poor planners and thinkers that Pakistanis are, and I call them, anyway, I don't want to say it, are that they have probably exposed their explosives out in the open. And this is not one stores an explosive, and as you can see it on the screen, this is not something you store.
That's a very critical point that you're making, Group Captain Vinod. I want to bring in Ayushman. Ayushman, Group Captain has shared a very critical piece of information. His observation is quite accurate. I must say that explosion, the intensity of that explosion goes on to indicate that this could very well be a dump for the ammo that they were perhaps storing. And if that's the indication, that clearly the Pakistanis and their army has been knocked off their feet.
Absolutely, and we're getting more updates as well from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta as more and more visuals come in from Pakistan. Akanksha, what we're learning is that 2 blasts have been heard in Rawalpindi. One hit the Sadr area and the other hit the Noor Khan Air Base, a crucial air base of the Pakistani military. One blast on the outskirts of Rawalpindi as well as Islamabad. What we're also learning is that the diplomatic enclave in Islamabad has also taken a hit. One blast happened in Lahore in the Askari Pakistani area of Lahore, which is a high-end area in Lahore. One blast happened in Shekhupura, one blast in Narwal. Pakistan security sources are claiming multiple blasts are due to shooting down of Indian drones as well, is what they're claiming as well. So they're trying to intercept a lot of the drones, but you can see the damage that India's military prowess has caused, not just in places like Shekhupura, Lahore, but even in places like Rawalpindi as well as Islamabad. We have struck deep into Pakistani territory as we counter their offensive that we saw just a couple of hours back along the border areas.
I want to bring in Group Captain. Group Captain, one of the information that's trickling in from the Pakistani side is also that their security forces are claiming multiple blasts are due to shooting down of the Indian drones. Do you think this kind of explosion, going by the intensity of it, indicates that this is shooting down of the drones?
Kamsa, if you have a whip, kindly lend it to me. I want to flog myself because I can't listen to this nonsense anymore. You shoot down a drone which will fall on your, weapon dump. It is preposterous and completely concocted thing that these people are talking about. But talking about Chaklala, the Noor Khan air base was called Chaklala, and this is where our one squadron, which is pounding them, Tigers, carried out their operations before India-Pakistan split. So Noor Khan Air Base for us has got a lot of, for Indian Air Force at least, has got a lot of umbilical cord connection, which was of course severed in 47. Very, very important base. Our wonderful fighters, Marshal of the Air Force Arjun Singh, he operated from this base. This base has been very, very important base in the history of Indian Air Force, and alas, we had to go and destroy it till cows come home. They'll probably keep remembering it. There used to be an airfield called Chaklala.
Stay with me, Group Captain, because you mentioned the significance of Noor Khan Air Base. Remember, it's not the first time we went for this air base, even when we were attacking them, avenging for the terror attack on 22nd of April. We have exclusive visuals coming in of that attack at the Noor Khan Air Base today. Let's listen.
बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है। ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है। ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे।
I go back to Group Captain Vinod, who continues to stay with us. So, Group Captain, you literally have it straight from the horse's mouth. This is a video coming in from one of the Pakistanis, and you can clearly hear them, in fact, confirm that it's not a drone attack by any means. What do you make of this explosion?
See, like I was saying, it is this time around, and for the sake of viewers, I'm saying this: we have weapons which can go up to 350, 400, 550 kilometers of range without even crossing the line of control or international border. We have gone and hit Chaklala, AK Noor Khan, the place where our number 1 squadron was formed. There's a place called Grid Road here. This is where our 1 squadron was formed, and this is where we are going and hitting our original home base of Tigers. And what you see, the orange or brownish flame, is 100% an explosive dump because it is the mix of phosphorus and C4 burning. See that explosion, and I was expecting this explosion because this is the secondary
Captain, would you call this a missile strike?
This is the secondary explosion, Akanksha, because the strike has already happened. It is already burning, and see this. This is the secondary explosion that is happening because much more these explosions we will be able to see as the time goes by, because the weapon storage uses something called URP, Unit Risk Principle. So all these explosives will be kept within a small bunker where only beyond a certain point of heat that particular weapon will go off. So it will take some time for the Sutli bombs to go off, and over a period of time, we'll keep seeing these explosions happening time and again. And as you can see from on the screen, this is an explosion which is from the bottom up and not from top down. So no doubt it is a secondary explosion that is happening because of the fire and the explosion that we caused with the original attack, and that was the aim, and that is how we carry out surgical precision air-to-ground targeting, and that probably the medicine that Munir has gotten seen, and he is also probably understood that whatever money came, the lion's share was kept by Pakistan Army, and only the crumbs were given to Pakistan Air Force, which they are facing today. The crumbs are not to be given to Pakistan Air Force. Pakistan Air Force may be small, but Pakistan Air Force needs more money. That none of these generals would have given, and Babar, I'm sure, must have been crying till cows come home, and he didn't get anything. And today he must have told Munir, "See, I told you." And this is what that "see, I told you" was happening. That is that we are seeing on the screen, Akanksha.
Captain, how do you contrast this with what we are watching right now at our own borders? We are seeing drones, we have seen shelling, yes. Some of them have also targeted civilians, but contrast the fury that you're seeing coming from the Indian side across the LoC.
I was just, great question, Kamsha, that you asked. I was just looking at a video of two people. One is in the in the Amritsar area, where when our attack guns are firing at incoming drones and missiles, our people on the road are cheering and shouting slogans and stuff like that, and they are not absolutely not afraid, and probably having a party time. I don't know whether it is whether they don't know the effect of it or whatever could be the reason. Another video that I saw was of a girl from Badmer saying that even if everything is falling around you, what should not come to you is, and if it comes to you, I'll come and kick you, is your fear. Don't be fearful and be hold your ground and stay steady. That is happening, why, Akanksha? Because the explosions that is happening on our side is not as explosive as this or as violent as this. What we are seeing here is a violent explosion, which is caused by the weapon storage area going up in fire, because we caused that fire and explosion in the weapon storage area. I was witness to one such in Amla, where we store our weapon, and because of some grass fire, one bomb caught fire, and thereafter the many bombs started going off, and it was extremely scary.
Absolutely, and that is what we see in cracker factories as well. And this kind of explosion actually reminds me of one of those deadly fatal ones. I'm going to request you pause and just hold on to those thoughts. I'm going to quickly bring in Ayushman, who's back from the newsroom. Ayushman, I believe you have some breaking update coming in. Please share with us.
There's another update that we have, Akanksha, as the group captain there was pointing out that these particular positions were identified by the intelligence agencies to target through these strikes to cause maximum damage, and he's absolutely right about that. We're also learning is that the diplomatic enclave in Islamabad has not been spared when it comes to the counter-offensive. The Serena Hotel near the diplomatic enclave, one of the most posh areas of Islamabad, has also been hit by one of these strikes. So as I was pointing out, India striking extremely deep within Pakistan territory, be it the military, the commercial or the political areas or the political hotspots inside Pakistan. Even the diplomatic enclave in Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan, has now been hit by one of these strikes, are the reports that we are getting. So India punishing all levels of Pakistan society, from the military to the commercial establishment to even the political class.
Oh, absolutely. I want to bring in Group Captain on that note. Group Captain, if going by the information that's been shared by our Security Affairs Editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, there's other explosion taking place. In fact, the attack that's taking place in Serena Hotel near the diplomatic enclave in Islamabad. What does it speak? It's a very high-profile area you're talking about.
Absolutely. In fact, I want to introduce our viewers to a concept called vertical envelopment. In a ground offensive, traditionally, all thousands of years that ground offensives have happened before the air came as one of the aspects of the offensive, is that you attack the fielded military force first, Then you came onto the walls of the fort where there was a ditch, and you tackled the crocodile and went into the you used probably a horse or a Trojan horse or something, and you went inside the fort, and then the fort fell, and sometimes it could take years for the forts to fall. That is the traditional way of attack. Whereas in air, we do something called a vertical envelopment. We don't go from outside to in. We go for the effect straight away, which is what we call the EBO, the effects-based operations. And what we do is we bypass the field of military force, we bypass all other protective covers, and we straight away go for effect. If you remember, Akanksha, the last straw that broke the camel's back in East Pakistan's operation, do you remember that? It was attack on governor's palace when governor and all the people gathered there. One MiG-21, there is cordon that I belong to, force called Muriel. We went and hit the governor's house with one rocket, and that was it. Governor said, "Bhai, bhago tum Niazi, jaake sign karo." So this is what the vertical envelopment does to you, and that is what I think we are going for now. If we have gone into the area that you are saying, the residential area, I'm sure there is a viable target there, which we would have hit. I hope it is not Munir or any of his chelas, but if that has happened, then I hope and pray that they are on the table tomorrow morning. I hope and pray again. If not, then it is going to be another bad night and another bad night and another bad night. Do not compare this with Ukraine-Russia war, people, and especially the
that's
Western.
True. I totally agree with you. And if only the Pakistanis had a clear conscience, they would have perhaps not even started this entire conflict, given that the Indian External Affairs Ministry has made it amply clear that it was Pakistan that escalated the situation. But I'm sure all our viewers who are tuning in right now will also have one moot question: what is this going to lead to in terms of an escalation? And should we expect similar kind of attacks coming from Pakistan?
Maybe. I mean, because they have such weapons, Kanksha. They have cruise missiles which are quite capable. Whether they'll be able to launch them is a very big question, but they have...
why do you say that that's a question, if they can launch it or not? Why do you doubt the capability?
Very good question again, Akanksha. I was coming to that. Some of these cruise missiles is tipped with something called tactical nuclear warhead. Will they use it or not is a very big question. Tactical nuclear warhead has got a very limited fallout range. It still is a nuke, mind you. 10 to 20 kilometers of fallout range. But, Akanksha, that 20 kilometers, you can never use it till at least our great-great-grandchildren come up. Because that full area is going to be full of nuclear fallout for many years. Will they use it or not? I don't know. But they have missiles like Raad, and they have missiles which they have got from China. Will they press that button? Remains a very big question. They are not NFU, no first use. We are no first use. They are not NFU. So therefore, them slapping on a tactical nuclear weapon may not be a possibility, but is something that is lurking in the background.
And if it's a Chinese make, I seriously have my doubts. But going to request you, Group Captain, to continue staying with me. Ayushman, I believe, is bringing us some more breaking inputs right now. Ayushman, what's the latest that you are learning? Is there any confirmation coming in from the Pak Army?
More updates coming in on this counter-strike coming in from India, Akanksha. What we're learning is that top Indian government sources have said that no less, no more, only custom match attack is the strategy that's going forward, which means you target us, we target you. That is the message coming in from top government sources. The Noor Khan airbase has been targeted after Pakistan targeted the Pathankot airbase. So it's a tit-for-tat action that India is taking, but clearly India giving a lot more damage to Pakistan. Also, what we are learning from the Pakistan government, top sources in the Pakistan government also confirming that these attacks have taken place. They have admitted to the fact that India has targeted their assets deep into Pakistan territory. So that admission also coming in from the Pakistani establishment. A huge embarrassment for Asim Munir, who's anyway being criticized by not just the citizenry but top politicians who have said that he's incapable of protecting the people of Pakistan. Now the Pakistan establishment, and we are learning, has admitted that India has struck deep into Pakistani territory, be it Sialkot, Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Lahore, the diplomatic enclave inside Islamabad, the Noor Khan Air Base, a critical military base that is operated by the Pakistan military. This is something huge when it comes to the entire offensive between India and Pakistan, where the Pakistan establishment has now admitted that India has drawn blood in this entire conflict. And also top government sources making it clear this is a measured response that's coming in from the Indian side. India also making it extremely clear, if Pakistan attacks, there will be a measured counter-offensive to any escalation coming in from the Pakistani side.
If you are looking at kinetic warfare, Group Captain, I want to bring you in on the fact that, Ayushman just shared some very critical information that this is a tit-for-tat response coming in. India has avenged for that attack that took place at the Pathankot base. And we were all, waking up to this very disturbing information of how India's military installations, whether Udhampur or Pathankot, all of them were being targeted by Pakistan. And today this is a befitting response. And as Ayushman was saying, a reminder to Pakistan that, they will be served a response in the way they carry out their own attacks against India.
Absolutely. In fact, I feel very sad for Pathankot because I served there for 3 years. I was a frontline fighter squadron flight commander in the mid 2000s. And like I was saying previously, it's very, very close to border. And it already faced one brunt. If you remember, we had a Pathankot terrorist infiltration. That time we didn't do much against these people. But today they got the medicine of what they've been, doing. And I slightly, Akanksha, beg to differ on the tit-for-tat operation because they sent only pav kilo ka bomb. We sent 2,000 pounder bomb. So there is, it's more tat than what they did to us is something, I want to make our viewers happy about. We've said, thus and no more. If I can hit Noor Khan, I can hit Bihari, I can hit Sargodha, I can hit any base I want and I can hit it simultaneously.
That's a very, very critical piece of information for all our viewers who are perhaps not so well versed with these locations. And since you've served, at Pathankot, and I'm sure you, as you also talked about the importance of Noor Khan Air Base, give us a sense of what are these locations, how critical they are, and what is the feat that we are looking at, because remember, as you said that, then that also indicates that we can go deep inside enemy territory.
Absolutely, and this is, the trailer hai, Akanksha. Picture to agar, if they want to see the whole movie, बस है कि उनको टिकट लेनी पड़ेगी. But be that as it may, see, we hit Noor Khan probably with one or maximum 2 aircraft. That's it. You imagine the entire might of Indian Air Force, forget the entire might of Indian Air Force, just might of Sukhoi 30 if I put, the viewers need to understand, 8 tons one Sukhoi 30 carries. One Sukhoi 30 carries 8 tons of mobs. If one Sukhoi 30 can, probably 2 or 3 Sukhoi 30 can completely raise the Lahore-like town to the ground. That is the capability, firepower capability we have. Compare that with any artillery. Artillery launches 25-pounder shells or 50-pounder shells. 50-pounder kahan, 2,000 pounder kahan, and 2,000 pound into as many numbers you put to reach 8 tons you look at, and they are all precision guided weapons, Akanksha, and multi-spectral. Let me explain multi-spectral to the viewers. We take a dumb bomb matlab, which does not have any kind of directional control. We slap on a kit on top in the front and the rear and make it smart. The rear kit is the one which controls and the front kit is the one which seeks and gives some kind of stability. What it seeks is what I put, and what I put is what I get. 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 What I p is what I already have in intelligence. Suppose the intelligence changes in flight, I can change it. If he does some kind of a decoy measure, I can switch to a different head.
I want to pack this conversation further because, Group Captain, this is also the information that we are learning, that a missile was used to hit the Noor Khan Air Base. And when you're talking about the missile, are we looking at the ATGMs? Because what we are learning is that the Indian Army has been actively using these anti-tank guided missiles.
No, this Noor Khan is way far from for ATGMs to be used. Noor Khan is probably hit by a precision guided weapon like Spice 2000 or Scalp NG or those kind of Popeye version of a Popeye that we have is the one which we have used. It could even be BrahMos. You never know, because BrahMos is an interceptable weapon and it comes down at 3 times the speed of sound. There is no way, no weapon in the world has the capability to intercept a BrahMos. BrahMos is Brahmastra. There is no two ways about it. It could well have been BrahMos, and we make it, in 1,000. Not like Pakistan, who go with the begging bowl. Okay. I
want to bring in a second guest who's joining us right now, Major General K.K. Sinha. Thank you, sir, for joining in. It does seem like a day of hope for India right now, and this is going to be, we've hit them, and we've hit them really hard. Major General Sinha, if you can see that explosion that's taken place at Noor Khan Air Base, what is your assessment of this explosion?
Good morning and Jai Hind. I think it is a very good note on which I think I just got up after a very late sleep. Very good because 6 air bases and places starting from Sadar, that is Islamabad, up to Nurwal. It is quite deep. These are the heart of Pakistan. We are actually attributed on this. They tried to hit our military installation at Udhampur and Pathankot. Yes. It is on, it is actually in response to that. And the response is, I think, it is, in my judgment, more than 100 times what they tried to do it. They were trying to hit our areas, thinking that, they are just trying to provoke us. What happened on 7th and what happened today, these are something on 7th when it started, 9 places hitting in just 25 minutes, unprecedented in the complete I have seen in the global history of military, strike on anywhere. A very precious in 25 minutes. And today, if I've just tried to understand and seen the spread and going exactly pinpoint and also trying to, we have taken the photographs. I think it is a great, it is not a part of escalations, but I think we are just giving it back if they want to climb the ladder and try to escalate from that side. We waited for 2 days. If you see the night of 7th, 8th and 8th of 9th, I was there throughout monitoring what they did it. It was also very surprising. They have used their drones, which they got it somewhere from, I think, from Turkey.
Yes.
1,400 kilometers starting from, if you say from the Leh, it was at the base of, also of, I think, Siachen Glacier was hit right up to the run of Kutch. So I think it's a very, very befitting reply. And we are just giving it back to them because we told them it is non-escalatory strikes earlier, which we did it on 7th. But they wanted to just increase it, misadventure, trying to probe in our areas with absolutely non-lethal type of drones. But we had casualties. They were using also the artillery fire in the area of Uri, Punch. I think there's a revenge, not as a revenge, but we are taking the escalatory ladder up. Let them try something else. They will, if they force us, we have to do something that, then the complete Pakistan will not only devastated, but Pakistan will be broken, and balkanization of Pakistan is very, very near. And we can think even that taking POK back, Gilgit-Baltistan back, if they are giving us or forcing us to do that, we will able to do that.
But Major Sinha, I want to bring you in on that explosion, that massive explosion that's taken place at the Noor Khan Air Base. For that, I will request you to just stay with me. For our viewers, we are going to play it out again. And as Group Captain Vinod has been highlighting that this is no ordinary explosion. It also indicates that there was perhaps a dump of ammunition which has now been completely wiped out, destroyed and left to a rubble by India. Let's quickly listen in and have a look at those visuals.
भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है, ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है, ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है, ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है।
So, Major Sinha, two key takeaways from those visuals. First, Pakistan cannot deny this explosion because you have it straight from the horse's mouth. A Pakistani making that video confirming that that strike has taken place. What we are learning from our government sources that a missile was used to strike the Noor Khan Air Base. And what do you make of that intensity of that explosion?
Noor Khan, what I can make it out, because I have seen a certain similar type of explosion in Kargil during the Kargil war.
Okay.
The day I was on the air, just going to the headquarters, there was a strike in an ammunition dump by Pakistanis into the Kargil ammunition dump. It was just behind the headquarters. It is something like that. I think it is bigger than that, because I can see the flames coming into that area. The flames can be of two types. Either there is a dump which is having your aircraft turbine fuel, or the ammunition dump. Noor Khan Air Base is a very, very important, because basically what they, this strategic area divides the area of POK when we talk it, and then the complete Punjab, if you're down below, because there are 4 corps which are generally located in this area, and namely these corps, when you say Gujranwala, which is somewhere nearby, one corps Mangla area, one corps, then Gujranwala is there 30 corps, and when we say Lahore, I believe Lahore Askai's air base has been hit. Shekhpura, if you come down before coming to the Norwal, just Multan 2 corps. So this is a massive, these are the core locations and core headquarters. Udhampur is our Northern Command headquarters. Pathankot is a brigade. There is I think Air Force. We have got a strategic location of Air Force also. I think this is something very, very big, what we have seen on
that
7.
Undoubtedly is, and you rightly said that this is a direct escalation in the ladder, and not just an escalation, it's a befitting response to how dare they even look at our own military installations in Pathankot, Udhampur and Jammu. And that's why I want to bring in Group Captain Vinod. Group Captain, what does it speak of Pakistan's own defense capabilities? We managed to repel all those missiles that they had sent out to target our own military installations. But what does it speak of their defense capabilities now?
Yeah, so I was just going through my information sent out by some people. Noor Khan houses a squadron called number 6 squadron,
okay,
which is air-to-air refueler.
Oh.
So It could be an air-to-air refueler, and that is a strategic target. And you have very few of them. We'll have to wait till we get more information, because the way the thing is spread out, have we taken out certain air-to-air refueler on ground? Is something needs to be seen, and it also houses another very strategic squadron called 12 composite squadron, and a 10 squadron, which is your electronic intelligence squadron.
Oh.
They operate an aeroplane called Phenom 100, and if I'm not mistaken, the Gulfstream 4. So these aeroplanes that we see flying all along the border, gathering intelligence and swooping into Indian territory with cameras and electronic intelligence equipment, are the ones operating out of Noor Khan. And like I said, the 10 squadron, which is MRTT, which is the tanker transport squadron, also called the Bulls. So these squadrons are established in Noor Khan. So very, very strategic base. If we have got the air-to-air refueler, I will be extremely, extremely elated, because then the F-16s and other aeroplanes have no extended stay and no extended range. That severely, severely limits them. The counterattack could be in one of our bases in Chandigarh, Agra, or somewhere else.
Okay.
So that we need to be worried about.
And that's exactly what I'm going to be discussing.
Noor Khan is really big.
Right.
Can I ask one question from Group Captain Vinod, please?
Sure. In fact, I have to quickly go across to Ayushman, who's joining me live from the newsroom. But before I do that, Major Sinha, perhaps you can pose your question to Group Captain.
Yeah. Good morning, Vinod.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning and very good. We are meeting on, of course, on a TV channel when something very spectacular has been done by our brave Indian Air Force. Because I heard, a passerby or someone who's there, he said that some aircraft came. He is saying he can see an aircraft coming in that area. Is it, we have sent our aircraft over there, or it is just a BrahMos? We have, try to stick them with the cruise side.
Just before you joined, sir, I was telling Akanksha, just before you joined, it could be BrahMos, because that is the one which has a jet engine, and rest of them does not have a jet engine. It has a boost phase, and thereafter it only glides down.
And Major Sinha, information that we have received is that this is a missile attack.
Okay.
So MRTT is, I'm putting my money on MRTT, sir. MRTT may have been on ground, the tanker transport aircraft, and I pray and hope MRTT is gone. And that is severe blow on Pakistan.
Right. So we have not included the airspace of Pakistan. So your judgment is that we have not crossed the airspace of Pakistan.
Absolutely not.
Okay, I believe Ayushman has some more optimistic updates for us. Let's quickly go back to Ayushman. Ayushman, please go ahead.
Akanksha, we're getting more information. It's not just the Noor Khan airbase that's been targeted by the Indian forces. The Shorkot Rafiki airbase is also under attack inside Pakistan. So Indian projectiles are also taking out those capabilities of the Pakistan military. But the Indian government also making it extremely clear when it comes to this counter-offensive that's coming in from the Indian side. Top government sources are telling CNN News 18 that initially the Pahalgam attack was an attack against innocent civilians. But when India launched Operation Sindoor, we didn't attack Pakistani military installations or any civilian areas. Pakistan attempts since yesterday, this is what top government sources are telling CNN News 18, were criminal acts. Since Operation Sindoor, they also attacked Indian civilian areas. Their crime list is very big, and Indian government sources making it very clear, India is making only a custom match attack. If you attack us, we will respond in kind, is the pitch that is coming in from top Indian government sources. They're saying that while initially they were targeting only the terror launch pads, Pakistan has escalated this entire offensive into targeting military bases as well as certain civilian areas attached to those military bases. So India making it extremely clear, if Pakistan moves up the escalation ladder, India will respond in kind. What they are using, and the term that top Indian government sources are using very frequently, is custom match attacks.
Yes. And that actually, is the big differentiation if you were to compare it with the whole analogy of calling it a tit for tat one, which is something Group Captain Vinod was also saying. And Group Captain, I want to bring you in on that note. The messaging behind these attacks, before I get into the significance of the Shorecourt Rafiki Air Base, I want you to shed light on the greater messaging as has been shared by Ayushman, inputs coming in from our Security Affairs Editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, who's gone on to bring us this confirmation from government sources who have said that terror dens were attacked by India, but they chose to attack our military installations and our civilians and civilian infrastructure.
Absolutely. In that morning, in fact, I was with Zaka, Rahul and Anand. I was saying the same thing. What is the matching target on Indian side for them to attack to save face? There is none. There is none, Akanksha. We have gone and hit 9 terror targets. मुंह छुपाने के लिए कौन से target पे attack करेंगे वो? And that is where I think Fauj has made a mistake. They should have gone for like last time in the Operation Swift Retort, some forest area and called it a day. And I think that time's general probably had little bit of brain reverted to inside his head, but this time's general is not, because they have gone for a target which I opened completely. In fact, I was with General the other day, completely a new can of worms, because now I have the upper hand. And it is not like the word we are using, tit for tat attack. It is a matching attack. That means you hit my base, I will hit your base. And what I will hit your base, to what extent I will punish you, is now up to me. And exactly that is what we have done in Noor Khan. And you said we'll come to Rafiki. And Rafiki itself is another beautiful, it's news to me because, Akanksha, while I say this, I have goosebumps. In Pathankot, Rafiki was one of my target, and I know Rafiki like the back of my hand. If you put me blindfolded in Rafiki, I know exactly where is what and how I can.
Go ahead. Shed light on why this has been such a critical target, and what is the significance behind targeting the Rafiki Air Base.
See, firstly, Rafiki Air Base itself is the Nas of Pakistan, because in 1965 there was one scholar leader called Rafiki on whom the airbase is put, and he has been credited with, I don't know why, 5 Indian Air Force aeroplanes downed in some couple of seconds or something like that. So this particular base has been named against on his name, Rafiki, and it, like he said, he had Hilale Pakistan and Sitare Zurrat. They are 2 very high, it's like Mahavir Chakra and Paramvir Chakra. So these are 2 awards given to him, and on his name is this base. There are 5 fighter squadrons there, and some of the frontline fighter squadrons are there. If we have hit Rafiki, I'm sure we have hit all those assets that are there in the city, at least a majority of those assets. I'm sure some of those assets are in blast pen, but some of the assets must be out in the open. We may have taken out a major chunk of Pakistani.
I have to quickly go across to Ayushman before I do that, Major Sinha, if I could bring you in. Major General, the point that I want to also make is that India is also avenging, as the messaging over there being shared by Group Captain Vinod is also, when he shared the significance behind naming that Rafiki Air Base after a squadron leader who had downed Indian aircraft. What do you make of the larger messaging?
Khansha, your colleague has given the name that, government has, basically released that in the custom match, attack, which we have done it. Custom match attack means last 2 nights, our response was there, which came out officially in the official briefing by the 2 our brave ladies, that we carried out 4 drone attacks, and one, I think their radar was hit, and that was a drone attack. Now, it is not very clear to me whether it is actual crossing the airspace, because some doubts are coming because of the guy who is just speaking, that he has seen something coming to the Rawalpindi and he has used an aircraft. But our assessment is that we have not crossed their airspace.
All right, but we're getting breaking inputs right now that Pakistan has confirmed that their 3 air bases have been struck. Let's quickly bring in Ayushman.
Absolutely, Akanksha. So that confirmation also coming in from the Pakistani establishment that India has struck 3 air bases. One was the Noor Khan air base, then the Rafiki air base. Also what we are learning is that Indian forces have struck the Murid air base inside Pakistan. So I'm sure our defense experts can shed more light on the strategic edge of targeting these particular 3 air bases: Noor Khan air base, Rafiki air base and the Murid air base. So India also making it very clear, as we reported and the information brought to us by Investigations Editor Manoj Gupta, that top government sources have said that this is a custom match attack. If you attack us, we will respond in kind. But clearly India targeting Pakistan's military assets deep in Pakistani territory, and now a 3rd air base has been targeted by the Indian forces. The first was the Noor Khan air base, then the Rafiki air base, and now what we're learning, the Murid air base has also been targeted by Indian forces.
Group Captain Vinod, Murid air base as well, the 3rd one. This is in fact quite a triple treat for India to wake up to in terms of all the latest updates.
I'm extremely happy for all what I wanted to do all my life. Some of my boys did.
Well, you're still part
I'm happy
of it
for them.
At this time.
I wish I was there sitting in the cockpit doing it. And how many times I don't know I dreamt about it. God only knows. Murid is very, very important base, Akanksha. Why? Because Murid houses some of another strategic assets, and we have now chosen, I think, wonderful bases to break the backs. Murid has all these drones that has come from Turkey and the other places. The Bayraktar drones, TB2s as we call them, and they also had a drone which was like 10 years old called Burak. Then they have a number 60 strategic squadron, which is based in Murid. Once again, those are UAVs and UCAVs, that is unmanned combat aerial vehicle. So these are the drones which carry weapons like bombs and rockets and come and hit them.
And that's why I'm actually skeptical when the DG ISPR is making claims that are, they've confirmed that there have been 3 attacks at these 3 air bases, but our assets are safe. What is one to make of such a comment?
Possibly it is true, because none of these, because they are strategic drones, because of which they may have been parked inside a blast pin individually. Like I was telling you earlier, called URP, unit risk principle, which means one bomb can take out only one target and not take out other targets in the same line. If they are parked together on an open area, one bomb can take out probably 10 targets. But in the unit risk principle, one bomb can take out only one target. Of what the Pakistani ISPR is saying could be true, but what may not be true is that we have not used multiple bombs. Maybe we have used one bomb per drone. So, which means all the drones there are gone. And if all the drones there are strategic drones, there is number 60 strategic squadron, it is called. It has a drone called Shapur, and number 61 strategic squadron, which has a drone called Burak. Burak is a very, very capable drone when it comes to eavesdropping and taking information. So it is like taking out somebody's eyes. So that is the kind of effect it has.
I want to bring in Major General Sinha also. Major General Sinha, if you could add to that, because 3 air bases, very critical ones. Noor Khan, you are looking at Murid and Rafiki. What is the messaging, especially when it comes to India's own strategic edge and the statement that's now been made by us?
The most important thing is that we are hitting, Punjab. This time the whole concentration is Punjab. And the spread is not only Rawalpindi, Islamabad, down below. We have gone right up to Bhavalpur, now Rafiki and Murid. These areas when you hit, and if they are confirming, DG ISPR is confirming 3 areas, we say, okay, 9 out of 6, which we are saying, even 3 are hit. But he's saying his assets are intact. I think, they will give this type of, but what the visual I can see, it is massive attack.
Yes.
Massive attack. It is only single BrahMos or a single missile or is a multiple missile. That has to be seen. And you will see that when you carry out the damage analysis of that area, these are strategic bombing. It is not a strategic hitting. It is not a hitting a target which has got tactical. It has a operational and strategic level we have taken the things. See, there are three levels on which the things happen. Then
Okay, we seem to have lost that audio connect with Major General, but let me quickly go back to Ayushman, who's in the newsroom with some more updates coming in. Ayushman, what is it that you're learning in terms of how this entire attack was carried out?
Absolutely, Akanksha. What we're learning is that top government sources are saying that this is simply the second phase of Operation Sindoor, and this is the big piece of information that's coming in, brought to us by our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. Air-to-surface missiles have been used by India for this attack. Air-to-surface missiles, very advanced technology when it comes to missile strikes used by India. The ordinances that are being used by India are extremely advanced. It's an air-to-surface missile that is being used by the forces to target not one, not two, three crucial air bases inside Pakistan. The Murid Air Base, the Rafiki Air Base and the Noor Khan Air Base. Also damage has been reported in Rawalpindi, Lahore, Islamabad, Shekhipura, Sialkot and Narwal as well. And all of these areas are seeing a lot of damage in crucial military centers as well as near some civilian areas as well. The diplomatic enclave inside Islamabad also taking a hit, but air-to-surface missiles being launched by the Indian side. That is the update.
All right, that's a big update coming in. I want to quickly bring in Group Captain Vinod. Group Captain Vinod, that's I think a massive update and insight that gives us an understanding of how India's resolve stands firm and is also being in fact fortified further by the kinds of these air-to-surface missiles. We have the BrahMos, as you were rightly also guessing. Take a moment to sort of weigh in on the other ones like Rudram, the Dhruvastra, the Nirbhay, and also shed light on their importance, how they are used for various ground attacks.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm sure it is one of my squadron who did it, the 7th Squadron Battle Axis. If it is Battle Axis, then there is another beautiful weapon we have called the Crystal Maze. It is again a wonderful weapon. I've trained with it a lot, and I mean, as I say it, I'm extremely whatever. So
I know it's an emotional moment for you.
Yeah, it's an extremely emotional moment for me. So, and as I can, as you were talking to General, I was trying to zoom into the image. I can probably see an aeroplane burning. Tell your team to probably freeze it and have a look at it and do your own forensic analysis. Little off the shelf or off the cuff forensic analysis, back of the envelope forensic analysis that I can see is that it is an aeroplane burning. It could be a C-130 or it could be MR-80. Whatever it is, it's a great asset that is out of Saklala and now called Noor Khan, a place where Indian Air Force has a lot of history in this base.
You know, compare this moment with the moments that you have witnessed in your years of service. How far have we come? Have we come far at all? Many are talking about how India has progressed in leaps and bounds after 2014. In the last 10 years, we've really fortified our defense. What do you make of this moment?
A very, very long way. Akanksha, in Kargil, the longest vector I had when we had was a laser-guided bomb called Matra. It had a range, and those days the range used to be huge, 10 kilometers. We used to say 10 kilometer ka range is bomb ka. And you know, you have to come at very high altitude, and it used to glide down to the target, and you had to continuously illuminate it with a laser. Of course, it had its own, technological disadvantages where the aeroplane had to remain within the target, and at that time risk getting hit by an enemy air defense weapon. What
do you credit the rise of this kind of Indian warfare, the way it has grown, the kind of modern warfare and technology that we are now observing today through these visuals?
Great question, Akanksha. We start the Air Force, not many people know, started with Chanda. Bombay के जो सौकार थे उन्होंने चंदा दिया था, and that is how we started Air Force with 4 aeroplanes called Wapiti.
Wow.
It was a written-off aeroplane which we got from UK, and we started Air Force. with 4 aeroplanes. The aeroplane name was Wapiti, but the nickname was Watapiti. So we started with 4 Watapiti and see where we are today. So this has come about. I would give a lot to polity. I would give a lot to money allocated to get this technology. But this has come about, Akanksha, because of real farsight of the leaders of Indian Air Force in the yesteryears, the Deputy Chief of Air Staffs, because those are the people who sit down, and mostly Deputy Chief of Air Staffs that we have test pilots who traveled the world, who knew what technology was available, where it is available, and how to get it. So those are the people I would give credit to. The first of the long-range vectors we got were cruise missiles. Then we started developing on our own. And we have such exceptional missiles which can go 600 kilometers,
right.
which means I can go across Pakistan and hit another country without Pakistan even coming to know of it, and that kind of capability I possess today. Thanks to such great leaders that we who had that kind of vision, and the benefits of it which we are reaping today without even crossing the line of control or international boundary, we are getting the effect that we desired, that otherwise we wouldn't have got by crossing the boundary.
Absolutely.
So,
Major General Sinha is back, as I can see, sir. Thank you for coming back. And Major General, what do you make of these visuals when we were just discussing, Group Captain Vinod and I, the kind of defense preparedness and our own offensive capabilities also? How far have we come today as far as Indian government's own defense preparedness is concerned, if we were to go by the visuals that we are viewing today?
Akanksha, the game changer is from 2016. Even in Air Force is concerned. 2016, I think, we have been fighting. Even I think Vinod, I don't know whether he was there. He was there in service, but I was just out from service, and lot of TV debates on which the Rafale, when the Rafale was government to government contact was there. I think, the whole, even in the media, there was a big divide, saying that, we have gone for a wrong thing first, and then saying that it is government to government, there is some hanky-panky, and many people who are from services, they were talking about. Today is a game changer. Rafale, just see how many squads we have added. And the capability which we have got is unimaginable. The second thing which I want to bring it out, that, from in that time onwards, maybe 2012, because I was ADG, infantry, looking after the major assets. And also we were going to the government that time, and on file, it was written in 2012 that there is no money for anything, not bulletproof jacket. Today, can you imagine that we have got integrated two-layer air defense system, which 3 years back, even the drones were coming and hitting our Jammu air base, and drones came, we were not able to shoot down. Today, with L-70 air guns, we are shooting them down. You are not even crossing, because I was asking, have we crossed the airspace? Now, Vinod is a very experienced and a very veteran pilot. I know him, and a fighter pilot. He confirms me. I think I get that full validation that we have not crossed. We have, but it is air-to-surface missile.
Yes.
It means that aircraft have been used, and from our area, it has been actually. Then, when you go up in the air and launch, it is give you a very high precision, strike capability, and hitting. If it's true, even the DGISPR is saying that the Rawalpindi, Noor Khan Air Base, the Rafiki and Murid, if they had been hit, I think even 3 has been hit. Lahore Air Base means I do not know whether it is a Lahore Air Base or they are talking about Sargodha, because it is just behind, and east of Lahore is Sargodha. Sargodha was the major target, where it was Air Force, Indian Mighty Air Force has a free fall all at Sargodha, and that is the history. When you say Sargodha, there is a movie on this. Sargodha Airfield strike.
All right.
So I think the history is being repeated.
Major General, stay with me. I'm also joined in by Major Manik M. Jolly, who is a defense expert. Major Manik, your thoughts first of all on this strategic victory that India has had with the destruction of these 3 air bases.
Excellent. I mean, why is everybody so serious? We should be very happy. This is a successful hit.
I was clapping.
Right? Yeah.
I was clapping just before you came.
I was vocal up with I was vocal up with the great news. So good that we see the whole since yesterday, past few hours, since yesterday, as the evening progressed, these guys have been sending swarm drones continuously towards us.
Right.
Whether they are probing, whether they want to hit, whether they carry explosives, the air defense has been actively, dropping them off. We had a complete wall around the borders, and they were maybe when you send a swarm, find 1% on something and get in. But we did a fantastic job. But what I heard that there was some intercept near Sirsa, which turned out to be serious. And obviously, we know as much as we also hear on media. Do not have any insider information. But going by even if there was an intercept, or even this was swarm happening and these guys were just not stopping it, I think a major message was required to be sent. And this is that kind of message which says, we will not get down to your petty level of sending swarms and this and that. We will hit once, we will hit hard. So just keep imagining this, that you take one step, the way that we see in Hindi. So this will be the answer from our side.
Well, absolutely.
And taking out,
and Major Manik, a moment to also reflect on the statement that's come in from the government sources to CNN News 18, who've said that this is going to be a custom match attack. It has been a custom match attack.
Exactly. And yesterday late night on CNN only, I was saying, somebody was asking about what do you see this going on. I said what is going on is India is standing as a tall, powerful giant. You even try and scratch me, I'll give you a punch on your nose that you'll keep bleeding for 3 days. And you keep again do that, we'll again do that. The mere quantum of how we are going to reply, that is the message we want to send. That you send one drone, we will take out your 3 air bases. That should ask them to calm down a little and start reflecting on what India wants from them, how they need to now behave. So it's a fantastic thing that has happened today.
Group Captain Vinod, if I could bring you in on, all our viewers who may perhaps gain a lot, if you could shed light on perhaps the significance of the air-to-surface missile that has been used. We don't know exactly which one has been used. You did place your bets on BrahMos, but it could be Rudram, it could be Nirbhay. What is it that your hunch tells you? But of course, what a major milestone this has been for India as far as our own defense capabilities and offensive capabilities are concerned.
It could even be a weapon called crystal maze, made by a country to which Pakistani cannot go because the Pakistani passport says to all countries except Israel. So it could even be crystal maze. And I am placing my bets actually on crystal maze and my squadron, which is 7th Squadron Battle Axis, who has done this. And if it is so, which we will come to know many weeks down the road, I'm extremely proud of the boys. And like I was saying, Kamsha, I think it is the MRTT that is gone. The more and more I'm looking at the visuals, and more and more I'm doing some kind of a, armchair forensics, which is, I don't know whether it is right to do or not. But the fact is, something of importance, either a C-130 or a MRTT, that is a refuel aircraft, is gone in the visuals that we are seeing, which is of Chaklala in 2012 or 13 or something. They changed it to the base called Noor Khan. Noor Khan was there, I think, the second or first or second air chief. Unke naam se hi rakha. So that time I was still in service, and answering the general's question, very, very thankful to God. S-400 started as under my signature, one of the signatories when I was the director for air defense, and so is Rafale. So very, very thankful. In fact, last day of my life in the Air Force, I was briefing very Rajnath ji on Bailout, because we were one of the architects of Bailout. So extremely, extremely thankful that, like all of us have lived a life which is worth living all over again.
No, I totally understand your emotions today, and I join you in that moment of pride as a very proud Indian today. But Major General Sinha, if I could bring you in on the major defense acquisitions that India has made in the last decade. We've also had to pass several international hurdles, one that we've already seen with the procurement of S-400, where the United States threatened us with its own set of CATSA sanctions, which we were able to receive a waiver on. But not just that, you actually have several other acquisitions. If one were to look at, you also have the Rafale, and you're also looking at several UAVs. But if you were to specifically look at the surface-to-air or the air-to-surface missiles?
We have to understand one thing, that whatever the strategic capability we have gained, I think, a lot of contribution is from Russia side, S-400, when the Russia is itself going for a war with Ukraine. Even just before that, Putin came and he signed in hurry and just left. And, out of 5, units, he has given 3, which we have got, and it is doing a wonderful job. Second thing that, in spite of the pressure, that time, even Donald Trump was there, he was threatening. We conceded one thing, because he told that time, because Chabahar was coming and he was saying that the Iranian oil you will not take. We agreed. But we have not conceded the point as far our weaponry is concerned, especially S-400. Binod says he was also the signatory of that. I know a gentleman who was the DG, because I was also ADG infantry. He was a DG, air defense regiments of part of our army. He has a great contribution, greatest contribution, because the integration of air defense system with matching, it is Barak 8 has come. Can you imagine Barak 8?
Barak 8, yes.
Barak 8 has come. IGLA has just, before this thing we have started all this, what we are doing it, IGLA, a new generation has come from Russia when they are fighting. See the supply. I will not name it because it will not be ethical to say what we are getting from Israel, but we are getting a lot of things from Israel even now. Americans are giving.
Yes, and that's why this point becomes very critical at a time when Donald Trump is very keen on increasing our defense procurement, especially when it comes to New Delhi looking towards Washington. But what does it speak in the current scenario where we've seen how the Russian make, the French make, or even say the Israeli makes are also being equally good?
Yeah, the French one, which I say, basically the Rafale part of it, was actually, it is totally conceived, done government to government from 2016, and then, the way it has come, we have seen the flying of Rafale in India, and then getting operationalized, when there was a face-off. Galwan, that was the northern border, we had a face-off with Chinese. When it landed in India, and record time, it takes a lot of time to actually, when you put an operationalization part and integrate with your own system. It is not a joke in war-like conditions, because what was happening in the northern borders that time, Rafale getting integrated. And now when the Rafale is attributing everything in Western Front, especially in these areas you have been naming, I'm amazed. I'm amazed because we all understand, because all 3 of our people are sitting, it is not done in a record time like this. It is not possible. And then integrating, if he's saying that BrahMos has been, so if air to surface missile, is it BrahMos from the air platform has been launched, Binod?
Possible, sir, from Su-30 or a critical maze from Mirage 2000.
All right.
Okay.
We are awaiting confirmation on that bit. And I can
I'm
see.
just guessing.
Okay, I can see Stephen Golub, and who is an international affairs expert, has also joined in. Good to see you, Stephen. But I'm going to come to you in just a bit. We're getting in some very critical breaking inputs. Let me quickly bring our viewers up to speed as we are learning that, in fact, intelligence sources have told CNN News 18 that Pakistan fired 6 ballistic missiles at Punjab, at the state of Punjab. 6 ballistic missiles were fired by Pakistan. All have been intercepted by Indian forces as India continues to expose Pakistan's propaganda offensive against India, because the DGISPR has claimed that India fired 6 ballistic missiles on its own Indian cities in the Indian state of Punjab to target the Sikh community. So if you can see the kind of rabble-rousing that they are trying to do, also trying to stoke communal tensions within the country, that's already started. Top government sources also saying that Pakistan is stooping to a new law to create communal divisions in India. I take that with Ayushman. Ayushman.
Akanksha, so it seems that the misinformation campaign also continues from the Pakistan side as India is hitting back at Pakistan. Remember, attacks have been launched on 6 big Pakistani cities, including 3 crucial air bases. And this is the pitch that's coming in from the DGISPR. As Pakistan launched 6 missiles to target Punjab, all 6 were intercepted by India's advanced air defense system. So to spin the entire narrative, the DGISPR has said that it was India that launched those missiles on its own people to target the Sikh community, trying to create these communal divisions between the people of India, trying to spin its own failed military offensive into some PR victory is the pitch that's coming in from the Pakistani establishment. But what the Pakistani establishment does not realize that the entire nation is united in this effort to punish the terrorists and the terror infrastructure inside Pakistan. So any kind of attempt that is being made to stoke communal tensions inside India, it is completely failing. This is not the first time the DGISPR is trying to make such claims. Every attack that has come in from Pakistan has been foiled by the air defense system. So Pakistan has been on this overdrive of misinformation, claiming that India is targeting its own. But all those claims have been debunked by experts across the board, by namely the Indian government, which has made it extremely clear the people of India are united in this offensive against Pakistan and the terror infrastructure.
If I could bring in Stephen on that note. Stephen, I want you to weigh in. Is it befitting of the DGISPR of Pakistan to mislead the entire international community by saying that those 6 ballistic missiles that actually came from their territory were fired by us at our own state of Punjab to target the Sikh community?
Well, I think there's probably all sorts of information flowing in various forms with various degrees of accuracy pertain to this conflict. But to directly answer your question, yes, I would certainly find that misleading to assert that India fired upon its own people. And I think it won't stand up in terms of any legitimate scrutiny from abroad, from outside the sphere of this conflict, about what's going on in this conflict.
Oh, absolutely. And I want to bring in Major Manik, our own defense capabilities. We were just weighing in on our procurements and how far we've come. On a day, we've destroyed their 3 air bases and successfully managed to repel 6 ballistic missiles directed towards Punjab.
I couldn't hear the last part of it. Can you please repeat that?
Major Manik, my question is about when we are talking about our own defense capabilities. After destroying those 3 air bases, we are now looking at 6 ballistic missiles directed towards Punjab, which have been successfully repelled.
Yeah. So the funny part of that is that Pakistan is, making claims that we fired 6 missiles on our own citizens, and 5 of them actually landed. 1 was destroyed. Whatever lies they are saying. So the thing is, they are trying to cover up the solid wall of Indian air defense that we have. They fired 6 missiles towards India, Punjab. We brought them all up down. For them to save the embarrassment of how bad they are at waging missile warfare, they are trying to cover this up. So the defense capability that we are talking about is actually, so since these were missiles, it is a pretty good chance that we could have used the S-400 series.
Yes.
And hence, it goes back to the fact how critical they have proved in our air defense infrastructure and that, the country is safe today, civilians are safe, military installations are safe. So it has been a great boost to our air defense. And I would say now the case which, John Cena would have been part of it all that during that time, and so many of our seniors who actually fought and argued that we need these systems, and that it has come to fruition that yes, we were right. That because the fact is that let the armed forces decide, take a call on what we need to wage a war effectively. If you're going to weigh every weapon in terms of what you think is good for us, it is going to cause problems. So every call that has been taken in terms of weaponry or radars or aircrafts, those are Rafales or S-400 series or Barracks missile or the drones we've got, every single anti-aircraft system has proved its weight in gold today. So I think we've done a fantastic job on those procurements.
Group Captain Vinod, is Operation Sindoor now a reflection of how far our offensive and defensive capabilities have come, not just in terms of tech, but in terms of the procurements also that we've made?
Absolutely, Akanksha, because 24th of October last year, I remember that date very clearly because I just tweeted about it as well. To one of the journalists, and later sometimes to Anand, I have talked about ad nauseum the importance of air defense. I said, if you don't have a credible air defense, might as well hand over your country to the enemy on a platter. Because air defense is such an umbrella which will keep you, not getting wet from any kind of rain, sun or sand. So that is the kind of capability air defense has, and it is a very, very an extremely important aspect of a country. If country can today stay together, like General mentioned, not end up in balkanization, which it looks like Pakistan is heading that way, is because of not having a good air defense. So, I mean, as much I can emphasize about air defense is less. That's one. Second, and which is also the most important aspect, is something called mass mix with mobility and connectivity. Mass is you need to have en masse air defense. Mix, you need to have long, medium and short and close-in weapon system, all of which is beautiful in our case because the close-in weapon system is also acting as a counter UAS thing. That means any small drones coming, kilo ke drone aa rahe, even those are being taken out by these ACAC guns and other phalanx guns we have integrated into this larger scheme of air defense. And the last part is the backbone on which the air defense information flow is happening, which has taken, I'll tell the viewers, which took us 10 years to put it. This backbone is completely our own, as in it does not depend on any national backbone. It is purely a Fauji backbone on which the information flow takes place. And it is not one, it is not two, it is not three, it is six. So you absolutely cannot touch it. It is impregnable, mathematically impregnable. You can take out one, you can take out probably two, you can take out probably three. Actually, out of the six, only one is enough. So that is the kind of backbone on which our air defense and rest of the systems are sitting. If you think you can, a country like Pakistan come anywhere close to the capability of India, they are absolutely sadly and very badly mistaken. And to top of that, Akanksha, is that we are friends with many friends, like you said some time ago, friends with benefits. And so we are friends with French, we are friends with Israel, we are friends with America, we are friends with Russia.
That's exactly the point I was about to take forward with Stephen. Thank you for talking about friendships, because Stephen, today we see while India's own indigenous capabilities have really come a long way in the last decade, thanks to DRDO, but take a moment to reflect on our defense partnerships, whether it is with the United States, even Russia and Israel, and France have all helped and jumped to India's rescue as well.
Yeah, I think they've all helped. I would provide just a bit of caution to the discussion when we talk about India's relationship with the U.S., be it military, strategic, political, or other, in that while India is certainly viewed as an ally of the U.S. government, particularly when it comes to the contest with China or the competition with China that both countries have, just bear in mind that you're not dealing with the most knowledgeable leader ever of the U.S. government in Donald Trump. Just a few days ago, he said that the India-Pakistan border tensions go back 1,500 years.
No, that's
and
true.
you folks obviously know much more about your country's history than I do, but I think that reflects a level of ignorance that could come through in various ways, not in the very short term perhaps, but in various ways in terms of India's dealings with the U.S. So just know who you're dealing with under this current administration, even though there is an alliance there.
No, I think that's a critical point, which is why I think, India has made it amply clear that this is going to be our fight, and when it comes to Kashmir, they're not going to be welcoming any third-party mediation. India has made it amply clear. But I want to actually bring in, Group Captain Vinod, if I could bring you in on that point. As far as third-party mediation is concerned, I think the United States also acknowledges that this is our own conflict to deal with, which is what was amply clear by what the US Vice President J.D. Vance had to say.
Absolutely. In fact, Dr. Jaishankar couldn't have been more clear than I. He said we want partners, not preachers. So we don't need preachers, we need partners. And today we have the capability to say that on the world front, to say, bro, don't come and preach me, come and partner with me, understand my problem, be the part of the solution. My problem is what? My problem is when my people go on to have a ball in a wonderful place, you come and, identify their religious leaning and kill them. And you think the current administration will take it lying down? Please, I think those days are gone. If you do this, and this is what you're going to get. And if you continue to do this, you will be dismembered. Absolutely, rest assured on that. But like General said, balkanization could be a probability. I want to take it to a step further and say,
sure.
I hope it happens.
Major General Sinha is also very patiently awaiting his turn. Major General Sinha, thank you for being so patient. I want to bring you in on how, when it comes to the Kashmir conflict and terrorism emanating from Pakistani soil, India will hit, and it will hit hard, and this is only going to be India's job. Has India made that amply clear?
See, Akansha, what we have displayed, especially after, I will not take what we have done it on 16 2016, what we did in 19, but I just take it from 22nd of April onwards, if I take. See, we waited 2 days, then we had the CCS meeting and openly came out and we have given. It is very important for my foreign friend to understand that, what we have told, and unprecedented, nowhere in the world has happened. This, suspending the Indus Water Treaty. And mind you, all these places which we are talking about is along that, river system, all along that river system. All those places are being hit. See, it is not, no one has able to do it. No one. Even no one has threatened, and we have done it. It started on 24th onwards, and today we are here on 10th, I think, May. No one, no power, even they have pointed a finger and we are doing it. We have stopped Chinab, we are doing Jhelum. I'm just saying, because you asked certain question and we have got a foreign guest sitting with us.
Yes.
Because, see, and we didn't get any preaching. When you are talking about the United States of America, I'm not batting for them, but we didn't. J.D. Vance was here when it happened.
Yes.
And therefore, yesterday, J.D. Vance has very clearly, has brought it out that it is, we have nothing to do with this thing.
And that's what makes it so ironical. That's what makes it so ironical, that the day it happened, he was very much in the country and he was being warmly hosted and welcomed and toured around. And that's why I was particularly taken aback by that statement.
Yeah, Akansha, second thing is that, we are displaying to, especially when we call third world used to be, now we say, global south, the strategic autonomy which we have taken, and it is just not because we are just making or preaching someone, we are practicing it. with the strategic partnershiping with everyone, even the adversaries who are, with the crossroad. We have got strategic partnership. Russia, proven partnership. United States of America, in spite of that Chabahar, because they had some concern at Chabahar, they wanted that India should leave it. India has done, finally we have got about 99 years commitment over there. And I think it is coming into that way with Iran.
Sure.
We are able to do it. So basically what we are, exhibiting, and thank God, I say that 22nd April is a bad day for Indian history, but the resolve thereafter, and 9 May onwards, if you see what we are doing it without speaking. Have you seen anyone of our, NSA or Prime Minister or Foreign Minister making and thumping the chest that we have done it this, we have done that?
Yes.
We are calmly sitting in the glare of the complete world, carrying out a review and integrating. See, the CDS system, if you see, which started in 2016 again, when the Rafale came, with all theater command in operational conditions, in warlike conditions, we are doing it. All meetings, there is a CDS. It was announced in 2016.
Ms. I'm going to request you to continue staying with me right now. In fact, I must, for all our viewers who are tuning in, it's roughly 4:30 a.m. Indians are going to be waking up to this very brave news, and a salute to the Indian Armed Forces as we've successfully destroyed and targeted 3 air bases in Pakistan, and as Indian government sources are telling CNN News 18 that this is a custom-made response by Indian Armed Forces. I'm going to continue with that discussion, but before I take this forward with Stephen as well, Stephen, take a moment, have a look at these visuals that have come in from Noor Khan Air Base in Pakistan, which was targeted by India, and that massive explosion that took place, which also indicates that it was an ammunition dump over there that was targeted by our air-to-surface missile. Let's play that out.
भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आगे गिरा है, ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आगे गिरा है, ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे।
Okay, 2 points. Keep in mind, Stephen, it's a Pakistani video made by a Pakistani. So clearly the DGISPR cannot deny that that explosion didn't take place on Pakistani soil, because we have been observing consistently that there's a disinformation campaign being run by the country. But having said that, I want you to also reflect upon what makes this entire conflict and the fight so unique, especially if we were to compare it with Gaza or Ukraine. India doesn't need the kind of support that Ukraine has been begging for from its NATO allies or even the United States. Gaza, as many have said, has only relied for support from its Islamic allies, who also have perhaps not been able to do much.
Well, frankly, what makes it unique is that India and Pakistan are nuclear powers. And there's, I think, a great concern in many quarters about this escalating in ways that could prove catastrophic if nuclear weapons are used. I'm not predicting that's going to happen. I'm certainly hoping fervently against it and even betting against it. But when you have this kind of intensifying conflict going on, it raises concerns in many quarters, in many capitals, regardless of who's right or wrong here. I'm not criticizing India's stance towards Pakistan here, but I am emphasizing that what makes this unique is that you have two nuclear-armed nations going at it in a way that seems to be escalating.
That's a very fair concern, but I want to ask you this, that today India has been brought to a point where dialogue and diplomacy is done. India's foreign ministry has made it amply clear that escalation can't be pinned on India, because escalation happened on 22nd of April when that massacre in the meadows of Pahalgam took place. We are done with dialogue and diplomacy. We've seen how this is one of the oldest conflicts after the Second World War, and Kashmir happens to be the the territory which has been illegally occupied by a rival nation, that's Pakistan. The UN also couldn't come up with a solution. How does one then address the problem of terrorism? Stephen?
Well, you address the problem by trying to provide all sorts of disincentives, which is obviously India's aim here. I will beg to differ in the notion that dialogue and diplomacy are permanently done. If they are done, then we're in really a hopeless situation. Sooner or later, India and Pakistan are going to have to get back to talking with each other. Even if the talk is harsh and even if the disagreements are run really deep, the alternative to dialogue and diplomacy is ongoing, escalating war. And I don't know whether you can simply count, even if Pakistan backs down, which I guess is the hope in your quarters and many parts of the world, they'll need some kind of a fig leaf that could be offered by dialogue and diplomacy. So I really, as I said, want to push back against the notion that those avenues are done, because the alternative to their being done is very dangerous.
And that's a food for thought as well. Group Captain Vinod, have we reached a point of no return? And as many would say that now, if India has entered this conflict and has resolved to destroy those terror camps, then is it time to go full throttle?
Absolutely not. In fact, at every point in time, and just want to disagree with Stephen. Stephen, at every point in time, we gave an exit. We are calling it the off-ramp. At every single operation, including this one, we have the capability to do Noor Khan into 10 on all the bases, air bases as well as the military bases in one wave. That kind of capability we have possessed today. We did not do it. A broken up or a balkanized Pakistan or with refugee crisis at our back door is not something any country would want. We absolutely do not want that, and that is why our speeches have been measured. Quick point about how mathematically incorrect these generals are. How can I fire a ballistic missile? Is called a ballistic because it takes a ballistic path. That is why it is called a ballistic missile. How can I fire a ballistic missile which will take a ballistic path and come and drop on my own head? It is mathematically impossible, isn't it? How can I do that? They should use some kind of brain, isn't it? For a 1,000-kilometer range missile, the minimum range at which you can hit a target is something like 300 kilometers. But anyway. But
Stephen, if I want to bring you in on that diplomacy bit, Stephen, I know it's not going to be about settling scores and it can't be brought down to doing the maths, but what is your assessment when India actually embarked on this entire Operation Sindoor? Because India went for the kill as far as 9 terror camps are concerned. Those 9 targets were not military installations. They were not civilian targets. They were 9 terror camps. Pakistan could have just left it at that.
So I'm sorry, what's the question?
So the question here is, what is Pakistan doing by retaliating now? If it is not concerned with terror camps that are very much bred on their soil, but if it's not concerned with those terror camps, then there's perhaps no need to retaliate.
Oh, well, look, I'm not sitting in Islamabad or reading any of its political, or more importantly here, military leaders' minds, because the military in Pakistan are the people who are calling the shots with respect to many things in the country, certainly including this conflict. But I think what I'll speculate about is what's going through those military and political leaders' minds is a degree of saving face, which actually probably influences a lot of conflicts, that they felt they'd lose so much face in the face of India's attack, which again I realize is in response to a horrible terrorist attack, killing many innocent people in Kashmir. The Pakistani leadership I believe feels that it needed to respond for the sake of maintaining its own credibility in the country, its own leadership, maybe it's even its own hold on power, because if it didn't respond in some way, it might be weakened in those regards. Having said that, don't get me wrong, I'm not defending Pakistan for what it's done at all, and I'm not saying that the way it responded was necessarily legitimate or the best way. But you asked me what might they be thinking. I think they're thinking about their own survival, their own credibility, their own strength within their own country, and that's what these counterattacks might be about.
Major Manik, I'm going to give you a quick 1 minute. I know, because we have some breaking inputs coming in, but do you think this is just a face-saving attempt by Pakistan, or is this also retaliation to defend the terror camps that they have been harboring so far?
This is retaliation, definitely. Where do they land actually? They always want to maintain that thing that we don't breed terror, we don't support terrorists. But the funeral, do you remember the funeral that happened for these terror leaders? The entire military brass was present there. Their coffins were placed in national flag. They were given hero send-off, which was an acknowledgement of that these people, the terrorist leaders and their families, are not thought of as terrorism or families. They are thought of as national leaders, part of their administration, which are due state funerals. So they have to prove it to these tanzeems, these terrorist organizations, their people, that we are aligned with them, even whatever they can keep saying in front of at global platforms, irrespective.
All right.
So this was a retaliation, and yes, they are getting back at that. With,
all right, I have some breaking inputs coming in. What we are learning is that Pakistan's airspace has been closed to all types of air traffic. Airspace will remain shut until 12 noon today. This is the big breaking input that we're bringing to you. Clearly goes on to indicate, Ayushman, that this is a very tense situation over there across the LoC. Ayushman, can you hear me?
Yeah, Akanksha, I can hear you. So basically the development that's coming in from Pakistan is that in the wake of India's counter-strike, where we have crippled 3 crucial air bases, now Pakistan has closed its airspace to all kinds of air traffic. Airspace will remain closed until 12 noon today is the information that's coming in from the Pakistan Airports Authority, which has now closed the airspace. But remember, Akanksha, also when Pakistan launched its first counter-strike, commercial airliners were still running above the skies in Pakistan. They were clearly using those air carriers as civilian shields, and that entire point was exposed by the Indian government. Vikram Misri also pointed it out, and the entire Indian establishment highlighted the fact how Pakistan was using civilian carriers as shields to launch that counter-strike against India, to punish India for Operation Sindoor 1.0. And clearly in this case, feeling the heat, feeling the public pressure, now Pakistan has resorted to close its airspace for all kinds of air traffic as it tries to secure and tries to take stock of the damage caused by India's counter-strike.
All right, Group Captain Vinod, what do you make of this decision that's been taken? Is that a direct indication of the kind of damage that's been inflicted upon the 3 air bases?
Or could be pressure from international civil aviation.
All right.
Which is quite a bit high. I mean, it does happen in IQ. Maybe IQ has weighed down on Pakistan to shut the airspace down, because in the hot war condition, if anything like, friendly fire happens either by Pakistan or us, then it will be a catastrophe. It could be an IQ. I don't know.
All right. If I could bring in Major General Sinha. Major General Sinha, what is your assessment of the thought that's gone behind shutting the airspace? Clearly, Pakistan is on tenterhooks.
Yeah, and I think, we have able to expose the Pakistanis hypocritic, the step they have taken. If you remember the briefing at 5:30 by 2 brave ladies, then she brought it out and she has shown the live streaming of the air traffic that time when the things were coming right from Karachi going right up to Lahore. And that was, these things are also seen by the complete world. The idea is that time it exposed that, they are trying in the shield of this air traffic, they are doing something, because the strikes were coming that time. All these drones which were sent to India, and they had the air traffic on. Now they two possibility. One thing is that, first thing they want to hide. First thing they want to hide it from the public glare. After the 7th strike, the May strike, which was in the public glare, everyone has seen. Now only one eyewitness has been giving the live stream of Noor Khan Air Base, which we can see. But as far as Rafiki is concerned and Murid, we haven't got any live feed. I have not seen because it's not coming in our channel. The point is, Pakistan doesn't know how to, because it is so novice. Can you say, what Binod was bringing it out, that anyone who's in sense can say that you have fired your own missile in your own area. How you will do it, I do not know. So this is what the standard of Pakistan military. And if you allow me, then I will just try to quickly just bring out something for Stephanie, because
I have a map to go to, but I'm going to give you that time, sir. Go ahead.
It's very important. Foreign guest is there, because it sees the mindset of what exactly the West is still trying to do it. See, Stephen, what you have brought it out, basically you have said that two nuclear armed countries, they're in conflict if you don't talk. We have never stopped talking to them diplomatically. 2016, when we have taken the strategy that terror and talk will not go. Do you say that the Pakistan says okay, terror is stopped and you have hit 9 places, all this terrorism, which they are making the statement. Why can't they we'll start talking to them? This is our pretext that terrorism and talk will not go together.
True.
So I have not seen any Western power is telling the Pakistan to give up that terrorism and just start talking. We have got a single terms of reference. Stop terror. We are ready to talk. We are ready to do all business with you. Even after that, our borders were open. Atari border, people were coming. How many Pakistanis were they getting visa? They were getting the treatment here. We never stopped. This is the first time it has happened. So it is very good to lecture, a country who are in a very, very, absolutely in operational condition. And second thing is, in the garb of nuclear bogey, if same thing the West is doing it, Russia has got nuclear. In this 35 NATO collision have got the nuclear. 100 of this gravity bombs are deployed all in Europe. That is not a nuclear standoff between the two.
Right.
And then you say that, just because Pakistan keeps threatening, India has not officially used a single N nuclear in their own statement or anything which we are carrying out operationally in the
fair
ground.
enough. I'm going to in fact bring Stephen in on that note as well, but I'm going to request you people to in fact pause on to those thoughts. Many thanks to you, Major General Sinha, for joining in. Thoroughly appreciate your insights. In fact, we're getting in some breaking inputs right now. Top government sources are telling CNN News 18 that Pakistan has lost major air assets. According to available information, after the attack, they could not even start their machines. That is the big breaking input that we are bringing to you. Remember, contrary to the claims that are being made by the DG ISPR, who's gone on to say that yes, 3 attacks at 3 air bases did take place, but there was not enough damage on any of their assets and that they remain safe. Government sources now coming up with that clarification to CNN News 18 that that's a lie which is being peddled. Ayushman sheds more light. Ayushman.
Absolutely. Pakistan has lost those major air assets. 3 crucial air bases have been decimated in this counter-strike coming in from India. And not just these 3 air bases, several key cities also facing the heat as India launches this counter-strike. Air-to-surface missiles, Akanksha, have been deployed by the Indian forces to punish Pakistan for its drone strikes which took place hours before India launched those air-to-surface missiles. We saw that how the entire border got lit up by Pakistan when it launched those drone strikes, but everything was intercepted by India's superior air defense system, our S-400s, our Akash systems. But India used its own air-to-surface arsenal and assets and has wreaked havoc inside Pakistan. 3 major air bases have now been neutralized by Pakistan, by the Indian forces in Pakistan, and top government sources indicating that their air assets have been severely compromised. Let's get you an overview of where all India has struck, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to this counter-offensive, which many people are calling Operation Sindoor 2.0. Islamabad, the Noor Khan Air Base, one of the key air bases in the military headquarters of Pakistan, that is Rawalpindi. Then is the Murid Air Base in Chakwal, right next to Rawalpindi, another key air asset that Pakistan controls. These right next to the border with India, crucial for Pakistan's air operations when it comes to taking on India. Then Shekhupura also targeted in these strikes, these air-to-surface missiles that India has been able to launch on Pakistan. Then is the Rafiki Air Base in Shorkot that has also been neutralized by this attack coming in from India using air-to-surface missiles. India wreaking havoc on Pakistan, taking revenge for what it did earlier today when it came to lighting up the border and taking on all those different cities along the border. Each and every missile that was launched by Pakistan, each and every drone was neutralized by air defense system. But this is what Pakistan has to reap when it comes to what it sowed earlier today. Islamabad, the Noor Khan Air Base, the Murid Air Base, Shekhupura, Rafiki Air Base, neutralized pretty much when it comes to the air assets that they control, and significant damage to Islamabad, to Rawalpindi, as well as Lahore, as well as Narwal, crucial areas near the line of control and the international border, because a lot of firing is taking place from the Indian side, and we've been able to dismantle several Pakistani posts over here. So the commercial capital of Pakistan, the military capital of Pakistan, the political capital of Pakistan, feeling the heat of India's counterstrike. Akanksha.
That's a very significant, I think that's a very significant point that you've made. Ayushman, if I may just request my team to go back to that map. Team, if you could please switch back to that map. I want to keep the focus on that map as far as those locations that have been targeted by India are concerned. As Ayushman was rightly highlighting, Stephen, take a moment to reflect on all of these locations. As Ayushman highlighted, you're looking at the commercial capital, you're also looking at some very critical military installations, the air bases, you're looking at the national capital, which is Islamabad. What do you make of these attacks that have taken place in the interim of 9th to 10th May?
They strike me as major attacks. Effective in decimating significant parts of Pakistan's air force and maybe other forces. Just to return to an earlier aspect of the discussion, I don't mean to lecture, and I'm just stating my opinion here.
Right, sure.
But it's, as I've said, one way or another, directly or indirectly, formally or informally, unless this thing were to keep escalating forever, there will need to be some discussions. Now, I suppose there's an outside chance Pakistan will simply throw up its hands without saying anything to India, give up without saying anything to India or the world, tell its people that somehow it accomplished its goals in this back and forth by overstating vastly what it accomplished through its own military actions. There's a possibility that that's the route it will go, but there are many, many other scenarios in which the two governments, one way or another, will need to talk to each other, even if it's just a matter of Pakistan trying to save face by saying it negotiated or reached some kind of a halt to these hostilities with India. And the alternative is, as I've said, very, very dangerous. It's not just a matter of two governments deciding we may go nuclear. All sorts of things can go wrong when nuclear powers are at odds. Just to pick an example from my own country's history, if not for the wisdom of a Russian colonel years ago, when mistakenly the radar in the Soviet air system indicated falsely a nuclear attack on the way from the US. If that colonel hadn't shown the common sense of saying, no, there's something going wrong with our system here, I'm not going to declare this a nuclear attack. If not for his wisdom, the US and the Soviet Union can decimate each other. So things can go wrong even if neither government wants to escalate. When things are very, very tense, they can go wrong due to a miscalculation by a lower level officer, due to misreadings of radar or other technical information. And that's why it's important to keep avenues of communication open, even if they're not being used right now.
Okay. I'm going to now bring in Glenn Carl, who is a former CIA officer, joining me live on the broadcast. Glenn, very good to have you here on CNN News 18 today. We speak on a morning which is very optimistic for all Indians. There's a sense of pride for our Indian armed forces. A major victory at hand as India has struck back and struck hard at 3 air bases of Pakistan. If you can see my screen, all of those locations, one of them also being at the national capital of Pakistan. What do you make of all of these strikes that have taken place?
Well, as everyone knows, or is watching, this is the worst or most serious clash in decades. I think the reasons probably are the changed nature of the Pakistani government and officer corps, but also the changed nature of the leadership in India. India being more nationalist than in the past, and Pakistan being more Islamist. So that is alarming, and the pride that one can rightly feel in one's armed forces doesn't diminish the danger that I think is greater now than at any time for 25 years or more.
Right, but when we are saying that, India has reached a point where terrorism from Pakistan, and when we are talking about terrorism emanating from Pak soil, you're looking at not just those camps, you're looking at funding, you're looking at training. India has perhaps also had enough, and that is the messaging behind those attacks. I'd like your thoughts.
Well, one certainly would understand the sentiment of and wanting to put an end to the endless suffering that the terrorism causes and destabilization. But India is in a dilemma that any state faces confronting a terrorist threat, and in particular has a greater problem in that its neighbor is a dysfunctional government and society. So a conventional military response, whether it's from India or the United States, against a terrorist threat really never solves the problem. And were the war to become even worse and India to be victorious, as I imagine would be the case, that would probably invite greater problems yet, because certainly India doesn't want a state collapsed on its border rather than a troublesome one. So it's a terrible dilemma. What a state is to do about terrorism. The only solution is unsatisfying because it takes many years and should happen out of sight by intelligence services countering and trying to disrupt and break up terrorist cells and organizations, and a longer term, much larger effort to somehow change the conditions that lead to the terrorism.
Okay.
And no state has succeeded in doing that.
Okay, I have some fresh updates coming in, and let me quickly go back to Ayushman, who continues to stay with us. In fact, we're getting in some breaking inputs as we speak, and some big ones. As what we are learning is that multiple drones have also been hovering over Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore and Peshawar. What is it that you are bringing to us, Ayushman?
Absolutely, that is information coming to us from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. Akanksha, it seems Operation Sindoor 2.0 show is not over yet. And now what we are learning is that, as you were pointing out, multiple drones are still hovering over Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore and Peshawar, the crucial cities in Pakistan, and also crucial areas where a lot of terror operations have also emanated from, namely Sialkot and Peshawar. And now what we are learning is that multiple drones are still hovering over Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore and Peshawar. This is what top intelligence sources are telling CNN News 18, that Operation Sindoor 2.0 seems to be far from over as we are hitting the morning. Now what we are learning is that multiple drones are hovering over Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore and Peshawar. So what is the road ahead when it comes to these drones which are hovering over these crucial cities after so much damage has been done by the Indian forces with the launch of the air-to-surface missiles? We'll have to wait and see how that plays out, but it seems the operation is still not over.
Absolutely not. Let me actually take that question with Major Manik Jolly also, who continues to stay with us. Major Manik Jolly, it seems like this is going to be a long night for Pakistan.
Yeah, it does seem like that, because I was just reading, there's a platform called Bolan News, and they're saying just 20 minutes back, another suspected Indian missile strike has been reported near Kahuta, a high security area close to Rawalpindi. So this was famous because AQ Khan Research Labs, which were critical for the R&D, they are in this area. So what is happening is, I think what we are getting reports right now is the air bases, but there's quite a possibility that Indian missiles have been targeting other locations also, and it didn't happen in one phase, because missile attacks can be actually phased. So maybe we are looking at second, third phase also. So we don't know how long the night is going to be, and so it's going to be a tough night for Pakistan, that's for sure.
All right, and in fact, that also means that we are going to be on high alert. What will this, Major Manik, mean for us Indians in the border states, especially if we were to look at Jammu, Punjab, and of course, even Rajasthan?
Well, definitely high alert, because as the things start to scale up, the kind of operations that countries carry out at successive stages of warfare, they tend to define how serious a country is, how much are they getting sucked up into the war. Till now, like Pakistan was doing drone warfare, probing and sending small drones, these Turkish drones, and trying to hit installation, trying to cause some damage. They fired some missiles. But given the kind of retaliation India has given, and a strong one, and most importantly a justified one, Pakistan has a tendency to take stupid decisions. Like somebody mentioned in debate today, and you were also saying, we gave them enough chance to not escalate this. We had hit their terror camps, they should have just left it at that. So now also they have the capability of not taking it up, and they have the choice to do that. But I hope they take that choice and do not escalate it further, because it's just going to keep getting worse for them as the days go. So in that desperation, if they take the other call that we are going to prove something to our people, to ourselves, without realizing the military capability they are dealing with, in their failed sense of pride and all that, they could go for more missile strikes, they could go for air raids, they could go for these standoff air raids, throwing in missiles, they could try and sneak in more terrorists. There's a lot they can do, and the worst part for border areas is that these are the places that will get affected most, because deep inside India has a huge country, and to get into the depth of it requires a lot of capability from Pakistan's side, which they don't have actually. So people have to follow. I think the best thing they can do is follow government instructions. If you are asked for a blackout, do that, stay inside, and just follow whatever advice comes to you officially.
Well, absolutely. I want to bring in Stephen on that note. Stephen, we also speak on a day when the IMF has decided to go ahead with that additional funding of over $1 billion for Pakistan. So when one is to weigh in on the role that the international community can play, especially the role that these global lending institutions like the International Monetary Fund could have played, one has been also probing the history of Pakistan's reliance on the IMF. What do you make of how Pakistan continues unabated to divert that funding clearly into terror training?
Well, I don't know if they're directing that funding, if they're targeting that funding for terror training. I think that seems to me to be a few steps too far in terms of where
No, but India has presented evidence. India has presented evidence. The fact that the military is playing a very significant role when it comes to crucial economic calls for the country, that is something that India has also presented in its statement at the IMF today. And clearly, a debt-ridden country can't be, harboring terrorism to this extent if their economy is in tatters. So there's certainly some amount of funding which is coming to sponsor that kind of terrorism, right?
Well, I'm certainly not, please understand, I'm certainly not defending any support for terrorism, but nor am I actually a huge fan of the IMF, but the IMF provides support to all sorts of countries, loans to all sorts of countries that commit human rights abuses, that tolerate terrorism, that may even back terrorism, that do all sorts of dastardly things that allow or perpetuate the mistreatment of women, all sorts that commit crimes against other countries. So I'm not justifying any of that, but I don't think Pakistan is alone by any means in terms of receiving IMF support under these circumstances. And I think even if the IMF were to have snapped its fingers and said, we're not going through with this loan, Pakistan's stance towards terrorism would have remained the same. I don't think it hinges on IMF support for other parts of its apparatus. If I may, just one other aspect of what you asked I wanted to address echoes Glenn's point to some extent, in that you are dealing with a very dysfunctional polity in terms of Pakistan, in terms of the military really substantially controlling the government, setting policy, at the same time that it's in some ways ripping off the country through its own businesses, diversion of resources, and the like. And that adds another twist to all this, another complication that makes it even harder to address how dysfunctional the Pakistan government is, not just to the detriment of India in terms of possible support for terrorism or likely support for terrorism, but even more so to the detriment of its own people and the suffering that they've undergone and the lack of relative economic progress that country has experienced over the decades.
Well, absolutely, and those decades have borne testimony to how it is impossible for any civilian government to function as long as the upper hand remains with the army and the deep state. I'm going to request you, Stephen and Glenn, to continue staying with us. Major Manik also stays with us, but in fact getting in some more breaking inputs coming in. Now what we are learning from government sources is that after India struck Pakistan, all major cities in India have now been put on high alert, and this is a decision on expected lines. Ayushman Jamwal joins me live from the newsroom with those breaking inputs. Ayushman,
Kausha, that's the latest update that is coming in. Remember, India has now set the doctrine of custom match attacks to give a befitting reply to Pakistan. So in the avenue of the fact that Pakistan could launch another counter-strike, all major Indian cities are currently on high alert. The entire defense infrastructure is on high alert. Also, the air defense systems have been activated across the border to ensure that any misadventure from Pakistan is met with a swift response. So because India, by targeting 3 Pakistani air bases, by hitting the heart of Pakistan, Islamabad, Lahore, Rawalpindi, now in the fear of a counter-attack, India is ready to face anything that Pakistan throws at it, and all major cities are currently on high alert with the entire defense apparatus now activated.
I want to bring in Major Manoj on that. Major Manoj, what is your response now to the fear of escalation? Everybody is talking about it. We heard Glenn, we heard Stephen, and that's perhaps a valid concern now. But I guess India is prepared.
Yeah, we are prepared, obviously, and we are very, this is on expected lines, as you said. I just want to take a moment to reply to what Mr. Stephen said, especially on the fact he has a certain stand on the whole thing. But what I wanted to comment on what he's saying, that irrespective of we give them IMF funding or not, like IMF gives them funding or not, Pakistan's stand on terrorism is not going to change. So here's what I have to say is that you cannot say that a country which has ample resources and some kind of intentions, they logically would want to pursue it and can pursue it successfully. Secondly, you have never denied them funding to know that will they actually stop terrorism if we stop giving them money? Will they use it? And it is a known thing that the infrastructure, the health services, education, everything is defunct in Pakistan. The jungles are exceptionally corrupt. The politicians take all the money. They all settle abroad in US, UK, Europe, Canada, and all that. You know that they take the money, but just because they've been doing the bidding for US since 80s, since the time Russian came in, you have refused to comment on the terror. You knew the terror factories are there. You knew the training camps were established. You knew when Al Qaeda was formed. So you cannot say that if we don't give them money, they might not change. You never gave this possibility a chance to even experiment with that thought. Today, when you know that India is in such a critical state with Pakistan, and this is now a time to maybe corner them. Fine, I don't say militarily or just kill them all. But the point is, there could have been a spot where the world could have cornered them, that when will you stop? America found Osama bin Laden hiding in Pakistan after 10 years of carrying out joint operations. What more proofs do you need that they don't care what you think because they know they'll get your money? So you should have given, the IMF should have given this a chance this time, that we could have cornered them, that we will not support you till the time you mend your ways. But you lost the chance again this time, and it will continue to be the same story that everybody thinks, oh, they are going to be like this, we give them money or not, so let's give them some more. That's not I don't think that's the right way to go. Anyway, coming on the, what originally Akanksha asked, that the high alert in all the cities is as expected on the lines, because the thing is, one, war is a brutal business. While we are celebrating all our successes, there is a possibility an odd missile might make it through and land on our cities also. Pakistan has been hitting our civil areas by drone and artillery since past almost a week now. So everybody has to be ready for that contingency. It's good to shout that go war, fight, kill everybody, but I mean, there's a possibility that we also might get hurt at some stage. Hence, it's a good decision for government to issue this alert right now.
Okay.
And along with it, the civil administration comes into action and they will issue necessary directions to everyone.
Okay, stay with me. Going to request all of you gentlemen to continue staying with me. Also joined in by Sushant Sareen, who's a senior fellow at the ORF. Sushant, what a morning to wake up to. India's made some massive strategic victories today when it came to, in fact, reducing those 3 air bases to rubble. And we've not just targeted Pakistan's commercial capital, we're looking at the national capital as well. I'd like your thoughts.
Akanksha, you are being very presumptive that you thought people went off to sleep last night. I tried to, but within half an hour, I was so restless that I got up, and then I would imagine that...
You should have joined in much earlier then. I'm going to hold this against you.
Yeah, but the thing is that I just came to the thought that if Kargil was the first television war in India, this conflict is the first, I can't call it a war as yet, but this is the first Twitter or X war in this part of the world. But look, something was being expected because yesterday when the Pakistanis had attacked, and they've been attacking us, this is the third night that they attacked us. On the second night after they attacked us, we had the press conference yesterday by the Foreign Secretary, and I would have thought that the Foreign Secretary had given them an off-ramp because he spoke in very measured tones as he normally does, but he said that the Pakistanis had carried out these attacks and the Indians, we retaliated in 4 places. He didn't say what the scale of retaliation was, but the way he said it, it was that, okay, fine, we've done it. We're not making a big song and dance about it. We're not gloating about it. We're not making a big deal out of it. And this can become an off-ramp for both sides. And that is the impression I got when I was in the evening when I was on your channel, this is exactly what my impression was, and I think Major Jolly was there at that time, if I'm mistaken not. And my impression was that, we've said, okay, fine, let's take this off ramp. But clearly the Pakistanis have this habit of biting off a lot more than they can chew, and they thought that, obviously some damage must have been done. And just because their attacks have not been successful over the last 3 days, that does not give them a free pass. And the thing is that, so quite clearly, I think the message from the Indian side was that if they are now going to start continuing doing this, then we will also hit back and hit back hard. And I think that is what has happened tonight. A lot of these rumors were actually doing the rounds yesterday, but apparently it's happened today. So I think now we are in a completely different situation, because the kind of retaliation India has done, it's very clear that the Pakistanis are going to try and hit back. How will they hit back? The reports, which if we can make some sense out of them, there is that they are going to use their air power, and they're going to try and strike at targets inside India. And we'll have to see how the rest of the air defenses, which are performed exceedingly well against drone attacks, how they perform against the Pakistani fighting. Number one.
All right, finish the point, because I have some breaking inputs coming in.
Number two, are they going to start the use of ballistic missiles? Because then we will also go up. Because so far we have not used any ballistic missile, at least there is no report of that. Even the Pakistanis are saying that all the attacks that we've done is from air to ground missiles.
Yes.
These are fighters and which have been used. And so if the Pakistanis are now going to scale up, then I think the response from the Indian side will be similar.
All right. I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there, Sushant, because we have some big breaking inputs coming in. After 3 air bases, India has now hit at the Sukur airport in Sindh. This is another massive blast in Rawalpindi that has taken place. We can officially confirm this through sources that have shared information with Network 18's Security Affairs Editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta. Big breaking input coming in. A 4th blast now as India has hit the Sukur airport in Sindh. As I must tell you that this is a domestic airport, also known as a Begum Nusrat Bhutto airport. In fact, Ayushman joins me with more breaking information on that. Ayushman, what more details can you share with us?
Absolutely, Akanksha. As we've been tracking all these sites that have been targeted by the air-to-surface missiles coming in from the Indian forces, more information coming in where Rawalpindi has now seen another blast. This is what top sources are telling CNN News 18. Information brought to us by our securities editor Manoj Gupta. Also, as you were pointing out, the Sukur airport in the Sindh area also now being targeted by these air-to-surface missiles as India unleashes on these particular sites in Pakistan in retaliation to Pakistan's drone attacks along the international border as well as the LoC. So we can just add it to the list of the attacks which are coming in. The Sukur airport has been targeted in Sindh. In Rawalpindi there is another blast, and as we were reporting earlier, Islamabad, the Noor Khan Air Base, the Murid Air Base, Sheikhpura, the Rafiki Air Base, Darawal and Lahore also being targeted by the Indian forces. Air-to-surface missiles deployed when it comes to this offensive coming in from India.
Absolutely. I want to go back to Sushant. In fact, Sushant, before I come to you, let me bring in Major Jolly, who continues to stay with us. Major Jolly, 3 air bases and now a domestic airport. What do you make of the kind of strategic edge that India has displayed today?
It is fantastic. Actually, this is how it should be. If you're fighting a war, it's not a, exchange of niceties. You are not expected to it is what India is doing. You take out their bases. Then I just read somewhere that maybe an air battle is, fine, this can be all misinformation. But taking out, why they are taking out the other airport is because the moment wars happen, there are some airports which can act as a dual capability, civil as well as military. So if you're obviously the planners, I won't get into detail of that. The planners have decided that we are going to demolish or even mitigate any possibility of aircrafts taking off of this region, so whatever the bigger plan is. But we hold superiority. That's the point to note here. The kind of superiority that I mean, the word is enjoys actually. India enjoys right now that absolutely no air defense. India is striking when and wherever we want. This looks like a World War II kind of a setup when the smaller countries didn't have air defense and you could go and send missiles everywhere. So this is fantastic position to be in.
I want to quickly bring in Glenn on that note. Glenn, what is your assessment of the way India has hit out at the air bases? Now this domestic airport, what does it speak of not just our defense, but also our offensive capabilities and the defense preparedness so far?
Well, so far, it appears that India's modernization program of recent years has been bearing fruit. We have all been reading that it's only in the mid-process and that India was far from having really modernized doctrine, training, and equipment, but at present it's an impressive performance. I can comment more substantively on the policy implications or objectives. India seems to me to have clear objectives that it's trying to achieve. One, obviously, to stop terrorism. These conventional attacks won't do that, but as a response to a terrorist act, they're completely understandable. And then two is to make the point and then stop having made the point. That's clear and sensible. Pakistan's objectives seem to me a lot murkier or incoherent. One could understand a response for pride and national sovereignty. But as one of the gentlemen said, it seemed clear also that India has been providing the off-ramps that one wants to in this sort of response. And Pakistan is not taking them, and I see nothing positive that Pakistan can achieve out of all of this.
Stephen, I want to bring you in quickly about the way the Indian government has in fact put this out. They've said that these are going to be custom match attacks because remember just a day ago our own military installations, whether Udhampur or Pathankot, all of them were attacked. So this is indeed a custom match attack.
Well, you may see it that way. I may see it that way. Pakistan probably doesn't and see it that way, or even if it does, I get back to the notion of the leadership there saving face, that being their possible imperative here in what generally is, I agree with Glenn, kind of a chaotic handling of this whole confrontation. And we shouldn't underestimate the extent to which they may be wanting to save face as this matter unfolds. The fact that India is now on high alert for return attacks means that I would think the Indian government is assessing that Pakistan might very possibly strike back. What does India do next? That's a good question if that happens. And I've said this before, but I hope that one way or another, a way is found to de-escalate this, maybe mediation by a third party, but we don't want this to get to a point where Pakistan sees no alternative to saving face other than using its ultimate nuclear weapons. Again, I don't think it'll come to that for all sorts of reasons, but we are in very, very dangerous territory now by virtue of that as even a small possibility.
All right, Stephen Golub, thank you very much for joining us. If you're joining us early this morning, it's been a night of attacks and counterattacks. There's been a major escalation in the last few hours. It started with Pakistan trying to send ballistic missiles. That is a major step from these drones that they were sending for the last couple of nights. A major escalation by Pakistan trying to send ballistic missiles to at least 6 different places, all of which has been successfully intercepted. India, in return, has attacked multiple places in Pakistan. The latest that we're hearing is that the Sukur air base in Sindh has been attacked. The Noor Khan Ali base in Punjab has also been attacked. So there are multiple locations where this is being attacked by surface-to-air missiles. Pakistan, in response, has now closed its airspace up until noon today, which means this is where India is hit. It is hit close to Islamabad. It has hit the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, in Sheikhpura, in Chakwal, which is the Murid Air Base, also in Narowal, the Rafiki Air Base in Shorkot. So you have about 6 or 7 places where India is hit with surface-to-air missiles in what is clearly now the next rung of escalation. We're given to understand that Pakistan is scrambling its jets in response. We don't know what the nature of Pakistan's response is going to be, but this has been a major escalation after Pakistan managed to get that $1 billion tranche of the IMF loan, as well as, of course, after the visit of the Deputy Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia to Islamabad. So I think somewhere the calculation now by both sides is that they're now climbing into the next step of the escalation ladder. What happens in the next few hours, we don't know. There is some kind of a response coming from Pakistan. India is, of course, 100% prepared for it. In about 20 minutes time, I'm given to understand, there will be a briefing in South Block by senior officials of the Defence Forces. We will bring you up to speed as and when we know who is addressing the media. Clearly, it's been a night of major escalation from Lahore to Sindh, Rawalpindi. Multiple air bases have been targeted by India. There's also, by the way, drones that have been hanging around major cities, including Lahore, Islamabad and Rawalpindi. In Haryana, over the skies over Sirsa, we're given to understand that the Fatah-2, the missile that Pakistan had launched, has been intercepted. So major escalation. There was an attempt by Pakistan to hit the Jammu Air Force Station as well. That too has been intercepted by India's air defenses. So from Lahore to Sindh, India is matching Pakistan tit for tat in what has been a major escalation by both sides. Pakistan, of course, deciding to climb that escalatory ladder after the decision of the International Monetary Fund to give it the $1 billion tranche of its loan, as well as, of course, after the visit of the Saudi foreign minister. Now, Pakistan seems to have made a calculation that they want to up the ante. We're getting more breaking news. This is again a bid by Pakistan to try and escalate the attack. The bid has been thwarted. Pakistan tried to attack the Jammu Air Force Station. Remember, Jammu has been in the target for the last 2 or 3 nights now. Remember the drone attacks that happened a couple of nights ago. It started with an attack on the Jammu airport. Now the Jammu Air Force Station was tried to be attacked by Pakistan using some form of missile. We're not sure what nature of missile they tried to use, but that attack, that attempt by Pakistan has been intercepted by India's air defense. So major escalation that has now been thwarted. Also earlier this morning, an attempt was made over Hisar in Haryana. That too has been thwarted by the Indian Defence Forces. Let me try and see if we can go across to Akash first, our defence reporter. Akash, just paint the night for us. Where all has Pakistan tried to attack us, and where all has India responded to this Pakistani escalation?
Right. So it started late in the evening yesterday. In fact, we saw that the ceasefire violations from evening, but then the drone attacks and also the missile came at around 8 p.m. And again, starting from Jammu and Samba, we saw the initial reports and in fact the confirmation that how drones have been coming, but all of these were thwarted. But this time around, Indian authorities and in fact the agencies, retaliated, and a strong retaliation was there. Noor Khan Air Base, that is in Rawalpindi, Shorkot Air Base, that is in Punjab, that have their JF-17 squadron, and Murid Air Base, that is again in Punjab. We have been told that these air bases have been hit, and in fact the assets, their air assets, including the air defense system, has been hit by Indian forces. We have seen the DGISPR confirmation as well, though we will wait for the official confirmation from the Indian Armed Forces, Zaka. But at this point in time, while we are talking, in fact in Jammu, we have been hearing a lot of AD gun sounds, and possibly there was an attempt to in fact destroy some sort of asset or the infrastructure in Air Force station here in Jammu, but it has been thwarted. thwarted. Our air defense is very much working. AD gun is importantly playing a major role this time around because we have upgraded and in fact incorporated the counter drone technologies in our AD gun systems. So at this point in time, while it is about Jammu, it's the early morning hours, and in fact just a while back we were hearing the air sirens, in fact Zaka, but we have been told that the attempt has been thwarted. In fact a missile was launched towards Delhi as well. This is what we are learning. In fact, Manoj Gupta is bringing us this input where a missile was launched towards Delhi, but it has been intercepted in Sirsa, and in fact the attempt to attack Delhi has been thwarted, Zaka.
All right, so that was the Fatah-2 missile that Pakistan tried to launch to Delhi. It's been intercepted in the skies over Sirsa. Let's try and bring you up to speed with the counter-offensive that India has launched. It's been a very hot night between India and Pakistan. India has launched multiple missile as well as drone strikes starting from Islamabad in the north, Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi. It's one of the largest air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. That has been hit. The Murid Air Base in Chakwal, again a substantially big air base of the Pakistan Air Force in Murid in Chakwal, that has also been hit. In Sheikhpura, a third air base in Rafiki, which is in Shorkat, which is further south. All of these are in Punjab, in the very heart of Pakistan, as it were, in Shorkat. The Rafiki air base of the Pakistan Air Force has also been hit, and we have one more, the Sukur airport in Sindh. So Punjab and Sindh, which are the two biggest provinces in Pakistan, have been hit. Also in Narowal and Lahore, but these I think are smaller drone attacks. But India has also replied with ballistic missile attacks in response to what Pakistan tried to do. It launched the Fatah-2 directed at Delhi, but it was intercepted at the skies over Haryana. Let's try and go across to more reporters. Aishman is also joining us from our newsroom. So Aishman, can you bring us up to speed with the places where Pakistan tried to attack overnight and India's air defense systems have intercepted and brought down these Pakistani missiles?
Absolutely, Zaka. We've been tracking through the night the attacks that have been coming in from the Pakistani forces. We saw how they lit up the entire border area all the way from the north in Kupwara, in Uri, where the ceasefire violations were taking place. Then we saw the drone strikes which were taking place in the Jammu area, all the way down to Bhuj. There were several attacks coming in from the Pakistan side, several drone strikes which were coming in from the Pakistan side, which were intercepted by India's advanced air defense system. And that is the latest update that we are getting from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta, who's also looking at every aspect of the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, where the Fateh-2 missile that has been launched by Pakistan towards Delhi was intercepted at Sirsa. So India's air defense systems continue to be robust, countering any offensive coming in from Pakistan. Pakistan tried those offensives when it came to targeting the military as well as certain civilian areas along the line of control and the international border, all the way from Jammu and Kashmir down to Rajasthan, even to Bhuj in near the Gujarat area. But clearly the air defense system was deterring all those attacks. But the tensions continue to escalate between the two sides because Pakistan is now priming its counter-offensive.
All right, Aishman, we'll leave it at that. I think the big news that we have is that it's been a hot night between India and Pakistan over the last 4 or 5 hours. The escalation started by Pakistan right after its announcement that the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, has approved a tranche of $1 billion for Pakistan as part of a $7 billion package that was agreed to a few years ago. The big development is that India has hit multiple air bases of Pakistan from Punjab to Sindh. Pakistan has tried to send ballistic missiles. One of them, the Fatah-2, which is a medium-range ballistic missile with a range of about 400 kilometers, tried to, or at least sent in the direction of New Delhi, which is the national capital, but got intercepted, I'm given to understand, by the Barak air defense missile, the surface-to-air missile. It has been intercepted there, and it has been brought down in the skies over Sirsa in Haryana. Let me go across to our guests in what is, I'm afraid, a very serious escalation over the last 4 or 5 hours. Lieutenant General retired Sanjay Kulkarni is joining us, former DG of Infantry. Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation, is with us. Glenn Carl, former CIA officer, is also with us. Let me start with you, Lieutenant General. What do you make of this sudden and serious escalation by Pakistan? India, of course, responding measure for measure. Do you reckon now we are in the next rung, as it were, of the escalation ladder. We've now climbed to the second rung. Now both countries are sending ballistic missiles at each other.
Good morning, Zaka. Good morning to my fellow panelists. Definitely, I think in the escalatory ladder, we've gone a notch higher, because in the 8th, we the Pakis fire about 400 odd missiles and drones towards India. All of them, of course, neutralized. Well, yes, last night also almost similar. When we saw at around 9ish, when things started off from Pakistan side, most of the targets again from, like on the 8th, it was from, we could say from Leh to Sir Creek. Yesterday night, it was almost closer to that. Most of our airfields and some of the towns in and around the airfields were having, they were trying to strike them. Jammu primarily was one. But then what I hear from what you are saying, that at night they attempted to strike Delhi with Hataf 2 and being intercepted at Sirsa. Obviously now it required to go up the escalation ladder, because so far we've been attempting to keep everything restrained, well, non-escalatory, but it's time now. There's no more restraint and no more non-escalatory. Not, I wouldn't even call it tit for tat, just give it back, and give it back in measures that Pakistan realizes that it's too much. You can't be doing it. I think Pakistan doesn't seem to realize, and we have to hit at the source of terror. And the source of terror is the Pakistan army. We have to make sure that all assets of the Pakistan army have to be hit, and none better than where it hurts the most. And this, the airfield was one, the nerve center, Rawalpindi, yet another one which needs to be hit, so that the Pakistanis realize it, that if they try and go up the escalatory ladder, because we attempted to hit the locations of the terrorists. Those 9 locations for those 25 minutes and 24 missiles, and that was, we thought the Operation Sindoor was all over. But unlike that, when they struck India, it was they struck India. And therefore, when they struck India, now they get it back. Even for the first 2 nights, I thought we were quite patient. We ought not to have been so patient. But notwithstanding that, since it's all over, we tried to show our patience. But now, obviously, the patience run out, and Pakistan needs to be paid back, not in the same coin, much higher. And now the time has come.
So there are at least 3 Pakistani Air Force air bases that India has hit, including the Noor Khan Air Base, one of the biggest in Pakistan. Sushant Sareen, what do you make of what's been going on over these last 4-5 hours? Is this now definitely both sides climbing up the escalation ladder? The attempt by Pakistan to try and send a missile to Delhi, that is a serious escalation. How do you think that is being viewed in New Delhi? We believe there's going to be a briefing by the armed forces in the next few minutes, but what's your assessment?
Zaka, I would imagine that the Pakistani attempt to fire a missile at Delhi would have really let's say would have lifted some of the restraints that the Indians have been putting on themselves over the last 2 days. For 2 nights we've been having these kind of attacks taking place, and the Indian response has been very carefully calibrated. So if the Pakistanis were sending in drones and some light missiles, the Indians were responding similarly. The only difference between the 2 sides was that the Indian retaliation to Pakistani attacks was a little more successful than what the Pakistanis were attempting to do. The same thing happened last night, and then tonight I think the Pakistanis really tried to up the ante. First they tried to attack Jammu and another 26 places, and then they launched these missiles at Delhi, and I imagine that preposterous and ridiculous statement of the DG ISPR, who's the son of an internationally designated terrorist, incidentally. His father is an internationally proscribed UN designated terrorist, right? For his association with Osama bin Laden. That guy is the DG ISPR. Now he says that 6 missiles were launched from Adampur, 5 of them on Amritsar and 1 on Adampur itself. So from Adampur we launched a missile in Adampur and 1 in Amritsar, say 5 in Amritsar, to kill 6. How stupid can he be? But he is. So clearly, I think from the Indian point of view, there has been this messaging going across that, listen, we are giving you off ramps, take them. If you're not going to take them, then we are going to hit you back. Now, I would say that we haven't really gone up the escalation ladder. Because look at it this way, the Pakistanis have been trying to hit our air bases. They've been trying to hit Pathankot, they've been trying to hit Avantipura, they've been trying to hit Amritsar, they've tried to hit a number of other Adampur and other air bases, right? So it's not that they've not tried to hit our air bases, just they've not been successful. So what have we done? We have also hit their air bases. We've used drones, and I'm now going by Pakistani accounts because we still don't have any Indian official accounts. The Pakistanis have claimed that the attacks on some of their air bases were from air to surface, which means that it were Indian aircraft which were firing those missiles from the air. And that is something which has been done in the past as well. So it is not in that sense a very significant escalation. We haven't as yet used ballistic missiles, surface to surface missiles. So we have also kept under a certain threshold so far. Just that our attacks have been a lot more successful, okay? And theirs have failed. Now, you cannot launch an assault on me and then claim the failure of your assault as a virtue and play victim. I'm sorry, that does not work. You launched an attack, it failed. I now am launching a counter attack, which seems to have gone down fairly well. But let's not kid ourselves. We are now going to be climbing up the escalation ladder because the Pakistanis are going to try and come back at us with full force. And let's see the next few hours, maybe this day will be a very critical day. Let's also not kid ourselves, Zaka, and I think we should be prepared. Our people should be prepared that there will be things which will get through our defenses. There will be casualties, there will be damage, there will be loss, and we should man up and take it all.
Okay.
And then go and take some more.
Yeah, I just want to bring in a word. A word that top government sources have told our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. We can break that as well. This is a message, and I guess this will be a message that will be conveyed by the defense folks who will be briefing the media, I believe, at 5:45 on the south lawns of the South Block. This is what top government sources have told Manoj Gupta, that Pakistan should try and understand that all that India is doing is commitment to a proportionate response, and that they should stop now. Pakistan should stop now. Otherwise, the next time India will have to be forced to climb the escalation ladder. So Pakistan needs to get the message and needs to stop now. It needs to stop sending all of these ballistic missiles. The Fatah 2 was attempted to hit Delhi, but it got intercepted in the skies over Haryana. Let me also try and go back to our reporters before I go back to the guests. Over the last 6 hours or so, there has been an attempt by Pakistan through drones, through ballistic missiles, to try and hit India at multiple places, multiple air stations. Let's try and go full frame to that. Multiple air stations have been targeted in Jammu. Jammu Air Base particularly seems to be one area where the Pakistanis have been trying for the last 3 nights to try and cause some damage. We've had drone attacks last night in Srinagar. We've also had an attempt to try and take down the Avantipura Air Base, also in Amritsar, the air base there, as well as, of course, the air base that we have in Haryana. But in response, India has attacked at least 3 air bases. 2 of them are major air bases for Pakistan. The Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, one of the biggest that Pakistan has. The Murid Air Base in Chakwal, which is also nearby. Both of this, of course, are right in the heart of Punjab. Then there is the Rafiki Air Base, a smaller one in Shorkot in southern Punjab, and then the Sukur Airport, which is used both for civilian and defense purposes in Sindh. So both in Punjab and in Sindh, there have been major attacks by the Indian armed forces. We're given to understand that at least some of these have been surface-to-air missiles, and some of these have been air-to-surface missiles, so they've been launched from a fighter jet. We'll try and get further information of that, but this is how it is looking right now. If Akash and let's get a sense of who are the other reporters that we have on the ground. We'll go across to Akash in just a moment. But it has been a night of heavy exchange of fire, drones and missiles between India and Pakistan. Pakistan climbing up the escalation ladder in a dramatic sort of upping of the ante, as it were, soon after the announcement by the International Monetary Fund of a tranche of $1 billion to Pakistan as part of an agreed-upon package of $7 billion over a period of 3 or 4 years. Now Pakistan tried to send a ballistic missile towards India, intercepted in the skies over Sirsa in Haryana. It was directed at Delhi. Imagine if that missile had been successful and there was damage here in Delhi. That would have been a serious escalation of the situation between India and Pakistan, as it were. It seems to be that the Pakistani military leadership is being given a very solid and definitive message by the Indian military leadership. Back off now. Do not escalate. There you go. I want to once again bring you up to speed. So the smaller blasts that you're seeing on the map, Islamabad, Narowal, Lahore, these are all drone attacks that India has managed to pierce the Pakistani air defense and hit some of these places, including Sheikhpura, etc. But the airbase attacks that have been hit, those are missiles. Those are medium-range missiles that India has used. Like I said, in response, matching Pakistani aggression, Pakistan trying even with their ballistic missiles to pierce India's air defenses and hit some key defense installations as well as civilian installations here in India. This is India's response, and India is also sending out a message to Pakistan: please refrain from climbing further up the escalation ladder. All right, let's try and play out some of those visuals. I believe we have visuals from the Noor Khan base that was struck by India's missiles. Let's try and play out that video, and I'll come back to our guests and our reporters.
और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे.
Right, let me go across to Akash. Akash, just bring our viewers up to speed if they're just tuning in at 5:45 this morning. It's been a very, very hot night between India and Pakistan. Multiple locations in Pakistan have been hit, including at least 3 air bases. Pakistan has tried to dramatically escalate, go up the escalation ladder. Pakistan has tried to hit, among other places, even the national capital by launching a ballistic missile. It has been intercepted successfully by India's air defenses. It's been a night where they have tried drones as well as missiles. What are top defense sources telling you, Akash? What is going on in these last 4 or 5 hours?
Right, Zaka, first of all, in some time from now, we are going to have a press conference from the armed forces where we will be getting some sort of details of the sort of developments that have happened throughout the night. But at this point in time, in fact, in Jammu, we have been hearing multiple sounds, Zaka. We have been told that Air Force Station Jammu was on target. Initially, it was thwarted, but then, the sound is still on. We have been told that air defense guns are very much active. As far as, developments in the night are concerned, so we have been seeing major escalation from Pakistan, where after last evening, in fact day before yesterday and last evening too, they have tried drones and missiles through different in fact two different military stations here in India, military infrastructure. Jammu is one prime target where they have been, in fact, Zaka, you can hear the sounds as well, the air defense guns, where Jammu is on target, and again we are hearing these sounds where our sources are telling us that Air Force Station was on target, but it was thwarted. Something rocket propelled, is being sent. It can be a missile, it can be a UAV as well. We have been told, and we know that how they are using SH-15 as well. But yes, SH-15, there is less possibility that it can come here, even when they are bringing it to that bulge near Akhnoor. At this point in time, while we talk about other places, so we have been told that crucial military infrastructure is on target. Of course, we will not tell the location because of limitations, but they are targeting our crucial air assets. None of them till now is successful. They tried attacking Delhi as well, but it was thwarted. As far as Pakistan and its assets are concerned, Zaka, we have been told that Noor Khan Air Base, one of their important bases in Rawalpindi, very close to the headquarters, and in fact very close to the important infrastructure, was hit last night. Successful hit. In fact, their air assets were targeted, and military aircraft and transport aircraft both are there in the particular air base. We know that how they have the C-130 transport aircraft in that. They are operating some sort of drones from there. These facilities were hit by the Indian Armed Forces, including very high value target of the AD systems and radars. Shorkot Air Base, that is in Punjab, there we have a JF-17 of Pakistan. It was hit, and in fact Murid Air Base, very important Murid Air Base, they are operating their drones from Murid Air Base as well. It was hit. At this point in time, Zaka, they are trying multiple locations, not in Jammu and Kashmir, but in Haryana, in Punjab, in Rajasthan as well, and these attempts are being thwarted at this point in time. Air defense is very much active. We are still checking. We will be going with the reliable information only, and in some time from now, Zaka, armed forces are going to address the press conference, and meanwhile, we are hearing these constant sounds, possibly of the air defense guns, here in Jammu, because Jammu is on target, Zaka.
All right, Akash, any idea who in the Indian Army or the Defence Forces are going to be briefing? So far in these last 3 days, we've had the Foreign Secretary and the two young officers, the women officers from the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. But this seems to be somebody else. Any word you're picking up on who's going to be briefing, and why the need for this sudden early morning briefing? Because clearly things seem to have ratcheted up a couple of notches overnight in the last 4 or 5 hours.
We are assuming that someone from the IDS would be briefing. IDS Integrated Defence Staff. In fact, the coordinated command is there, and someone from IDS would be briefing, because these inputs will be of the Air Force, Indian Army, and the other forces as well. Also, we have been told that there can be a different level representation. Maybe someone from the MEA can also be a part. There is no clarity, but Zaka, as far as this briefing is concerned, so it was important, given the fact that there is a lot of narrative on social media where not just DG ISPR addressing the press conference is putting several sort of information that is not true from Indian side. We have their social media handles that are propagating some sort of narrative, and that's the reason why there was a need for this urgent press conference in the morning. Also because of the sort of operations that have happened throughout the night. We know that how Indian forces have retaliated to the aggression of Pakistan, where they have been trying to attack the military infrastructure here in India from last 2 days. Last night also, there were retaliation, there were operations, but India did not hit them.
Akash, I believe the briefing has begun. My colleague Arunima is telling us that if we can get either her, if we can get a live feed or a phone or an audio feed of the briefing, let's try and go across to her. If somebody can just put her through on the phone. Let's try and make sense of the story for our viewers. The briefing has begun by the Indian Army officials. We're not sure if this is on camera, if this is on record, or this is an off-record briefing, but certainly senior officials of the Indian Army are briefing on the lawns of South Block, is what we're given to understand, to try and get a sense of what exactly is going on here. If we can please connect to Arunima. I've been asking for the last 5 minutes to our assignment desk. Please connect our reporters on the ground. Let's try and make sense of what the story is for our viewers who may be tuning in just now at 5:50 in the morning. It's been a very hot night between India and Pakistan. You can see those pictures. India has hit multiple locations in Pakistan, from Islamabad to Lahore to Rawalpindi. The Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, one of the biggest that Pakistan has been hit. Can we please put through some reporters to try and make sense of this story for our viewers? There is, of course, a briefing that is happening right now by top Indian Army officials in South Block, on the lawns of the South Block. They will be giving us an assessment of what is going on, what has been going on in these last 4 or 5 hours between India and Pakistan. So the attempt has now gone up a notch from drones. It is scaled up now to missiles. All right, let's go across to Anvit, who is on the phone line. Anvit, where are you and what are you hearing?
Hi, good morning. We are in Jaisalmer and they are observing a complete blackout. They had been shut all lights and vehicular movement from 6 p.m. till 6 p.m. in the morning, and even now vehicular movement has been restricted. What we are reporting, from where we are reporting, is 70 to 80 kilometers from the border, because the last village, that is Ramgarh, beyond that army is not allowing any civilian movement or any media movement as well. So we are reporting from here, but last night, even from here, we could clearly see the flares in the skies, and we could clearly see the ammunition coming in from Pakistan. But last night had been relatively peaceful. No visuals in the sky. Skies had been clear since last night. But yes, police have been making patrols, heavy patrols. In fact, we had also been hearing sirens, because on the forward areas yesterday, also in Jaisalmer and in Barmer, the sirens were being played out, as some drone sightings were also done. Following that, sirens had been played out, but so far as the ammunition is concerned, nothing has landed into Jaisalmer in the city side. However, some developments were...
We'll come back to you. Aman is also joining us. Aman, I believe there's a briefing by senior Indian Army officials that's going on in South Block. What are you hearing? Pakistan has shut off its airspace now for the next 6 hours till noon. I believe there's going to be a further escalation by Pakistan in the next few hours, but India has hit multiple air bases, from the Noor Khan Air Base to the Sukur Airport in Rawalpindi. Multiple air bases have been targeted by surface-to-air missiles. Let us know what is going on. What are you hearing this Saturday morning?
See, Dhaka, what we are hearing from Indian government sources is that Pakistan has launched its counter-strike to Operation Sindoor. You know, on May 7th, we saw India strike through Operation Sindoor, and the officials were saying last evening also that these drone attacks which were launched by Pakistan over the last 2 days were more of an intelligence gathering mechanism to assess our air defense capabilities. This seems to be the real attack coming from Pakistan. Of course, our air defense system is engaging all these offenses which are being launched by Pakistan. As you said, they have closed down their airspace for the next 5 to 6 hours. Seems that Pakistan is trying to now hit our air bases, and they are trying to launch missiles. That is what we are hearing. The Indian government briefing is about to start. It was to start at 5:45, but it has still not started in the lawns of South Block. Shortly, Indian officials will be briefing us on what exactly is happening. But it seems that this is Pakistan's response, and India is very, very clearly saying that this response is very, very escalatory in nature. We are warning Pakistan to stop this, or India's response to this will be even more severe. Pakistan seems to be escalating the situation, Dhaka, and that is what the Indian government sources are saying so far. We'll await the official press briefing, which is to happen in the next few minutes, Dhaka.
Okay, Anshul is also joining us from Pathankot. What's happened there overnight? I believe there was multiple drones flying over the Pathankot airbase overnight. What is the latest that you can share with us, Anshul?
So yes, specifically over the last half an hour to 45 minutes, there has been at least 30 to 35 loud explosions that we have heard ourselves over here. I'll just try and move out of the frame and try and give a sense as how close is enemy at this point in time. The hills that you are seeing over there, these hills actually belong to the Pakistan. So we are, in fact, Pathankot is very, very close to the international border, and from this direction itself, there were several projectiles that were launched from the side of Pakistan, but our air defense systems have made sure that all these projectiles that were launched from that end were actually controlled in the air itself. They were blasted in the air itself. Nothing untoward has been reported till now. The Pathankot airbase is absolutely safe, is what we are being told. The situation is still tense because the blackouts are still continuing. There is no electricity across Pathankot over the last 4 hours. The blackout was supposed to end at 4 a.m. It is still continuing over here.
there is constant announcements, and there is constant patrolling that is being done by the local police over here, trying to give out this message that people do not need to panic, do not need to step out their houses. They just need to follow the SOPs and everything will be fine. But yes, India's air defense system proving yet again that these Pakistani missiles, these Pakistani drones
Akash is also there with us. Akash, I believe that off-cam briefing has been cancelled. Now we'll have a regular briefing at 10 a.m. Any idea on why that off-cam briefing has been cancelled and what's going on? What's the word you're picking up from MOD headquarters?
The operations are ongoing, situation is evolving, and that's the reason why they have in fact they have cancelled the briefing. We have been learning, Zaka. In fact, this briefing will be happening after 10 a.m. we have been told, and this will be a regular briefing since we are hearing about several attacks at different places throughout India. Specifically, they are targeting Pathankot, Jammu. In fact, I'm learning about some attempts in Jaisalmer as well once again, but then we'll wait for the confirmation. They are firing ballistic missiles at places. We have been told that there are places where they have been firing ballistic missiles. Artillery is very much on at the LC, and situation is evolving. That's the reason why MOD officials may have cancelled the briefing, but we have been learning. In fact, Pallavi is talking about the briefing that is going to happen at 10 a.m. Zaka, this is the major escalation. We have been talking about it, how India retaliated, and then once again in the morning time, in the daytime now, the attack is on, which is in fact going towards a major escalation, a war possibly. But then at this point in time, Indian armed forces are very much ready and capable, and they, we have been in fact told that air defense systems are very much active, and in Jammu, in fact, there are attempts at least there are 5 to 6 attempts in the last half an hour, we have been told, in Jammu, but all of these attempts are thwarted, and in fact drone attack is there, missile attack is there, and rocket propulsion is something that officers are talking about, possibly a missile when we say rocket propulsion. But Jammu is not the only place. In Srinagar also we have heard a sound, and in fact apart from Jammu and Srinagar, we have been told that in Udhampur also sirens are on. So at this point in time, while India has given it back to Pakistan at 3 different air bases of Pakistan, it seems that Pakistan is once again trying to attack the military infrastructure, specifically the air force stations and the air bases. Possibly they want to attack on airstrips or the air assets that we have at the air force stations. But yes, an official word is very much expected, because we have been in fact told about several other things. And then I'm hearing the constant sound, Zaka. I want to stress on this particular sound, because Jammu is one prime target. So Jammu is very close to the international boundary, international border. In the initial day, we have seen that how a barrage of drones were launched towards Jammu, and this time around we are learning about missiles. I'm also trying to check the environment. In fact, the clouds where I'm unable to see anything. Very close to the airport I'm standing, and at that particular place only we are seeing, in fact we are seeing this sort of action where we have been told that missiles are there, missiles are coming towards the Jammu Air Force Station and the airport. Both are in close vicinity. Also, other than Jammu and Srinagar, we have been told that there is a target in Haryana. I'll of course not name the location, but there is a target in Haryana as well, which has been in fact thwarted. Missile was launched. We know that how a missile was launched towards Delhi as well, the national capital. They clearly want to escalate it further. It was categorically mentioned by the Indian Armed Forces that we don't want to escalate, and that's why we are not targeting a civilian population. But we have seen that how last night in Firozpur a civilian population was targeted. Several individuals were hit because of this sort of target where
they just give me a moment. So the big story happening right now is there's an off-cam briefing by senior officials of the Indian Army. They are saying that there has been retaliatory action that's been carried out. The LoC has been hot for the last 4 or 5 hours. In fact, more than that, it's been hot since last night. But what has happened overnight is Pakistan has now climbed up the escalation ladder from drones, which did not have any explosives. They've now notched it up to drones with explosives. And last night, they have now notched it up one rung further in the escalation ladder, trying to hit India through ballistic missiles, including one, a Fatah 2, which was launched in the direction of Delhi. Thankfully, that's been intercepted in the skies over Sirsa. India has retaliated. India has responded to the Pakistani escalation. India has managed to hit at least 3 different air bases in Noor Khan, of course, which is one of the biggest air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. They've also hit an air base in Chakwal, a civil-cum-military airport in Sukur in Sindh. So multiple military installations and civil installations as well have been hit. It's been a combination of drone attacks plus missile attacks. I also want to get more information at 10 a.m. The Foreign Secretary will be briefing. Remember, the last 3 days it's been the Foreign Secretary along with the 2 young women officers of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. So that briefing is going to happen at 10 a.m. That's going to be on the record. Right now what is happening is an off-record briefing by senior officials of the Indian Army. Let's go across to more reporters who are also joining us. Ishan is joining us from Srinagar. Ishan, again, looks like it's been a very hot night in Srinagar as well as in other parts of the Kashmir Valley.
Well, Zaka, right. This is for the first time also that drones came to Srinagar, Avantipora and Baramulla. Multiple, blasts were heard, and the defense system ensured that none of the air bases was hit. The target was to hit Avantipora Air Base and Srinagar Air Station. We should understand that Srinagar Airport is not just a civilian airport. It's a military army, Air Force air station. So that's why they try to hit the crucial infrastructure. And even 5 or 10 minutes back, we heard in Srinagar, people are waking up to the 2 loud blasts that were heard, possibly intercepting some kind of missiles or some kind of projectile being fired towards possibly airports in Srinagar or Avantipora. These are the main 2 bases. But apart from this, we have been learning that they tried to carry out, drone-based attacks last night on the India's military infrastructure, particularly in Baramulla, which acts as a front line for the line of control. So they might have tried to hit the Indian Army's main assets in Baramulla, Srinagar, and Avantipur. But that has been repulsed. What we have been given also to understand is that security around these vital installations has been doubled, and it's amply clear that they are going to attack these vital installations to basically stop the militaries or air forces advance, if at all that happens with Pakistan. But during overnight, there has been massive shelling that has taken place both on the line of control in Kashmir and also other areas of Kashmir where people have already left their houses and left for safer destinations.
All right, Aman is also joining us. Aman, what's the word you're hearing from top government sources? It's been a very, very hot night, escalatory action by Pakistan. India responding with both drone attacks as well as surface-to-air missiles. What are you learning from top government sources? I believe the Foreign Secretary will be having that briefing at 10 a.m. for an official word. But what are you picking up on what an escalatory night it's been between Friday night and Saturday morning?
Well, absolutely, Zaka. It's been a big escalation, first from Pakistan and a big response from India. That is what we're hearing from top government sources, especially India's attack on 3 air bases of Pakistan, mainly the Noor Khan air base, which has in Rawalpindi, which is a major response by India, because this is now India firing missiles at Pakistan after the relentless 2 days. Pakistan has sent 300 to 400 drones the previous night, and yesterday also these drone attacks have been incessant on our forward, cities, and all major cities of India are now on high alert, because there is also news that Pakistan fired a missile towards India, which has been intercepted at Sirsa. So Pakistan is really escalating the situation. This seems to be their main attack in the last 2 days. Maybe, as Indian officials were saying at the briefing yesterday, that those attacks were mainly to gauge India's air defense system capability and gather intelligence. This seemed to be the main attack which has happened last night, and though it has been foiled to a larger extent, and we'll get details of that at 10 a.m. when the Foreign Secretary and the government brief us on what exactly has happened. But so far it seems Pakistan is escalating the situation. Indian government sources are saying that Pakistan should stop, because if it doesn't stop, the Indian response is going to be even more fierce. India is ready to go to any lengths to protect its assets, to protect its territory from such missile and drone attacks by Pakistan and by hitting Rawalpindi. India has shown the capability it has to hit in the heart of Pakistan. We have seen these visuals on the screen as well. Indian government sources are very clear that India is not going to step back if Pakistan is going to do such big retaliation that we have seen since last night, and big air bases of Pakistan being hit by India. We'll get more details. I think the official press briefing, Zaka, has also been put off for now, because the operation is ongoing. It's a very evolving situation, and the next 2 to 3 hours could be very crucial in determining which way this escalation is now going, Zaka.
Arunima is also joining us from South Block. Arunima, I believe there's been some off-rec information that's been given to reporters. Who was briefing and sorry, what have they said? What is the information that you have?
Yeah, so this was supposed to be an official briefing, to respond to all that DGISPR has said. But what we were told that since air operations have begun again, for the last 1 hour or so, air operations have begun again, even though on ground, this is what we learned that on the LoC, the ground fire that we are hearing, that has become intermittent firing for now. So the entire focus is on the sky. And because of those ongoing air operations, the briefing has been delayed now. The briefing is now expected at 10. But what we can confirm is that, South Bloc is carrying on retaliatory attacks after Pakistan carried out its misadventure at 26 locations last night as well. And these are air operations mainly that are going on. DGISPR and Pakistani officials claim that Pathankot and Jammu air bases in India were targeted, but there's no confirmation that is coming in from South Bloc at this stage about whether Pathankot or Jammu air base was targeted at all, because we have seen over the last 2 days also such attempts were made and the attempts were thwarted. India, however, is confirming that three Pakistani air bases have been successfully targeted as a retaliatory action after Pakistan's misadventure. At around 10 o'clock, we're expecting a detailed list of the overnight operations that have been carried out. One must emphasize that what we are being told is that the operation is still ongoing. As we are speaking, the air operations are still on.
So here's what we know, that Pakistan in a dramatic manner tried to escalate the attack on India's military installations. I have a list of places that have been hit overnight, or at least the attempt was made by